Good morning, everybody. Oh, look, it's the White House. It's Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Let's get a little volume. Get a little volume here. You're looking at the White House. Oops, there's an extra space in the caption there. What is this? Hold on, I gotta fix this. Where is that space? White, yeah, in, after the, before the in. Huh? That work? That fix it? No, that didn't fix it. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Oh, I see. It's before the in. I need to fix it before the in. There's an extra space. Do you like that I'm just focusing on the text? It's driving me crazy, though. I think I just fixed it. There we go. The text looks good now. Hey, it's the White House. Ukrainian President Zelensky is coming. He's going to meet with President Trump. So are a bunch of European leaders. The European leaders, I think, are showing up before Zelensky is. So we're here to bring you coverage today. That guy's fixing his camera, I guess. And let's see what happens. Let's see what happens today. We're going to be taking your comments on the air. We're going to bringing you live coverage with updates. You know what? I have a different shot I can show you, actually. Hold on a second. I have another shot I can show you. Hold on. So I'll put this over there. Wait a second. Wait a second. Just hold on. I have a shot of the Ukrainian embassy where the EU leaders and Zelensky are going to be supposedly meeting with each other. Let me try to get that pulled up on the screen here. One moment. One moment here. Give me 1 sec. This still... There it is. I got it. All right, I'm going to switch the shot now in a second. I have to do one other quick thing here. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Give me a moment here. Okay. I'm about to show you the other shot. So this is going to be the Ukrainian embassy in D.C. You ready for this shot? Let me just do one other quick thing. Okay, so Let's see if this works. Oh, look. Look at this. Watch. It's the Ukrainian embassy in Washington, D.C. Oh, my gosh.
The first 4 bikes up there, closer to that cruiser, are the ones for your...
Why is this?
There's so many people here, we're going to get
Yes. Yeah, I'm like... Y'all managed to switch that.
Sorry?
I said y'all managed to switch that. They switched out in the middle of a...
Yeah.
Oh, hey guys, I need, give me 1 minute.
I don't know if it's going to be the... No.
You know what? I need about 1 minute here. So I'm going to leave this video up for you, and I'll come back in 1 minute. I'll explain when I get back. But hold on a second here. I'm coming back in 1 minute. Just hold on. Just hold on a second.
Talk to him. Nick, you talk to him.
The guy was just sitting there. I know.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, there's a repair going on today here, so I had to deal with that for a second. All right, so you're looking at the Ukrainian embassy in Washington, D.C., and AFP says that EU leaders and Zelensky are going to be meeting there before going to the White House. I don't know if they're there. They might be there already. They might already be there, like meeting. So what I need to do is do this. So we have this, and then we also have, you'll see it in a second, this is obviously the White House and not the Ukrainian embassy. That's the White House there. But just nobody's arriving yet to the White House. So we'll leave the shot on the Ukrainian embassy in D.C. Yes, our viewer, one of our viewers said it's a big meeting. Living in Australia, yes. So thank you for joining us. We're going to have coverage today. And let me shout out our moderators. Carms is moderating, Beth Mythical. Thank you so much for moderating over there on YouTube. Also, hang on. We have DeBears, Idaho Star, and Papa Bear on Twitch. Thanks for moderating. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X, and thanks to our Facebook mods too. Thank you. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, thanks so much. And thanks to Abdullah Siraj. Thanks, Abdullah Siraj, thanks for your support. And also Sevenfold 777, thank you. PZ Papa Zulu says, going to be a very interesting day, thank you. Thanks to Fred Witherow for your support over on X. So, Zelensky and European leaders are going to be meeting with Trump at the White House to talk about the negotiation to try to come to some sort of agreement with Putin to end the war between Russia and Ukraine that began when Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. Oops, I'm going to switch to the other shot now. Got to switch to the other shot. I don't know if we'll get that one back. We'll see. Is that shot still going, or did we lose that? No, it says stand by on that other shot. So this is the White House here. So the schedule is, I will tell you the schedule. I have it here. Noon is when European leaders are supposed to arrive at the White House at noon. And then Zelensky arrives at the White House at 1. Okay? And then the Zelensky-Trump meeting starts at 1:15. Hey guys, people keep mentioning someone named Tom Alexandrovich, who I'm not familiar with this, but I can tell you what the State Department said. The U.S. State Department said today that, hold on, I'll show you what they said if I can pull it up here. The State Department is aware that Tom Alexandrovich, an Israeli citizen, was arrested in Las Vegas and given a court date for charges related to soliciting sex electronically from a minor. He did not claim diplomatic immunity and was released by a state judge pending a court date. Any claims that the U.S. government intervened are false. Again, I didn't know anything about this, but I'm just telling you what the State Department said because a couple people asked about it. That's literally what the State Department said today. That's all I know about it so far. Thank you to Auni Eldis. Thank you, Auni. I appreciate that. And also Margaret Leach. Margaret thinks European leaders want a piece of Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine will be a lot smaller in territory. I haven't heard any European leaders say they want a piece of Ukraine. That's what Margaret thinks, though. Hey, Margaret Leach, thank you for your support. She said Russia and Ukraine. Thanks, Crease19, who says, sit back and get your popcorn for the show. Thanks, Groovy Goose, our member. Steady Dreamin' says, I bet he wears a suit this time. Axios was reporting that the White House had asked about him wearing a suit. Oh, the Wall Street Journal also reports that the White House has asked that he wear a suit and tie. Axios reported that the White House asked Ukraine if Zelensky could wear a suit.
Yeah, no, we'll be fine.
Axios is reporting that Zelensky will wear the same black jacket he wore to the NATO summit in June. A suit style, but not a full suit. That's what Axios is reporting. Molly Morgan says, I've never seen Z in a suit and tie. Oh, we got the shot back from the Ukrainian embassy. Hold on, I got the Ukrainian embassy shot back. Hey guys, it's the Ukrainian embassy in Washington, D.C. I believe Zelensky and European leaders are supposed to be meeting there before going to the White House. I think they're there right now. That's the Ukrainian embassy in Washington, D.C. Is there volume on that shot? Hold on. There we go. There's the volume for the Ukrainian embassy shot. Wow. You might hear some noise in the background. There's some repairs going on outside today on the street. So I apologize for any kind of repair noise you hear. I can't control it. What is this? Hang on a second here. I got to check something. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. I got to check something. I got to check something. Who is this? Oh, I see. Nothing I need to worry about right now. I can't hear the music on this. I don't want to do the music. So at some point, I believe we're going to see. I believe the European leaders are meeting with Zelensky there right now, and they're supposed to go to the White House and arrive at the White House at noon. So at some point, we're going to see European leaders come out of that door, I think. That's my understanding. Hey, thank you to Philip Menezes. Thank you, Philip. I appreciate that. Yeah, Philip, all I know about that Tom Alexandrovich thing is what I showed you the State Department said earlier. I'll have to look up that when I have a second. Thank you, Philip from Australia. Really appreciate it. Also, Laura G., thanks for the memberships. Thanks, Raphael Legond, who thinks today is the last day of Zelensky as we know it? What are you predicting, Raphael? Raphael thinks USA will present an ultimatum to EU leaders to back down or US will take actions. Against whom, Raphael? Thank you, Raphael, for your support. The meeting with Trump and Zelensky, Zelensky's supposed to arrive at the White House at 1 Eastern time. That's what I have the clock on there. Yes, the European leaders are there, who are there include the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, Italian Prime Minister Meloni, French President Macron, British Prime Minister Starmer, German Chancellor Merz, Finnish President Stubb. They're all there, and the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, will be participating in the meeting. I don't know if he's going to be physically in D.C., Mark Rutte. The reporter, the foreign pool reporter, Sonia Duridi, said that the gathering of so many European leaders at the White House on the same day and with such limited notice appears to be without precedent in recent times. Keep an eye on the door there. I'm going to give you some other background too. I see some people coming out. There are people coming out of the embassy. I can't play the music. Oops. I've been reading some reports today about the Flamingo missile. I don't know much about it. This is a long-range cruise missile that Ukraine is supposedly developing. These Flamingo missiles that Ukraine is developing, according to Ukrainian state media, have a strike range of up to 3,000 kilometers and carry over 1,000 kilograms of explosive payload. They say that they're ready to full-scale produce it. It's no longer a prototype. They say the missile has entered serial production. This is just coming out today. I wonder if this is something where, like, they come out with this information about this Flamingo missile. It seems like interesting timing that they come out with this information that they've developed this long-range cruise missile that they don't need from other countries. They're developing it. They've developed it in Ukraine. Ukraine can produce it while the negotiations are going on. Is it the kind of thing like, hey, Russia, if you don't reach a deal with us soon, we're going to start firing these missiles at you? But that's interesting. They're just talking about that today, the Flamingo missile. I might actually post something about this. The National News Agency of Ukraine is Ukrinform. Hang on one sec here. I think it's an interesting development today. So again, it's interesting. Ukraine today, I believe, has unveiled this long-range missile called the Flamingo missile. And they say it has a range of up to 3,000 kilometers. It can carry over 1,000 kilograms of explosive payload. And the missile has already entered serial production. Yeah, that article's from today, right? 8/18. Anyways, I'll post a link to the Ukrainian state news agency story about the new Flamingo long-range missile that Ukraine says that they just unveiled and said that they've developed, and that they're producing domestically. And again, this news, the timing is they're revealing this as these negotiations are going on with Russia. Anyways, I thought that was interesting. So, sorry, I took a second to, I just saw it. Yeah, I have access. One of our viewers mentioned footage of it. There's footage of it. Tartaragami UA also posted supposed video of it. A Ukrainian outlet claims the missile has already been used. I'll post a link to that post as well. So the reason that's important is that, you know, Ukraine has been relying on other countries for long-range missiles. And when they rely on other countries for long-range missiles, they have to only use the missiles in the way that the other countries approve. So if Ukraine did have lots of long-range missiles that they could use any way they wanted, that would be a big deal. Now, I don't know how many they're really producing, and I can't confirm the details of that missile. Lars Walter says Flamingo is the least scary name for a missile. Sorry, I'm going to get you guys some updates about this. There have been some news I've been following, like the missile that I wanted to mention. Oh, by the way, Tom Alexandrovich, who some of you have asked about, is a senior official in Israel's National Cyber Directorate. That's according to Times of Israel. Where is that State Department post? Oh, there's a car pulling up. What's happening here? Sorry, so what I was mentioning is, again, some of our viewers have mentioned, I'm not going to really get into this in detail, but just another story I'm becoming aware of and following. This senior Israeli cyber official, Tom Alexandrovich, was arrested in Las Vegas for charges related to soliciting sex electronically from a minor, according to the U.S. State Department. He did not claim a diplomatic immunity and was released by a state judge pending a court date. So he was released. Any claims that the U.S. government intervened are false, says the U.S. State Department. According to the Times of Israel, he is a senior Israeli cyber official. Anyways, I'm just updating some of you because I heard some people talk about that story. All right, hold on a second here. Let's get back to the story at hand. Let's get back to the story at hand. There's a lot going on. Oh, by the way, hey, thanks so much to Scruffy Huffy for your support on Patreon. That's very kind of you, Scruffy Huffy. Thank you. Let me give you a little background about what's going on today. All right, so again, it is 11:32 a.m. From my understanding, according to AFP, is that European leaders are with Zelensky at the Ukrainian embassy right now. That's why this camera is there. And soon, the European leaders are going to head over to the White House because they're supposed to get to the White House at noon. You can see there's a limo in front there, or limo SUV or whatever you call that thing. So, and the European leaders who are supposed to be with Zelensky today are European Commission President von der Leyen, Italian Prime Minister Meloni, French President Macron, British Prime Minister Starmer, German Chancellor Merz, Finnish President Stubb. And the NATO Secretary General is supposed to be meeting as well, but I don't know if he's there or out of town. So since the European leaders are supposed to be at the White House in 26 minutes, I would expect that they would leave the embassy soon. And then Zelensky, so they're supposed to go and they're supposed to get to the White House at noon, and I guess probably talk to Trump beforehand, but then Zelensky's supposed to show up at the White House at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And they're going to be meeting today to discuss, remember Trump had a summit with Putin back on Friday. We don't know in detail what they talked about, but they certainly talked about, the focus was the war in Ukraine and whether a peace deal could be reached and what kind of terms Russia was looking for. And President Trump and European leaders are trying to help Zelensky and Putin reach a deal to end the war. But we did a bunch of coverage on this yesterday. It's unclear that there's going to be a set of terms that both sides are going to find agreeable. Hey, I owe a couple thank yous here, by the way. Hang on. Thank you to Weaselman, our member. Donna Smith, thanks for the gift memberships, Donna Smith. Thanks also to Lola P. That's really nice of you for the memberships. Thanks, Momo, for being a new member. Thank you, Dalton Ray, who says, don't forget that while the world leaders talk to each other, young men are still being sent to die horribly on the front lines. Well, look, various leaders have said that they want the killing to stop. I'm guessing all of these leaders have said that at some point. All the European leaders and Zelensky, I'm pretty confident they've all said that at some point, in Trump. So, but it has not been able to. It has not stopped yet. It's been going on. This war has been going on, this specific one, for 3.5 years. Thank you, Dalton Ray, Lidwine, Elizabeth. Lidwine is excited that Mark Rutte will be in on the meeting. Thanks, Raphael Legond, who thinks U.S. is done with this war and wants to move on. Thank you. Thank you, Marky B. Yeah. Colorful 365. Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda says lots of activity in that embassy today for sure. Big goings on. Hey, thanks so much, Crazy Yoda. That's really nice of you. Also, Dwayne Llewellyn. Thanks so much, Dwayne Llewellyn, for the memberships. Dwayne gave 20 people memberships. That's really nice of you, Dwayne. Make sure you thank Dwayne or somebody else if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. Thank you, Deus Vult. Thank you, Deus Vult. Deus Volt claims Russian soldiers are now flying American flags. Plenty of videos on Twitter. I haven't seen those videos yet. I'm not sure if those videos are legit. I'll have to look around later and see what I see. I have not heard any of that reporting. But thank you, Deus Volt. Also, thanks to R4Full. Rawful for subscribing on Twitch. And Guy from the 207. Dive the 207 says that Putin got to ride in the beast and gets a flyby, and Zelensky gets admonished for not wearing a suit. Thank you also, Cubat, for subscribing, Shocky for subscribing, Jax Haku for subscribing, and Temi Dank. Thanks for the memberships, Temi Dank. That's really nice of you. Thank you, Temi Dank. Hey, and also thank you to very much to Richard. Is it L.A. Laux? Low? L-A-U-X? Thanks, Richard. Much appreciated, Richard. Hey, let me shout out our moderators real quick. The moderators are the reason that we can have the chat rooms today, as usual. They're the reasons we can always have the chat rooms. Carms, BZ, Janet B over there on YouTube, thank you so much. Beth Mythical, they're moderating on YouTube right now, thank you. Over on Twitch, DeBears, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Sarah, and Papa Bear. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. K. Lowry Body, Margaret Riley on Facebook, thank you. Melissa Terry, our viewer, says you can't play fair with a cheater like Putin. Christy Harrington says, I would not trust Russia talking of ending it. There certainly is a question as to whether if Russia signed a peace deal, whether they would stick to it. This is why Ukraine wants security guarantees. They want part of the deal to be some kind of guarantee from Europe and the U.S. that they will get supported militarily if Russia breaks the treaty and attacks Ukraine again. Hey, thanks, Tonya Bologna, for your support. Tonya Bologna says, here's to hoping they don't argue this time. I'm guessing most of you remember when Putin last visited the White House, what happened then. That was the big yelling argument where Trump and J.D. Vance were verbally attacking Zelensky. Again, this is the Ukrainian embassy in D.C. where, according to AFP, Putin and European leaders are meeting. Putin, I'm sorry. Zelensky. It'd be something if Putin was at the Ukrainian embassy. Zelensky and European leaders are meeting before they head over to the White House. And the European leaders will be heading over first, probably quite soon. Oh, by the way, there's a post from President Trump from about an hour and a half ago. Here is what President Trump wrote about an hour and a half ago. Oops, it's not all fitting. He wrote, I've settled 6 wars in 6 months. One of them a possible nuclear, He said, I've settled 6 wars in 6 months, one of them a possible nuclear disaster, and yet I have to read and listen to the Wall Street Journal and many others who don't have a clue tell me everything that I am doing wrong on the Russia-Ukraine mess. That is sleepy Joe Biden's war, not mine. I'm only here to stop it, not to prosecute it any further. It would have never happened if I was president. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I don't need the advice of people who have been working on all of these conflicts for years and were never able to do a thing to stop them. They are stupid people with no common sense, intelligence, or understanding, and they only make the current Russia-Ukraine disaster more difficult to fix. Despite all of my lightweight and very jealous critics, I'll get it done. I always do. President DJT. That is from an hour and a half ago. By the way, I do apologize for there's a bit of noise today because outside, I can't do anything about it. There's repairs going on the street. So that's not a common occurrence, but there is some noise periodically. About once an hour, they've been jackhammering. So I think there's jackhammering going on right now. But that should not be a constant. So I do apologize. By the way, when we're watching the video, like of the meeting, you won't be able to hear it at all because I'll just cut off my microphone. Anyways, I'm sorry. Hey, thanks to Ernest Carnell, who says, Ernest thinks it's time for the U.S. and European leaders to form a unified coalition to stand up against Russian military aggression. Thanks, Ernest, for your support. Super nice of you. Thanks, Taylor CCMG, our new member. Jenna T, thank you. Jenna T thinks Zelensky and Ukraine are corrupt. So right now it is 11:42. The guy at the door is checking his watch. We also have a shot of the White House, by the way. Which you'll see in a second. That's the White House. That's not the Ukrainian embassy. That's the White House. So we're keeping an eye on the White House. But we're waiting to see the European leaders walk out of the Ukrainian embassy to head over to the White House. That should be the next big step we see. J-Rod says, I can't wait for the meeting to get started. Oh, Robert S. Jordan, that's so nice of you. Wow, thanks, Robert. Robert thinks Russia can't even make peace with their neighbors over the 4 islands near Hokkaido. No peace treaty between Japan and Russia. So what makes you think they will get peace between Russia and Ukraine? Look up the Treaty of Shimoda. That's what Robert said. Robert S. Jordan, that's so kind of you. Thank you. Let me read you a little background from AP about the meeting today. AP says, Ukraine's future could hinge on a hastily assembled meeting Monday at the White House, as Ukrainian President Zelensky brings an extraordinary cadre of European leaders with him to show U.S. President Trump a united front against Russia. I mean, I guess in theory, Ukraine's future could hinge on the meeting. I don't know. I mean, another thing that could happen is negotiations could take 4 months, and then there could be no deal at the end of it. So I certainly think it's an important meeting, but it's just not the case that all the negotiating needs to go on today. Also, President Trump spoke. He has been speaking to the Europeans, and he spoke to Zelensky after the summit. It's not like they can't talk. It's not like this is the only time they can talk. So, again, I think it's a quite important meeting, but, you know, and to be fair, AP said could. They didn't say definitely would. But I just want to, you know, keep the perspective here that it's not necessarily, the whole fate of the world does not necessarily get decided in the meeting at the White House today. AP says the European political heavy hitters who are there today were left out of Trump's summit with President Putin Friday, and they are looking to safeguard Ukraine and the continent from any widening aggression from Moscow. They say, AP says, many of Europe's leaders are descending on Washington with the explicit goal of protecting Ukraine's interests, a rare and sweeping show of diplomatic force. You know, something else to keep in mind is I've read a lot of analysis that says Europe, it's not just about wanting to have Ukraine be protected. European countries are worried that if Russia defeats Ukraine, a European country might be next. Maybe one of the European countries that used to be in the US, maybe one of the NATO countries that used to be in the USSR or used to be in the Warsaw Pact alliance with the USSR. Curly Greenleaf says Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, just to name a few. So, it's not just about Ukraine in and of itself for Europe. as the article said, they're trying to safeguard the continent from any widening aggression from Moscow. Temi Dank, thank you. Have you heard anything about the state of the front lines in their relation to this meeting? They may try to take advantageous positions going in. Well, like, I mean, for example, there was this breakout in the Donetsk region where some Russian forces advanced, I think last week, about 10 miles or so. And then I've seen reports that Ukraine had been taking some of that land back. But yeah, I mean, something, there's been this question as to whether Russia would be trying to make a certain push. I believe there's been speculation about that. Is that some certain push they were making before the negotiations to try to get more land? So I don't know. I mean, I'm not aware that there's been some huge offensive, just orders of magnitude difference than happened before in the last few weeks that Russia did to gain territory. I mean, I don't know that they've been holding back a lot, Russia, in this war. So, I mean, certainly what you might see eventually in a deal is some kind of freezing along the current lines. So either country would want to take territory if they could before a deal. But I don't have any kind of special expert perspective on whether Russia has been doing much different over, say, the last month or two, just to gain more territory that they weren't doing anyway, because already they've been trying to gain territory. But thank you, Temi Dank. It's an interesting question. I appreciate it, Temi Dank. Thanks for your support. Also, thanks, Mr. Shovel 1968 from Denmark. Sue Ellen Peters, thanks for your support. Jake's Online. Jake's Online did not like that Trump was clapping for Putin. Jake's Online also mentioned that Russia launched a Russian strike hit Kharkiv last night. Yeah, Russia, we were on the air. Russia launched air attacks, which they commonly do, on Ukraine last night. Because we were reporting in real time about that when we were on yesterday, about drones and missiles hitting Ukraine. Reuters reports that a Russian attack, 7 were killed in an overnight drone strike in Kharkiv. I don't know if it was all. Yeah, and 3 people were killed in a missile strike in Zaporizhia in Ukraine, just in the last day. So the Russian strikes still go on. Thank you, Jake's Online. Hey guys, it's 11:50. So the schedule says, the White House schedule says that European leaders are supposed to go to the White House and be there at noon. So that would mean the European leaders would be leaving the Ukrainian embassy soon, where they're talking with Zelensky, and head over to the White House. So really at any moment now, we should see them come out, the European leaders come out of the Ukrainian embassy. I put the volume on. I feel like that volume is, I think that camera is like inside somewhere. So we have our eye on the door there, waiting for the European leaders to walk out, to head over to the White House, which is supposed to happen soon. I think the audio, the audio I think is near the camera, and it sounds like the camera's in the building across the street. So I don't know, maybe the camera's in a restaurant or something, I don't know, or a cafe. Thanks, Matthew Felty. Matthew, I have to confess, I don't really know what you're referring to. Matthew. Thank you also, Tim Glenn. Our viewer Tim Glenn says it may sound unpopular, but Ukraine's borders were arbitrarily drawn up during USSR. They can be redrawn today for the sake of ending war. That's what Tim Glenn said. Well, I don't know if Ukraine and Europe and the US are going to be supportive of arbitrarily redrawing Ukraine's borders. Also, Ukraine would need to, again, Ukraine would be a party to this deal. So, but maybe you're more referring to Ukraine acknowledging that Russia has taken over some of it by force. Look, there's talk that Ukraine could do something where they acknowledge that Russia is in control of certain of its land without saying that Russia now legally controls that land. It's acknowledging it versus agreeing, okay, now it's part of Russia. So they could do something like, I can't imagine that Ukraine is going to sign some deal that says, okay, we officially agree that this, oh, hold on a second here. We're seeing movement at the door. But if Ukraine acknowledges that Russia controls that land, then maybe at a certain point it never goes back to Ukraine. Hey, I think the European leaders are about to come out. Let's watch this. Thank you again, Tim Glenn. Oh, hold on. Hold on. We're seeing leaders come out. Did Mark Rutte just come out? Did we just see Mark Rutte? Guys, I thought we did. But maybe I'm wrong. I think we just saw Mark Rutte. He is from the Netherlands. He's the Secretary General of NATO. I think we just saw him come out. People in chat are saying yes. So we just saw Mark Rutte come out, who is the Secretary General of NATO. So he's going to be heading over to the White House. Let's see who else we see. The European leaders are coming out. They are coming out now to go to the White House. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right. Let's see how Wikipedia pronounces it. Mark Rutte.
Mark Rutte.
There you go. That's from Wikipedia. Mark Rutte. Okay, so again, the first of the European leaders. Oh, also I have a report. President Macron landed at Dulles Air Force Base at 11:26 a.m., a half an hour ago. So President Macron is not there. That's from Sonia Duriti, White House press pool. So President Macron is not at the Ukrainian embassy. President Macron is heading directly to the White House. Okay. Now, we have a shot of the White House too. You know what I got to do? Here's what I'm going to do. Hold on a second. Here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to get this going. We got to get two cameras on the screen. Hang on. There we go. Here we go. So we got the White House and we got the Ukrainian embassy. Who's coming now? Who's coming out now? Somebody else coming out? So again, Macron will be going straight to the White House. Hey, thanks, Sydney, for the gift memberships. That's so nice of you. So we got the White House in the corner. Let me do this real quick. I'm going to move this caption down here. Then move this up here. Oh, what's happening? See what we're doing here? Now what? What's happening now? See, we got the car in front of the building waiting. The cars are waiting for the European leaders to come out and head over to the White House. So much drama. Thanks, Weasel Man, for the memberships. Thank you, Weasel Man. Much appreciated. Hang on a moment. Oh, I got so many cameras today. There's a lot of cameras, which is good. This is a good thing. I got another camera too. Look, it's a third camera. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. It's another camera from the White House. Too many cameras. Oh, there's Ursula von der Leyen right there. The European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, just came out. See? There she is. Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission President, is heading over to the White House. All right, so Mark Rutte has left. Ursula von der Leyen has left. We're waiting for Prime Minister Starmer of the UK, I believe, is still in there. Prime Minister Stubb of Finland, or is he the president? Is he the president? I forget. Alexander Stubb, who is the president of Finland, is there. I believe he's in there. Giorgia Meloni, who is the Prime Minister of Italy, is there. Now, what will happen if one of them gets to the White House, and we might have at the same time people leaving the embassy and people getting to the White House? Oh, guys, there's a lot going on right now. There's a lot happening. Trying to keep it all under control and all on the screen for you. Doing the best I can. Somebody else is coming out. I think it's that guy. Now remember, Zelensky is going over to the White House at 1. Although things are a little behind schedule now because the European leaders were supposed to start getting to the White House at noon, but it's after noon right now. Once Stubb and Maloney and Starmer leave, then we can go full screen on the White House. Oh, thank you, that Anthony Carl. Thank you. Anthony says he's been watching the streams. He was started watching when the Ukraine war started. He said, cool, kind of cool. I'm watching today, he said, when it hopefully ends. I got to admit, Anthony, I'd be really surprised if we got a peace deal today. I mean, I'd be happy about it. But we'll just have to see. Maybe it can make, if not a deal, maybe progress towards a deal. Hey, thanks to Anthony Carl. That's very nice of you, Anthony. Garden and Jungle says the war started in 2014. Yeah, I mean, I think when people say 2022, they're referring to the big invasion. I mean, you know, Russia took Crimea by force in 2014. Thanks. I'll say 7 Destroyer. 7 Destroyer. Thanks for your support from Europe. All right. So I don't know. It's possible that people will start showing up at the White House while the other people are leaving from the embassy. Thanks, Tenzin Jigma. Thanks, Tenzin. Also, Tim Glenn. Thank you, Tim. And the one and only our member. And Adam Farmer. Adam says, USA borders are arbitrarily drawn. Let's redraw it. Thank you, Adam. Thank you also, Sean Gomes, as well. All right, we see some activity at the Ukrainian embassy there on the live shot. R. Waltz says, what if Russia wants Alaska back? I have not heard that's one of Putin's demands. So we are waiting for the rest of the European leaders to leave the Ukrainian embassy, and then they are heading over to the White House. And somebody else, we're waiting for Prime Minister Starmer to come out of the embassy. Prime Minister Maloney of Italy. And hold on a second here. Finnish President Stubb. Thanks to Beth Smith and also Chris Canada, Quebec City. Chris is a fan of Maloney. Thank you both. Thanks Who Shot JR, Guy from the 207 on Twitch. Bartleby Finnegan on Twitch, thank you. I don't know if the European leaders who'd already left are waiting for the other European leaders and they're all going to arrive at the White House at once. Because we did see Mark Rutte and Ursula von der Leyen already leave the embassy. Hey, thanks, Kelly Smith. I appreciate that, Kelly Smith. Thanks for your support. Oh, and Ermi T gave 20 people memberships. Hey, that's really nice of you, Ermi. Make sure you thank Ermi T if you got a membership from Ermi. Thank you. Aristotle or Plato, you got to respect the rules of the chat, but thank you. All right, what's happening? People are coming out. People are coming out. Well, now the door's closing. Toodles says things are happening. Are a happening. Hey, Lily Palmer. Thank you, Lily. Thank you. So we got our eyes on the White House. We got our eyes on the Ukrainian embassy. We're waiting for the rest of the European leaders to leave the Ukrainian embassy. I don't know if my clock on Zelensky is going to be accurate, by the way, because things are behind schedule now. The European leaders were supposed to get to the White House at noon. Okay, what's happening now? Somebody's coming out? Is it Starmer? Is it Stubb? Is it Maloney? Is it none of them? There's Keir Starmer! Prime Minister of the UK, Keir Starmer, is coming out right now. You just saw him. Hey, that was Keir Starmer, guys. We just saw Keir Starmer. Okay. All right, so he's out. He's out of there. So we're waiting for Prime Minister Stubb and Prime Minister Maloney. Thanks to Bob Newth. Thank you, Bob. And Weaselman, thank you. And Faustina from Norway. And Tim Glenn as well. Thanks, Tim Glenn, for your support. I appreciate that. Thank you. And Faustina. So, by my count, the two leaders we're waiting for to leave the embassy, because Zelensky's not leaving, I think, yet. I think Zelensky's going to leave after. They're supposed to get over there first, and then Zelensky leaves after. So, Prime Minister Maloney of Italy and Prime Minister Stubb of Finland. Those are the two we're waiting for. Thank you. Anchors Away. Anchors Away says, if Florida were invaded, would we be willing to give it up for peace? Oh, no, I forgot. Oh, I forgot one. Linda R. is right. Chancellor Merz of Germany. I forgot about Chancellor Merz. Sorry. He's supposed to be there too. My bad. I forgot about him. So Merz, Stubb, and Maloney. We're waiting for all them. Macron is going directly. He's not at the, he was going directly from the airport to the White House. See if I have any other updates here. Hold on a moment. Haven't seen anyone show up at the White House yet on the White House cams. I'm guessing maybe the European leaders will all show up at the same time there, but I don't know for sure. Thank you, Ernest Cannell. Ernest thinks that Russia's future is being decided. You have those soldiers standing there waiting at the White House there on the right. Yes, a good point from, I don't know if that's the standard. A good point, though, from one of our viewers who pointed out, Annie said that you can see the red carpet on the right side, on the right shot. There is a red carpet there. People are asking if Zelensky will wear a suit. Axios had reported that the White House had wanted him to wear a suit, and they said he was heard that he was gonna wear some kind of black jacket thing that he wore, I think, to the NATO summit, maybe in June, I think. According to Axios, yes, they say he's going to be wearing the black jacket he wore to the NATO summit in June. They also reported that Trump supposedly is okay with that outfit. They said when he wore that black jacket in June, it was the first time Zelensky had worn a business-style jacket since the invasion in 2022. Hold on. Oh, somebody's arriving. Oh, no, Mark Rutte's arriving. Oh, my gosh. Too much is happening. Too much is happening. Where's my mouse? There's Mark Rutte. On the lower right there. Mark Rutte's arriving. Look, he's walking in. There he is. Mark Rutte of NATO. Okay, he's there. All right. So he just arrived. Sorry, there's a lot going on here. I almost missed it. Secretary General of NATO. So, okay, I guess they're not all going over together. They're leaving one by one and they're just heading over there. All right, what's next? Mers, Stubb, Maloney. Did I miss somebody? Did I miss somebody who just came out? Some people are saying Maloney. Oh, was Maloney there? I didn't even see. I was looking at a guy and thinking like, wait, who's that? And I completely missed who else came out. I'll have to replay it. Hang on. Yeah, I know Rutte arrived. Oh, I got all confused. Hold on. Hang on. Yeah, I know Rutte arrived. You can hear two of me for a second. I'm replaying it right here for myself. Oh, okay. I see now. At the bottom. Maloney. Okay. You know, I'm sorry. She was partially covered up by the... Maloney was partial... let me show you Maloney. I'm going to show you guys. I'll show you. Do you want to see? Oh, hold on. Somebody's showing up now. Somebody is showing up at the White House. Let's make that big. Okay, Ursula von der Leyen is showing up at the White House. There's Ursula von der Leyen of the European Commission. She is at the White House. She's showing up right now. I'll replay Maloney in a second, but she is walking in to the White House. Okay, so she's in there now. Now, let's keep our, so Maloney left. Hold on, let's not, somebody else is going to leave in a second. Can I get Maloney if I rewind this? Hold on. Watch what I do here. Let's get Maloney leaving. Hold on. Right here. Coming up. This was a moment ago. Was this when? This is Maloney. There she is right there. Hold on. Watch. You'll see. Right there. I believe that is Prime Minister Maloney at the bottom there. Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom of your screen. Right there. Is that Maloney right there? Okay. That was moments ago. All right, now we're back up to live. People are saying yes in the chat. Sorry, I missed it initially. All right, somebody else. We're waiting for Chancellor Merz of Germany, and we're waiting for Prime Minister Stubb of Finland to leave the embassy. And then we're also showing you as they show up at the White House. Now, I'm confused. Well, the lower left is the idea that this camera on the lower left, is that the one Zelensky's going to show up at? But he's not. The camera on the right is where the European leaders are showing up. Because I haven't seen the European leaders show up on the left camera. Starmer already left. So we have the Prime Minister of Finland and we have the Chancellor of Germany. Those are the two we're waiting for to come out of there. All right, let's see here. Oh, this is Stubb. That's Prime Minister Stubb of Finland, right? Maybe some of our Finnish viewers can confirm. I believe that was Prime Minister Stubb of Finland who just walked out. Oh, is it President? I'm sorry. President Stubb. President Stubb, my bad. President Stubb. That was President Stubb. Sorry, I said Prime Minister. Oh, wait, somebody else is coming. Somebody else is showing up. Oh, no. It's Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer's there. It's Keir Starmer showing up at the White House. Look, there he is. I believe that it's Monica Crowley, I believe head of protocol, who's greeting people. There's Keir Starmer. So Keir Starmer just got to the White House, UK Prime Minister. He just got there. He just walked in. Fine. Okay, so the last person coming out, because I don't think Zelensky's coming out yet, but we should be seeing Chancellor Merz of Germany coming out of the embassy now. So again, I believe he's the last one for the moment. And one by one, people are showing up at the White House. Thank you for being with us for our coverage of the Zelensky meeting with Trump and the European leaders meeting with Trump as well. Shout out to our moderators again. Want to shout them out. Beth Mythical on YouTube, thank you. Ruth Krafasi, thank you. By the way, thanks also Regenerated Zed for your support. Regenerated Zed. And Lars Wolter. Thanks, Lars Wolter, for your support. And DS. And Aristotle or Plato. And PA Jeeper 420. Uh-oh, what's happening? PA Jeeper 420. They closed the gate. Huh. Well, the gate just closed. So for now, maybe people are done leaving. He's locking the gate. I didn't see, did Merz ever leave? Okay, the gate is locked. You know what? I think I'm going to go to this shot now. Why don't we make this the big shot now? You know that? Because for the moment, I don't think anyone else is coming out of that embassy. So we're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do... This is the White House now. Get some volume from this shot, maybe? Let's see.
I got Italy represented right now.
Kushelman thinks Mers is locked in at the embassy. I don't even have that embassy shot anymore. So that the embassy shot is over. That was a good shot though, that embassy shot. Let me just do this. So who will show up next at the White House? We'll see. Thanks to our mods on Twitch, Idaho Star, I got that fire, Sarah and Papa Bear. Thank you. Thanks to Quake Clouds for your support on for subscribing on Twitch. Facebook, our moderators Margaret Riley, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry, Body. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Thank you. Oh, hold on. I have a shot from inside. Breaking news. I have a shot from inside. Wait. What is this? Oh, no, it's a recording. I'm sorry, it's not. I have a video from inside the embassy when Zelensky was meeting with European leaders. Okay, I have I thought it was inside right now, but I do have a video of the European leaders that I'm going to throw up in a second when they were just meeting. It's interesting. So let me, I thought I maybe had a shot of them sitting inside now, which was like, wow, I didn't know I had that. But it's still interesting to see them. Somebody else is showing up. Somebody else is coming. Who do we got? Who do we got?
Ready doors.
Here we go. Ready doors. Ready pop. It's Giorgia Meloni of Italy.
Ready close. Ready shut.
The Italy Prime Minister. There she is.
Yep. Ready two. Ready fish. Finland is next.
Yes. Finland is next. President Stubb is coming next. Hey, thank you to Hello Kolya, who says Zelensky will prevail over Russia. Thanks, Hello Kolya, for your support. I got to get the video for you. I'm going to play it in a second of Zelensky and the European leaders. I got to pull that up here. I'll do that in a second. I can't pull it up yet. I'm hearing sirens. Hey, thanks 7 Destroyer, thank you. Guys, I'm hearing sirens. I'm hearing sirens. Breaking news. Maybe somebody else about to get there. Thank you, the Watch Lister. The Watch Lister, I have not heard that. I have not heard that, the Watch Lister. But if I hear some kind of reliable source, I will mention it. Thank you so much. President Stubb of Finland is next. Oh, Macron I don't think has gotten there yet. Macron was coming from the airport. So it could be Macron at some point. Big doings, guys. Big doings. We should, there's going to be also, we're not going to be able to watch the whole meeting live, but parts of the meetings will be shown. Oh, I see some people setting up. There's some movement on the lower left there, some more journalists showing up on the lower left. So Zelensky's supposed to get there at 29 minutes from now. I wonder if that'll happen. Maybe he will get there by 1. Thank you, One Way Street, who says, I love seeing all the formalities and colors, so unifying and patriotic. Thank you, One Way Street. I really appreciate that. By the way, Carms is moderating too. I might have missed Carms before. And Janet B, thank you. I apologize. There's a bit of noise in the background today because outside where I am, there's a little repair going on. So that you won't hear that noise when we watch the meeting footage, but you might hear a little from time to time. I thought on the way the schedule was written that all of the European leaders were going to arrive at once, but I guess they're staggering it out. So we're waiting for Prime Minister Stubb of Finland, President Stubb of Finland, Chancellor Merz of Germany, and I think we're still waiting for Macron to show up from France. Hold on. We got more things happening. More things are happening. New arrival. Is this going to be President Stubb? I think I see the Finland flag. I think it's going to be President Stubb of Finland.
Ready, 2. Ready, doors.
Ready doors.
Ready, top. Ready, open.
There he is, President Stubb of Finland. Greeted by Monica Crowley at the White House.
Ready, shut.
go. All right.
Ready two, ready face.
Chancellor Merz, I guess, is next. They're bringing in the Finland flag. You see, they just brought in the Finland flag. Oh, they're bringing out the French flag. There's the French flag, right? Am I right? I can't see the top of it. Is Macron next? I think Macron might be next. You guys probably noticed that before, but I didn't notice the other flag before. I think Macron might be next, guys. No, there's no leader of Poland coming. I think they just brought the French tricolor out, and it's there on the left. One of our viewers says, is this visit one of the reasons for the DC cleanup? That I can't tell you. DS says when the Marines are at attention, that's when you know someone is coming. That's what DS said. Thank you, DS, for your support. Thank you to Malcolm Moore for your support, who's in the UK. Thank you, Malcolm, from watching from the UK. Thank you to Gabe Itch from Denmark, who says it's tense. This is tense. Thank you to VV from Europe, who says, let's hope this leads to a just and lasting peace. Thank you. Cyrus the Virus, thanks for being a member. Thanks to everybody for watching. We are waiting, I believe President Macron of France will be showing up next, coming directly from the airport. Thanks so much to Dean Duan. Dean Duan, our viewer, says, no suit and tie, no deal. Wow. Dean is wondering who gets the natural gas fields in eastern Ukraine and the Black Sea, and thinks Russia wants to keep those off the market. Dean says, sad situation for the average person on each side. Thank you so much, Dean Duan. I'm hearing some sirens, guys. Sirens again. The person who is greeting the people as they walk in, the leaders, is Monica Crowley, who is the Chief of Protocol of the United States. We're ready, I think. The Chief of Protocol, Monica Crowley, says Wikipedia, is responsible for advising the President, Vice President, and Secretary of State on matters of national and international diplomatic protocol.
Okay, we're on a tight timeline now. We're going to get on the other side. Okay, copy on that. All right. Well, gotcha. Thank you, Jesse. Thanks for the call.
You want to try your one?
Okay, Brandon. All right, Brandon. Brandon. All right, so we are set to receive.
Gen Xer says this feels like a bigger deal than I originally anticipated.
Okay.
Yes, I believe Macron is next.
Jesse? Okay. Excellent. Excellent. That's great. Thank you. Are you going to take vacation?
No.
Hey, Brandon, sorry about that. Okay, Brandon? Brandon? Brandon? Brandon?
Blissy says this is rather extra. I wasn't expecting all this.
Hello, Brandon.
So Zelensky will show up. Is that the Oval Office door? Zelensky's going to show up on the lower left when he shows up. He won't be showing up the same door. Because the lower left is where the main guests normally show up. So we're waiting for Chancellor Merz of Germany and President Macron of France. And obviously Zelensky. Top Fix says all of this could have been done on a Zoom, waste of taxpayer money. That's what our viewer Top Fix said. Hey, thanks to Sherry Baker. Sherry, that's so kind of you. Sherry thinks America is back 1,000%. Thank you, Sherry Baker. That's very kind of you. Appreciate your support. Oh, here we go. Here he is. I think this is Macron. No, it's not Macron. They switched the flag. It's Germany. It's Chancellor Merz. It's Chancellor Merz of Germany. This is Chancellor Merz of Germany.
Ready doors. Ready pop.
Ready doors, ready pop. There is Chancellor Merz coming out right now. There he is. Chancellor Merz of Germany showed up. Greeted by Monica Crowley.
Ready shut.
All right. Chancellor Merz from Germany is there. I didn't see the Germany flag before. I thought they had the France flag out there. But while I wasn't looking, now there's the France flag, right? Right there. Now they have the tricolor. Okay. There's the France flag. I'm probably pronouncing Merz wrong. I'm sorry if I am. Is it Mertz or something? I gotta look it up. We're waiting for President Macron of France. Mertz, is it? Hey, thanks to Keiru, by the way. Keiru says if a suit and tie really mattered, why didn't they make a big deal about Sergei Lavrov wearing a USSR jumper? Did Lavrov wear the USSR jumper to the actual meeting? That I don't know. He wore it to the venue. So we're waiting for, I believe, the last leader to show up before Zelensky. President Macron of France. He is next. And I'm hearing the sirens. You will see them all when we see them later. Thank you to Night Vibe TV and Clive Stegosaurus.
Hey, Brandon. Yeah, make sure that they're here.
Night Vibe says, "Stop war, thanks." Night Vibe says, "Germany is watching to get in touch with a peace deal with Putin. We have to learn from history in 2 world wars." Thank you, Hello Kolya, again. Thank you, Hello Kolya, so much for your support. I believe the last leader before, and Jonathan, thank you, Jonathan. I believe the last leader before Zelensky will be Macron next. Thank you also, American Rebel 27, who says historical. Thank you, It's Court. Thank you, Void Versus. And Jersey, Texas. Thank you, Jersey, Texas. Thank you, Jason Roach. Thank you, Jason. And iPod. Thank you, iPod. Oh, what happened to this? Sorry. We have the other angle, too. So probably after Macron shows up, we will go to the other camera on the lower left where Zelensky's going to show up. Ooh, that helicopter is loud. Let me just do this. I'm hearing some noise as if maybe somebody is coming. I'm not sure why the camera's pointed up. I think the camera's going to point down soon. The camera's coming back down right now. Oh, I think it's Macron showing up right now. Here is President Macron right now.
Ready? Nope. Ready? Doors.
Ready doors, ready pop.
Ready open.
Already open. There's President Macron of France. He is there.
How are you? Ready? Close. Ready? Shut. Ready? Face. Happy to be here again. Thank you.
He said, "Happy to be here again. Thank you." In English. Did you guys hear that? We heard him
Forward
talk.
march.
said, happy to be here again. Okay, so now we're going to switch to this shot. Now we need to switch to this shot because I think everybody who was going to show up at that door is there. Yeah, see now we'll keep an eye on it. I don't see them replacing that flag. Unless Zelensky's going to drive up there. No, that shot's gone. So now we go to this shot. Now we go to this shot. See. This is how we do it. Guys. Oh my gosh. So many cameras.
Oh wait. Oh, the good hair. The good hair. Wait, which one?
Oh, me, obviously.
The old hair. The handsome, funny look. Yeah, the old hair.
Full head of hair, it's all that matters.
Yeah.
Colors are relative.
Did you get down to New Orleans lately?
Going this weekend.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, my buddy's mom died, so we got a funeral for her.
Sorry to hear that.
And then I'm going for the anniversary, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, guys.
Got a little show at
Wow.
Molly's.
We got a whole, it's a whole event with people arriving
I'm hanging some
and
photos
leaving
at
and
Molly's. For the anniversary.
leaving the embassy and arriving at the White House, and now we are just waiting for Zelensky.
Something to remember it by.
There's one corner that stayed the same at Smalley's, don't you think?
I was just so happy when they got air conditioning. I remember when they didn't have air conditioning.
Yeah.
Cheap death there, aren't you?
Or just short period. Cheating death this one. Finger.
What?
The door is open.
Kenny, y'all done on the south lawn? Yeah.
The door is open. We're waiting for Zelensky to arrive. Thank you to Brianne, our member. Thank you to Crime Trial Addict. Thank you, Crime Trial Addict. I appreciate it.
Jacqueline's coming around to get their spot.
No, I kind of wish they weren't over who? If you can't see it there, let me know. It's for the back row. Let me know. If you can't see, we're going to make it.
No, this should be right.
Thank you, Blank Man. I believe JD Vance will be in the meeting, Blank Man. Thank you.
Go all the way up.
Go to the pink stool.
I mean, I'd be pretty hot. That's up to you, Kenny. I'm not going to sit there and shoot between you and. Okay, I won't lean. Yeah, I won't lean. Is that going to? I'm fine. No, I'm fine.
Keir Starmer already got there. All the European leaders got there. We're just waiting for Zelensky, who was supposed to be the last one. He's supposed to arrive at 1 p.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Ouch. Sorry.
Well, Will's got everything under control in the center part. Guys on the left.
I think I have video of Zelensky and the European leaders from before.
Flags are coming out.
The flags are coming out.
Yeah. Flags coming. I'm great. Yeah, well done.
Hey guys, you want to see the video of Zelensky and European leaders from moments ago?
And at this point,
I'm going to show it to you in a second. All right, check this out. I'm going to put it on the screen now. Here is the video from, this is a little while ago, at the Ukrainian embassy of Zelensky and the European leaders. Hang on. I'm just going to show you right now this video via AFP. Here it is. Check it out.
It's going to be between the two flags. So about
It'll play in a second. There's Maloney and Zelensky and von der Leyen.
That's where they let him out.
There they are at the Ukrainian embassy. Starmer. This was a little earlier. President Stubb. Mark Rutte. This is from the earlier today. That was it.
Craig.
Hang on, it's going to play again just so you can see it. This was earlier before they came over to the White House. Oh, that's what Zelensky is wearing, by the way. For those who are wondering what Zelensky's going to wear, we just saw it. Where is it here? Where is it here? There he is right there. That's what he's wearing. Right there. It's what he... Oh, hold on a second. All right, let's get away from this. We got to go. There's stuff going on. That's going on now. All right, so we saw that. Look at this. The flags are coming over. The flags are coming over. Samurai Conscious says they're walking. Oh, there's more video of them talking that I'll show you in a moment. I think I have other video of them too. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Look at this. Look at this. It's a whole thing. Guys, it's a whole thing.
No. Tragedy struck. Oh, come on.
Do they not want the flags in the camera away? Is that what they're complaining about?
Somebody politely ask, don't everybody yell.
I think the camera people are like, the flags are going to block the view of the door.
Doug, help.
They're not going to...
Nobody's into her face.
He's adjusting. He's adjusting. Put his mark on it first. Doug. Wait.
Doug.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
No.
He's been working with us.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Sarge.
He's still in the way.
They've been good at working
No,
out.
that's can't ask him. No, that's amazing.
Uh-oh.
That is amazing.
Get him out of there.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
They've never done that before.
How's that?
The flags are usually pretty easy. How much he's going to tip this?
They're concerned, I think, still that this flag is going to block the view.
They're not supposed to present unless the vehicle is passing in front of them.
You come up, be careful.
So these guys can hold it. They can. When it's happening, it's all down.
So supposedly Zelensky arrives in 2 minutes. I would not. My clock might not be correct. I mean, my clock gives you 2 minutes until the scheduled arrival time for Zelensky, but I don't know that it's going to be right on schedule.
Anyone gets a clean picture? Congratulations. Yeah.
Otherwise, I was not going to get them. 12:57 now.
They may not. Sometimes they don't grab.
Oh my gosh, it's happening. It's about to happen. The European leaders are there. We're just waiting for Zelensky to arrive.
As long as it's the trees.
There was a red carpet where the European leaders showed up.
Yeah.
I don't see one there. One of our viewers just
If
commented.
you go up, I'm going to have to go up.
They were, but they were just.
It's not a very long walkway there
I think
in the front where the mat
Why
is.
should I be denied?
Huh?
Why should I be denied?
We're happy with you. I mean, you know.
Of course. Of course.
Speak for yourself. Yeah.
What's this?
See? See?
Oh, what? We like it.
This is the I care for you.
Yeah, I care for you.
It's appreciated.
One of our viewers, Titan, said it's like a 2-foot walk.
You get the vending
Yeah,
machine.
face value 3.
All right, in 27 seconds, I'm going to get rid of my clock because
That's hilarious.
Okay, I'm watching. I got it here.
it's going to be 1 p.m. in 10 seconds. And I'm going to remove the clock. Oh, thank you, Kitzel Pie. Thank you, Kitzel Pie. That's really kind of you. Thanks for your support of the channel. All right, guys, we're just about at 1. We're at 1 p.m. Eastern time. That is the designated arrival time. So we'll get rid of the clock.
I am. Okay. I got the game.
Okay, I'm going up to look. Just for a second.
Yeah, how about this one?
Yeah. Oh. It's also a bigger floorboard. Back down, go down.
Put on your ladder to make sure I'm staying.
Oh, you're good.
Any moment. Thanks to SK1B1 for subscribing on Twitch. The Crunch Tickler for subscribing on Twitch. Big Dog Gaming, thanks for your support on Twitch. Red Eye Shell on Twitch. Quake Clouds on Twitch, thank you. Who Shot JR?
Yeah, I'm catching the breeze, bro. You get any breeze
Guy
down
from the
there?
207.
I can break a breeze for you.
Make it flat. It's already flat. It's got to be flat. It's called Gosh and Blur right through it.
Right.
You don't need a filter or bridge.
Right there. Right there.
Just like the
Thanks, Blast Manager, our member Blast Manager.
NFL.
5 minutes.
Oh, you're going to crush it.
Drive in the morning. Well, I think it's going like.
I mean, I'm going to lean a little bit. So
Yeah, I'll probably lean on that.
So,
Laws come by.
I'm assuming that I think it's a safe assumption that we won't obviously be able to watch the whole meeting, but there will be some sort of, he'll arrive and then they'll go inside, and sometimes they do a thing where pretty soon they do an appearance inside, or they could do a thing where they have the meeting and then they do an appearance, but I believe at some point we'll see them all sitting in the Oval Office and with the cameras, but maybe that'll be after the meeting. I hope they do.
That's easy for him.
We'll just have to see. Irving says, got to do. So, no, I don't want to read what Irving just said. Thank you to Johan Wiebach from Sweden. Thank you, Johan Wiebach. And I don't know if we're going to have, like, at some point, the European leaders will just do their own appearance or something. Who knows? Thanks, Jakubowski. Mick Riley, our member. Kina, our member. I don't even know if we'll get specifics from them today about what they discuss. Maybe it'll be like the summit where they don't really tell you. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they come out and say, we're not going to give you specifics of what we talked about. Thank you, T. Morgan. Thanks, T. Zelensky's name is spelled a couple different ways. A lot of media outlets in the U.S. spell it with one Y. Some outlets spell it with two Ys. I have gone with one Y. But I am watching several news channels now. They have it spelled different ways. Thank you, Ada60. Thank you, Ada60.
Or it could be chatting.
And they're waiting for the signal to come on in.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, he's chatting with the European guys.
Yeah. No, he's at McDonald's after one. He can't get a snack around he gets the time. Right.
I hear sirens.
Oh, I'm seeing on one of the news channels they're showing footage of his car going through the street.
Got the point. Maybe drones.
So I assume that means he's arriving soon. Yeah, a couple of the news channels have footage of the street.
We're shooting at it yet, so it's going to be first.
You can see the Ukrainian flag. This is the West Wing, the West Wing entrance. Hey, thanks so much to Barani Daran, our viewer. Thanks for your support.
Yeah, I've seen theirs now.
Oh, Tampata X says Stubb is going to hold a press conference for Finnish media. I don't know if that'll be in English though. Thanks, Tampata. Urs Wiesendanger, thank you. Also, Gavin Carson. You know, Gavin, there is no press conference scheduled. On the White House schedule, there is no press conference schedule. But it is scheduled that you will see inside the White House the president meeting with Zelensky and the president meeting with European leaders. And sometimes they do this thing where they'll take questions during those appearances, which ends up being like a press conference. I can't guarantee that they'll take questions, but that often happens when you see the shot inside the White House of them all meeting together.
18 minutes. Sergeant Brett. 18 minutes. 18 minutes.
We got about 10 minutes.
No, I mean, it's just whoever was available to go. We're got the first
Great shot.
We're just discussing all the
Bunch has been around the longest. 20-plus years, yeah.
Yeah, I heard one of the people on the video say 18 minutes, but I don't know that that's what he was talking about when Zelensky was arriving. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I didn't know why.
Yeah, somebody will. They're starting, so they just changed position.
2 of the 3 news channels I'm watching say soon, and one says any moment. The gates are opening. They just said the gates are opening. The gates are opening. You hear them? Gate is open. Hey, Alan will too. Thanks so much, Alan will too. The gates are open. You just heard it, guys. The gates are open.
Arrival's happening.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, Cecilia from Norway. Cecilia from Norway. Okay, the camera is panning over. The camera is panning over. Thank you, Pringles VR. We already saw what he was wearing. It's not a suit with a tie. It's like a black suit-like thing. Thank you, Laura Nolan, our member. Thanks to all of our moderators who are moderating. I appreciate it. Oh, thanks on Facebook to MG Mance and April Swartz for the stars on Facebook. MG Mance and April Swartz. All right, guys. Any moment now.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Wait till it's all good. Tom, you're all good. I'll brace myself. It's all good.
I think people from around the world are all paying attention and keeping an eye on this meeting.
All right, here we go.
One of the camera people just said, "Here we go."
Turning in, turning in.
Turning in, turning in. Here we go. Thanks, NMCT. Thank you. Up, the flags are going up. The flags are going up.
Oh, they're holding them up.
That'll work. That'll work.
Oh my gosh. I think it's happening, guys. I think it is happening.
This is way better than
I thought it was happening.
it's like a 15-hour day. Oh, 100%. It's going to be like
Thanks, A to Z. Thank you, A to Z. And Will Horn. Thank you, Will. Guys, the gate is open. The flags are raised. Any moment, Zelensky will be arriving. Hopefully, it goes better than the last Zelensky visit to the White House, which many of you, I'm sure, remember, ended after a meeting with Trump and J.D. Vance, in which there was a bunch of shouting, a bunch of tension.
Sean, you all right?
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
The people are saying, "Here we go."
Check on you, man.
You're doing okay. Okay, see cars. Cars coming in.
Cars are coming in. They're saying cars are coming in.
You will. He's coming. He's coming. He's coming.
He's coming now. Zelensky is arriving now. There is the car. Here we go. Zelensky is arriving at the White House now. There is Trump. There is Trump. Let me get myself off the screen. There's Trump. There they are.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gathered here today.
Focus.
Russia continues to attack civilians in Kharkiv, killing many.
Oh, they didn't really say anything. There you go.
Will you cede land to Russia?
Well, they weren't out there for long. They were not out there for long. I can show you a different shot right now. I'm going to show you a different shot that of the same thing. So hang on. Let me put that on the screen for you. I'm going to show you a different shot. Hang on. Let me get the other shot on the screen for you. I have a different angle that we're going to look at right now. Here it is. Okay, this is moments ago. Hold on. Why is this not behaving? Oh, hold on.
How about you? Yeah, I'm not even. Yes.
Wait a second. Hold on. There, I'm seeing. What am I? Oh, there it is. Here we go. All right, here we go. All right, watch this. I'm going to replay you what happened. Let's watch moments ago. I have a better angle of it now. Here's a different angle of, and I think Trump might have said something. So let's watch this. Sorry, it took me a second to get it on the screen. Here we go. This is moments ago at the White House. You'll be able to see everything better on this shot. Here we go of Zelensky arriving. Hang on. Let's watch what happened. Here. This was moments ago. This was moments ago. Different angle. A little bit of a better shot here. Here's the car coming up. He's smiling. He gave the fist. There's Zelensky. Hello. Oh, nice shot.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gathered here today. Russia continues to attack civilians in Kharkiv, killing many.
You've got to just stop and put peace on the table. Will you cede land to Russia?
He said we love them.
You guys are going to
So he said we love them. He was asked about any message for the Ukrainian people. He said we love them, and then he said thank you, and that was it. Now here's the live shot. Here is the live shot right here. The flags are leaving on the bye flags. The flags are leaving. That's the live shot right there. Flags are gone. Now when do we go inside? There might be an appearance now shortly inside. Oh my gosh, hold on. The White House. We're in the White House. We're there at the White House. We're inside. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Crazy.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have the President of Ukraine with us. We've had a lot of good discussions, a lot of good talks, and I think progress is being made, very, very substantial progress in many ways. We had a good meeting, as you know, just a short while ago with the President of Russia, and I think there's a possibility that something could come out of it, and today's meeting is very important. We have, I guess, the seven very powerful leaders from Europe, and we're going to be meeting with them right after this meeting, and thank you very much for being here, as you know.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. If I can, first of all, thank you for invitation, and thank you very much for your efforts, personal efforts to stop killings and stop this war. Thank you, and using this opportunity, many thanks to your wife, First Lady of the United States. She sent a letter to Putin about our children, abducted children, and my wife, she, First Lady of Ukraine, she gave the letter. It's not to you, to your wife.
Oh, I want it.
Yeah. So we are saying this sensitive topic, yes, please. And thanks to our partners, and that you supported this format, that after our meeting we can have leaders who are around us, UK, France, Germany, Italy, Finland, EU, NATO, I mean all partners around Ukraine supporting us. Thanks them, and thank you very much for invitation.
Thank you very much for being here.
President Trump.
Do you think it's fair?
Yes, Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, President Zelensky, you say in a post on X today, Russia must end this war, which it itself started. President Trump, you say President Zelensky of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to. Which is it?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think we're going to have a meeting. I think if everything works out well today, we'll have a trilat. And I think there will be a reasonable chance of ending the war when we do that.
And is this the end of the road for American support for Ukraine? Is today's meeting deal or no deal?
I can never say that. It's never the end of the road. People are being killed, and we want to stop that. So I would not say it's the end of the road. No, I think we have a good chance of doing it. It's been almost 4 years now that a lot of people were killed last week. A lot of people last week. I mean, millions of people killed, but a lot of people last week for whatever reason. A big number, a lot of soldiers, on both sides. And I know the president, I know myself, and I believe Vladimir Putin wants to see it ended.
And as you met with Putin on Friday, today you've got President Zelensky here. As you listen to Russia and Ukraine, which side has the better cards? Right?
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just here to be, look, this isn't my war, this is Joe Biden's war. He's the one that had a lot to do with this happening, and we want to get it ended. And we want it to end good for everybody. We want it to end good. The people of Ukraine have suffered incredibly.
And to that point, President Zelensky, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple years, or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Thank you for your question. So, first of all, we live under each day attacks. That today have been a lot of attacks and a lot of wounded people. And a child was dead, small one 1.5 years So we need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners. And we will do our best for this. So, and I think we show that we are strong people, and we supported the idea of the United States, personally of President Trump, to stop this war, to make a diplomatic way of finishing this war. And we are ready for trilateral, as President said. This is a good signal about trilateral. I think this is very good. Thank you.
Mr. President,
yes, if the peace deal will be achieved, are you going to be willing to send American peacekeepers to Ukraine?
Well, we're going to work with Ukraine, we're going to work with everybody, and we're going to make sure that if there's peace, the peace is going to stay long-term. This is very long-term. We're not talking about a 2-year peace and then we end up in this mess again. We're going to make sure that everything's good. We'll work with Russia, we're going to work with Ukraine, and we're going to make sure it works. And I think if we can get to peace, it's going to work. I have no doubt about it.
Your team has talked about security guarantees. Could that involve U.S. troops? Would you roll that out in the future?
We'll let you know that maybe later today. We're meeting with 7 great leaders of great countries also, and we'll be talking about that. They'll all be involved, but there'll be a lot of help when it comes to security. There's going to be a lot of help. It's going to be good. They are first line of defense because they're there. They're Europe, but we're going to help them out also. We'll be involved.
Mr. President, Vladimir Putin mentioned that the war will not end without addressing the root causes of this war. Have you had an understanding what are the root causes of this war?
Well, look, the war is going to end. When it ends, I can't tell you, but the war is going to end, and this gentleman wants it to end, and Vladimir Putin wants it to end. I think the whole world is tired of it, and we're going to get it ended. It was, you know, I've done 6 wars. I've ended 6 wars, and I thought this maybe would be the easiest one, and it's not the easiest one. It's a tough one. A lot of reasons for it, and they'll be talking about it for a long time, but they'll be talking about the others. Look, India, Pakistan, we're talking about the big places. When you look at, you just take a look at some of these wars. You go to Africa and take a look at that. Rwanda and the Congo, Republic of the Congo. That's been going on for 31 years. And so we've done a total of 6, and we really have 6, not including the fact that we obliterated, and it turned out to be a total obliteration, the nuclear, as you said, the future nuclear capability of Iran. And this one, I think we're going to get solved also. I feel confident we're going to get it solved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you tell us about your conversations with European leaders and what they need to see to support an end to the war?
Yeah, well, we're going to be meeting with a great representative group and 7 very powerful, very big countries, and great people, all friends of mine and friends of yours. And we're going to have some suggestions made. They want to see peace. They would like to see peace.
When did Russia,
you said last night, in the red.
President Trump, do you think it's fair to, for Ukraine and for Russia to achieve a lasting and durable peace if Ukraine cedes its territories that Russia hasn't yet conquered? Do you think it's a fair peace for Ukraine?
We're going to have a lasting peace. Just to answer the first part of your question, we're going to have a lasting peace. I hope it's going to be immediately. I hope it doesn't have to go on. And
achieve a lasting and durable peace if Ukraine cedes its territories that Russia hasn't yet conquered. Do you think it's a fair peace for Ukraine?
we're going to have a lasting peace. Just to answer the first part of your question, we're going to have a lasting peace. I hope it's going to be immediately. I hope it doesn't have to go on. And I think people of the whole world is going to be very happy when that's announced. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you posted on social media, Mr. President, a very touching letter from the First Lady. And the letter was hand-delivered to President Putin. And it calls for an end to the war, essentially, because of the children and the children's future. Why did the First Lady feel that letter was necessary? Was it because she believes that Mr. Putin is the aggressor in the war? is a similar letter being hand-delivered to President Zelensky?
So the First Lady felt very strongly. She's watched the same thing that you watch and that I watch. I see things that you don't get to see, and it's horrible. But when she's got a great love of children, she has a wonderful son that she loves, probably more than anybody, including me. I hate to say it, but she loves her son. She loves children, and she hates to see something like this happening. And that goes for other wars too. I mean, she sees the heartbreak, the parents, the funerals that you see on television. Always funerals. We want to see something other than funerals. No, she felt it was a beautiful letter. It was very well received by him, and she did ask me to say, you know, she would love to see this end. She would love to see it end, and she says it very openly, very proudly, and with great sorrow because so many people have been killed.
Last week,
Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Yes, sir. I've got a question for each of you. First of all, Mr. President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice? That's the one that attacked you last time. See, now he's.
I remember that.
You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
But you are in the same suit. You see, I changed you a lot.
Maybe yours is much better. Real quickly, upon peace, God willing we get peace, are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances. And a little bit, we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, maybe, how to say, we need a truth, yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, in the sea, yeah, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake.
You like this idea?
No. Speaking of news, I got a question for you. This sounds insane for me even to ask this, but do you think the American media really doesn't even want a peace deal because they've been so critical of you every step of the way as you lead the charge for peace?
It's an amazing phenomenon. I said that if in the settlement you got Moscow, St. Petersburg, and thousands of miles around them, they would say, I made a bad deal. The level of hatred and animosity is incredible. Not with all. I mean, we have great people up here. We also have terrible people up there that I think are told what to say. But, you know, in solving all of these wars, they don't even write about it. You know, I saw major wars. I saw wars that have been going on for 31, 35, and 37, and a couple of quicker ones. One that was going to go into a full-blown deal very quickly. You know what the one I'm talking about. It was a big one. But they don't even write about that. No matter what I do, no matter what, and you know, this is not anything to do with you. It's probably to your advantage in a certain way. But no matter what I do, no matter what deal I make, from my standpoint, you'll come out good. Maybe President Putin will come out good. But they'll say, Trump was absolutely horrible. It's just that, and I've lived with that for a long time. I've lived with it since just before the first election. I used to get great publicity. Now I get the worst publicity anyone's ever gotten in office, but I won in a landslide, so that people understand. They're the only ones that count, ultimately. But I've also had great reporters. I've had journalists that are very good. But it's very sad when you do the right thing. As an example, they said, because of the fact that Vladimir Putin came to American soil, this was a tremendous defeat for Donald Trump. No, it was really wonderful that he did it. It was a hard thing for him to do, to be honest with you. It was the opposite of what they said, but they said it. Now, if he didn't come, they'd say that was also bad for Trump. You know, there's no way. And there's just a great dishonesty of the press, and I think that's why it's lost its credibility. You know, its credibility is at an all-time low. We have a thing going on right now in D.C. We went from the most unsafe place anywhere to a place that now friends are calling me up, Democrats are calling me up, and they're saying, sir, I want to thank you. My wife and I went out to dinner last night for the first time in 4 years, and Washington, D.C. is safe, and you did that in 4 days. I'll tell you, it's safe. I had another friend of mine, he has a son who's a great golfer, he's on tour, and he came in 4th yesterday in the big tournament where Scotty Scheffler made the great shot, and he said his son is going to dinner in Washington, D.C. tonight. I said, would you have allowed that to happen a year ago? He said, no way, no way. He said, what you've done is incredible. And I think the people realize it. But the press says, he's a dictator, he's trying to take over. No, all I want is security for our people. But people that haven't gone out to dinner in Washington, D.C. in 2 years are going out to dinner. And the restaurants the last 2 days were busier than they've been in a long time. Thank you for that.
I walked around yesterday with MTG. If you can walk around with DC with MTG and not be attacked, the city is safe.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week you warned of what you called severe consequences if a 30-day ceasefire or any type of ceasefire were not agreed to by Russia. Will there be severe consequences? Does that change because of
I don't think you need a ceasefire. You know, if you look at the 6 deals that I settled this year, they were all at war. I didn't do any ceasefires. And I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand strategically why, well, you know, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and, you know, maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and you know, long-term, long-running wars, I didn't do any ceasefires. Would I like the concept. You know, I like the concept of a ceasefire for one reason, because you'd stop killing people immediately, as opposed to in 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it takes. But we can work a deal where we're working on a peace deal while they're fighting. They have to fight. I wish they could stop. I'd like them to stop. But strategically, that could be a disadvantage for one side or the other. But all of these deals I made without even the mention of the words ceasefire.
Can you explain the decision to offer Ukraine Article 5-like security guarantees, but stop short of pushing for their full membership?
Yeah, well, we haven't done anything on that yet. If you look back and you go back long before President Putin, it was always a statement that they would never allow Ukraine into NATO. So that was a statement that was made, but we haven't discussed any of that yet. We're going to be discussing it today, but we will give them very good protection, very good security. That's part of it. And the people that are waiting for us, they are, I think they're very like-minded. They want to help out also.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Trump. The United States has already given hundreds of billions of dollars to this war effort in Ukraine.
Biden.
At best, it is a stalemate, and the killing continues. So, President Trump, how much more is the United States willing to give Ukraine? And President Zelensky, how much more do you want?
Well, I'll start off just by saying we're not giving anything now. We're selling weapons. This is something before, I guess the number is well over $300 billion. That was under Joe Biden, a corrupt politician, not a smart man, never was. By the way, go back 40 years, he was not a smart man 40 years ago either, but now he's in particular bad. This was done by a corrupt administration that shouldn't have been in, and frankly, if the right results of the election were given, if I were president, this war would have never taken place, and he would have been very happy, because he would have liked to have seen, I mean, they went through hell. He went through hell. This war would have never happened, and the people that were killed, a couple of million people, a lot of people with soldiers and everything else, and the people that have been displaced and forced into other areas and other countries because of what's happened, none of that would have happened. And I'm just saying that he was a horrible president, whether it was the borders or this. He was just a horrible, corrupt president.
Mr. President,
you want to answer?
I can. Thank you so much. So first of all, we have possibility now to buy weapon from the United States. We are thankful for this program and this opportunity. We are thankful for Europe. They pay for this, and through NATO program for Multilateral and etc. We have some programs where we can have some money to finance this, and this is a part, I think, It's not a part for the war and to defend us. It also will be a part for security guarantees, to strengthen our army, to rearm Ukrainian army. This is very, very important. And it depends how much money we need to rearm. For example, the question of air defense, we spoke about it with President Trump, and I'm happy that we have now bilateral decisions and we work on it with production, American production. Nobody in Europe has so many air defense like Patriots, for example. We need it very much, and this is also about defending.
And I think, I think the good news, we make the best military equipment in the world by far. You mentioned the Patriots. How good are they?
Systems.
We have systems, they're literally 100% foolproof. And it's really like shooting two bullets, two bullets hitting each other in the air in a space like this. The chance is 100%. It's 99 to 100%. So we sell the equipment to NATO. And NATO does what, I don't know what the arrangement is that you have with, but I know that they want you to have the equipment. And we're getting the best equipment in the world, but they pay us for the equipment. Under Biden, it was just crazy what was going on. I believe the number is over 300. I think it could be $350 billion worth of equipment and money and everything else. And we've made more progress in settling this war in the last 2 months than they made in 4 years. This should have been settled a long time ago, but it should have never happened. Yeah, please.
You pushed out on social media.
Brian, go first.
You pushed out on social media about doing away with mail-in ballots and potentially electronic voting machines. Can you explain on that? How?
Well, I will. That's a very off-topic. Just really quickly, mail-in ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots. And we, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots. We're going to start with an executive order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots because they're corrupt. And you know that we're the only country in the world, I believe, I may be wrong, but just about the only country in the world that uses them because of what's happened. Massive fraud all over the place. The other thing we want change are the machines. For all of the money they spend, it's approximately 10 times more expensive than paper ballots. And paper ballots are very sophisticated with the watermark paper and everything else. We would get secure elections. We'd get much faster results. The machines, I mean, they say we're going to have the results in 2 weeks. With paper ballots, you have the results that night. Most people, many countries use paper ballots. It's the most secure form. So between paper ballots, very, very important, paper ballots, and I think maybe even more important, the mail-in voting. We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud. If you have mail-in vote, even Jimmy Carter with this commission, they set it up. He said the one thing about mail-in voting, you will never have an honest election if you have mail-in. And it's time that the Republicans get tough and stop it because the Democrats want it. It's the only way they can get elected. Because with men and women's sports and with transgender for everybody and open borders and all of the horrible things, and now the new thing is they love crime. They're fighting me on the fact that I've made Washington, D.C. safe. We're not going to get mugged, beaten up, or killed like all the people you've been watching get so badly hurt. I'm glad, I hate to take your time with this, but I'm glad you asked me that question. We're going to stop mail-in ballots because it's corrupt. You know, when you go to a voting booth and you do it the right way and you go to a state that runs it properly, you go in, they even ask me, they asked me for my license plate, for identity. I said, I don't know if I have it. He said, sir, you have to have it. I was very impressed, actually. But it's very hard to cheat with mail-in voting. As you know what happens in California, it's so corrupt, where some people get 5, 6, 7 ballots delivered to them. Now, we got to stop mail-in voting, and the Republicans have to lead the charge. The Democrats want it because they have horrible policy. If you have mail-in voting, you're not going to have many Democrats get elected. That's bigger than anything having to do with redistricting, believe me. And the Republicans have to get smart. We're not going to have a country. I said for a long time at rallies, you need borders and you need free and fair elections. Those two things. Otherwise, you don't have. We have strong borders now. In 90 days, Mr. President, we didn't have 1, 0, 0 in 3 months. Not one person came in illegally into our country. In fact, even I find that hard to believe, but it's run by a little bit of a liberal group that put out the numbers, so I guess it's, but 0, 0, and 0. You go back a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 millions of people poured into our country. It was terrible. Thank you very much.
What guarantees do you need from President Trump to be able to make a deal? Is it American troops, intelligence, equipment? What is it?
Everything. And really, it includes two parts. First, strong Ukrainian army. That's what I began to discuss with your colleagues. And it's a lot about weapon and then people and training missions and intelligence. And second, we will discuss with our partners. It depends on the big countries, on the United States, on a lot of our friends.
Mr. President, are you willing to commit American troops to that NATO-like protection in order to get President Zelensky to a deal today?
Well, I don't know if you define it that way, but NATO-like, I mean, we're going to give, we have people waiting in another room right now. They're all here from Europe, biggest people in Europe, and they want to give protection. They feel very strongly about it, and we'll help them out with that. I think it's very important. I think it's very important to get the deal done.
You've been involved to the peacekeeping in Ukraine since your first day in the administration. What would you say to the Ukrainian people right now who are suffering under the Russian attacks and hoping that the American people will stand with them?
Well, I know Ukrainian people. I've known many over the years. They're great people. They're smart. They're energetic. They love their country. I mean, they love their country, and we want to get this war ended. That's all I can do. I love the Ukrainian people, but I love all people. I love the Russian people. I love them all. I want to get the war stopped. Very important.
Mr. President, was there any aspect of your discussion with Vladimir Putin that left you disappointed?
Look, we just spoke to, I was just telling the president, I just spoke to President Putin indirectly, and we're going to have a phone call right after these meetings today. And we may or may not have a trilat. If we don't have a trilat, then the fighting continues. And if we do, we have a good chance. I think if we have a trilat, there's a good chance of maybe ending it. But he's expecting my call when we're finished with this meeting. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, so that was President Trump and President Zelensky taking questions. They were taking questions. All right, hold on. We'll have to discuss that. And I think we'll probably hear from them later. Oh, give me a moment here. I'm going to show you right now. Go back to the other camera. Oops. We don't want that camera anymore. We don't have that camera. We got to go to one of the other cameras. We got to go to one of the other cameras. All right, let me get the clock off. Hang on. So they're going to meet now. Oh, here we go. That's outside the camera.
Nice to see you.
All right. All right. So I don't know that we got I don't know that we got many details about what's going to happen. There wasn't a fight between everybody, so that's something. It went better than the first time. Yeah, oh, by the way, some people are talking about on YouTube saying the stream was lagging for you. I apologize if the stream was lagging for some people on YouTube. It was not on my end. I was watching the stream on YouTube. I had no lagging. A bunch of people watching in the chat had no lagging. Unfortunately, it seems like what happens is when there's a big international news event and lots of people are watching YouTube, we've had this before. Sometimes people get lagging, and I apologize. But again, there's nothing I can do because I was not getting any watching it here, and many of our viewers were not getting it. So it's not on my end. I'm guessing it was a YouTube issue, just with you have people around the world watching this thing. So again, I hate when people are getting it. I wish I could fix it, but there's nothing I can do about it here to fix that. Again, I'm sorry. One of our viewers just said stream on Facebook was fine. So, again, I was watching the stream on YouTube during and I didn't have any lagging here. So, again, I apologize that some people are having issues. Oh, this apparently is a shot of people, pro-Ukrainians out there. Where are they? Is this outside the White House? It's in D.C. somewhere. I better put up Washington, D.C. All right, so let me, I want to talk to you guys. We might get more. We haven't even heard from the European leaders yet. So I believe that, I don't know how long they're going to meet for. How long are they going to meet for? I don't even know how long they're meeting for. I can't play the music. I mean, one of our viewers said an hour. I mean, so there's supposed to be a family photo with the president and European leaders at 2:30 p.m., but I don't know that that's going to happen on schedule. Also, let me show you what the schedule says. Let me show you what the schedule says, and then you can tell me what you think about what the timing is going to be on this. But it seems like they're a bit behind on the timing. Hang on a moment here. I got to thank some people too. I definitely have to thank some people, which I will do in a second. Where is the schedule here? I'm putting up on the schedule right now. So this is the schedule. From the White House, okay? So what you see is it says 1 p.m. the president greets the president of Ukraine. All right, that's done. 1:15 the president participates in a bilateral meeting with the president of Ukraine. 2:15 the president greets European leaders. 2:30 the president participates in a family photo with European leaders. 3 p.m. the president participates in a multilateral meeting with European leaders. So, first of all, they've allotted about an hour of time for the meeting with Zelensky. But, I mean, that meeting just started because they were talking to the press. So I don't know how long that's going to go. But it looks like there's supposed to be a separate meeting between Trump and the European leaders and also a family photo with the European leaders. So, and it kind of looks like that later we will have an event where President Trump is sitting with the European leaders and there'll be a camera there like we just had with Zelensky. But I don't know, maybe it's going to change. So, but again, they just started talking because they were there with the press. They haven't had their real meeting yet, Trump and Zelensky. Also, I would think that the European leaders are going to be there with Zelensky when he's meeting with Trump, which is now. Anyways, so how long it'll be before we get more from inside the White House, I don't know. But be a little while because they got to meet. I mean, that's the big thing. They're there to meet. And that's what's going on right now. Let me also thank a couple people. I want to take some comments from you guys. as we look at some pro-Ukrainian demonstrators, marchers, supporters out there right now. Let me also make sure I don't have another camera angle for you. I have a shot of the White House, but that doesn't really tell us much. Oh, I have something else. I have a shot. Stakeout outside the White House? No. Oh, I have a shot of where they're going to take the family photo with European leaders. Wow, that's kind of interesting. I'm going to show you that. I actually have a live shot from the room where they're going to take the family photo. Oh, we're going to have video of that too, by the way. I'm going to put that on the screen for you right now. Okay, coming up, this is going to be the room where they're going to do the family photo. Uh-oh. Hold on a second here. Hold on a moment. Hang on a moment here. I got a message at the Facebook stream. Oh. I got to restart Facebook. Now I got to restart Facebook. Hold on. Hang on, I got to start the Facebook stream again. I got to restart the Facebook stream. Oh, it says it's working. It's working. It just restarted. It restarted on its own. Wait, what's going on now? Oh, is it just give me a second. Let me restart the Facebook stream. All kinds of things going on. I have to restart the Facebook stream. Give me one moment. Then we'll proceed with the stream. Once I restart the Facebook stream. I just restarted Facebook stream. Okay, here is the room where they're going to do the family photo. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. It's the room where they're doing the family photo. Hey, that's the White House. Look at this. They're setting up for the family photo. Guys, they're playing some music there and setting up for the family photo. I don't know if the music's copyrighted, so I can't play the music. But that is at the White House. That is the White House. And again, that is the room where they're going to be doing the family photo. Look at all the activity there. Yeah, no, the meeting is not done already, but I mean, it is interesting because my thought is that the meeting will take a long time. But they are setting up the room for the family photo. Well, maybe they figured we're going to have to take it pretty fast, so we got to get it set up now. All right, by the way, I'm saying family photo because literally the White House schedule says that the president will be participating in a family photo with European leaders. Let me thank a couple people, by the way. I got to thank a couple people. Then I want to take your comments about what we just saw. By the way, huge thanks to Florian Meyer, who says, when should there be a turning point, if not today? Thank you so much, Florian, for your support. Sorry, because I owe people some thank yous from earlier as you watch them preparing for the photo in the White House. Thank you to Alan Will, too. Thank you, Alan. Cecilia from Norway. Pringles VR. Ada60. A to Z. NMCT. A to Z again, thank you. Wilhorn, sorry. Proximate Cause. Sevenfold. Patriot12. Tazy Wazy 10, thank you. Andrew Hurt. Blast Manager, Mom's Mealtime Magic, Lidwine Elizabeth, Patriot12, Local Dial Tone, Logan, Denim Donuts, Ricardo Jones, Sherry94, Shaft, Angel, Nina Drew, Peasy Wheats, Casey Promise, DeShark, and Lidwine Elizabeth. Thank you. And also, thank you to Peter John on Twitch, Guy from the 207, Who Shot JR, CC143, SK1B1, thank you. And also, while I have a second here, I want to shout out our moderators too. Over there on Twitch, 13 Alamo, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Papa Bear. Also on YouTube, our moderators, Roberts Mayqueen is moderating over there. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. On Facebook. Sorry to our Facebook viewers that for some reason the stream ended on Facebook. That's a Facebook issue, but we restarted it. Hey, thanks to Anders Goransson. Anders Goransson for the stars on Facebook. That's really nice of you, Anders. Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body moderating over there. You are looking at a room in the White House where there will be President Trump taking a family photo, it is called, with European leaders after meeting with Zelensky. So we're keeping an eye on that room right now. All right, let me try to get you some updates here. Just making sure nothing breaking. Nothing new breaking here. AP notes that Vice President J.D. Vance did not make any comments during the press appearance in the Oval Office. If you remember, during the meeting in February, there was tense words. J.D. Vance was critical of Zelensky to his face then. Let me go over a couple things that were said. AP has a summary of some of the things that were said in the press appearance. Asked by a reporter if it was the end of the road for U.S. support for Ukraine if no deal is struck, Trump said it is never the end of the road. He said, people are being killed when we want to stop that, so I would not say it's the end of the road. Trump said he thought there's a good chance of ending the war through these meetings. He said, I believe Vladimir Putin wants to see it end. Asked if President Trump was asked if he would rule out a deployment of U.S. troops to Ukraine, maybe as a part of a peacekeeping force, he said, we'll let you know about that maybe later today. We're meeting with 7 great leaders of great countries. Also, we'll be talking about that. So he did not say no, definitely. He didn't say yes, though. I mean, he didn't say he would rule. He didn't say absolutely not, but he has not said he would do it. Trump said that security guarantees for Ukraine would be on the agenda today. He said European leaders want to give Ukraine protection and the U.S. will participate. Again, Ukraine doesn't want to make an agreement with Russia and then have Russia attack them in 6 months or a year. They want security guarantees from the West. Trump also said that Putin is expecting his call after the meeting. So Trump said he was going to call Putin after the meeting. Arrow Advocate, our viewer, says they don't want this to derail. No point for arguments. Thank you, Angel, for your support. Heath St. John, our viewer, thinks Zelensky was more respectable this time around. Holstrand thinks that J.D. Vance in the last meeting disrespected Ukraine and its president. Oh, thanks to Miss Mary. Thank you, Miss Mary, for your kind words and your support. I'm glad you guys liked the coverage. Thank you also, Stifler's dad, who thinks that there's already U.S. troops in the Eastern Europe. It's no big deal. They would just move them further east. Thanks, Margaret Riley, for the stars. Our viewer, Joshua Randall Wilson Turner, says Putin is not going to stop. Cheryl Ducharme, our viewer, says she doesn't believe anything that Trump said that came out of his mouth. Thanks to Robert Rial II for being a subscriber on Facebook. Thanks to Susan Priest-Buchner for subscribing and for the Facebook stars. Thank you. Matej Lipton says J.D. Vance was silent during the appearance. It's interesting. The meeting, I would think, if somebody said, how long do you think they'll meet for? I mean, I would think they could meet for hours, right? I mean, for example, when Trump met with Putin at the summit, that went on for about 3 hours. But on the schedule, on the White House schedule, they have the whole meeting with Zelensky allotted for 1 hour. And that includes the time that was already taken up with the press appearance. So, I mean, that would leave about a half hour for the meeting. So I have a feeling that the schedule might get pushed back. I mean, I would be stunned if they just met for a half an hour, but I might be wrong. It's just interesting that the schedule had it as such. Deeps thinks means decision is made. Sergeant Stadenko says the deal is already made. So a couple of our viewers think that they've talked about stuff beforehand and they're not like hashing things out during today, which is an interesting thought. Les Miz says it's just a show. Trine Daily says it's not like they kept schedule in Alaska. Yeah, but the whole Alaska event was shorter than it was supposed to be. It wasn't longer. There was no lunch in Alaska, but again, there was supposed to be 2 meetings, and there was 1. And it certainly did not go longer than, the meeting time did not as a whole go longer than it was supposed to go. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, I'm going to have to put this in the chat. I'm going to pin a chat. I'm sorry if you're getting buffering on YouTube. It is not on my end. It is a YouTube issue. There's nothing I can do. I'm not getting buffering here. Many of our viewers are not. Sometimes when there's big world events, it happens, and I apologize. But sadly, there's nothing I can do to fix it. So I hate when people get it. I really wish I could fix it, but there's just nothing I can do. If it was on my end, all of you would be getting it, but that's not what's happening. Really quick, a viewer asked about the Flamingo missiles. Ukraine, I believe today, announced that they were now producing these long-range Flamingo missiles, they call them. It's a new long-range missile. And they say, Ukrinform, which is Ukraine state media, reported that these are entirely Ukrainian-made. They have a 3,000 kilometer range, carry over 1,000 kilograms of explosive payload, and they say they've entered into serial production. Now, is this all true? I don't know. Ukraine has been relying a lot for missiles on other countries. And also, when other countries give them missiles, they can tell Ukraine, well, you can't use them for these things. So if Ukraine could develop a powerful, accurate long-range missile that they could produce a lot of, that would be a big deal. I don't know. I can't tell you the specifics on this missile. But I would have to imagine that the timing of this announcement is not a coincidence. As these negotiations with Russia going on, I would certainly not be surprised if Ukraine timed this announcement as a signal to Russia to say something like, if you don't make a deal now, we're developing these missiles and we're going to start firing them at you. Again, I don't know. I don't know the specifics on the missile. I'm not a missile expert, and I just heard about this today. It's an interesting development, but I defer to the missile experts on what the actual status of this missile is. I wonder, and I don't know what kind of announcement we might get after the meeting. I have no idea. Let's talk about what's going on. Ooh. I might have a map I can show you here that might be interesting. Oh, I'd like to show you this. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment here. Oopsie. The Washington Post says Zelensky's arrival at the White House marks the start of a meeting that could determine whether a peace deal can be worked out to end more than 2 years of war between Ukraine and Russia. A parade of Zelensky's European allies arrived earlier at the White House Monday afternoon. You know, I don't know, I mean, I'm sure Putin told Trump something. Remember, Trump called European leaders and Zelensky after the summit with Putin. So they know, presumably, what Putin said to Trump at the summit, and they've had a couple days to digest that. So, you know, and how much, and I'm sure they've been all but talking the last couple days, but so I don't know if there's some big decision to be made today, or if they've been talking and it's just kind of to, you know, I can imagine different things. I don't know how much. And is Trump going to say something new to Zelensky today that he hasn't said before? Don't know. Maybe there's things that they had talked about, but they haven't really nailed down. But will they nail it down in a 1-hour meeting? Unconditional surrender. Prime Minister Starmer is there. The people there are the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the German Chancellor Merz is there. Italian Prime Minister Meloni is there. French President Macron, European Commission President von der Leyen, Finnish President Stubb, Secretary General of NATO Mark Rutte is there. So they're there. Tudorel says, I don't think the war will come to an end. Musa says Russia will never permit U.S. or European military personnel in Ukraine as a security assurance. That sounds like a good poll question. Would Russia accept U.S. European peacekeeping troops in Ukraine? I just posted the poll on YouTube, and I'll show you what you guys said about it. Now I'm posting the poll on Twitch. The poll is posted. Now I'm going to tell you what you guys said. Oops, one. If you give me 1 second here. Oops, sorry, I got to turn off that. You're hearing a noise. Okay, so the question was, would Russia accept Putin? Would he accept, as part of a deal, that some U.S. and or European troops go to Ukraine? There's been talk of them going away from the front lines, but just to be there as a reassurance to Ukraine, as a peacekeeping force. Over on YouTube, 76% of you say no. On Facebook, 88% say no. On Twitch, 77% say no. Ukraine is going to need assurance that Russia won't just break a deal and attack it again. Ukraine is not going to just sign something with Putin and rely on Putin's loyalty to a signed document. They are going to need some sort of what they feel is protection in some form from the possibility that Russia breaks an agreement and attacks them again. Most of you think that Russia would not accept troops on the ground. Our viewer Dinosaur Diego doesn't think they'll manage to get a deal. Thanks, by the way, to Peter John 692001 for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks, Guy from the 207 on Twitch for your support. All right, thanks for voting in the poll. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's something that Ukraine's going to insist on. So that could be a part where the deal falls apart. I do not know. If Russia really won't allow it. Thanks to Madeline Munique for your support. Madeline Munique from Europe. And PZ Papa Zulu. Thanks, PZ Papa Zulu, for your support. Also, Mr. E. Mr. E says, new Cold War money to be made. Also, Saurabh Harsha from India. Thanks so much. Miss Mary, thank you. I think I thanked Miss Mary, but I want to thank Miss Mary again. Thank you. You are seeing where this picture is going to be taken with Trump and European leaders are going to take a picture together. I guess after the meeting's done. Also, during the appearance, President Zelensky gave a letter from his wife to the First Lady, to President Trump's wife. He said it was for her. Now, I'm assuming, I can play it again. My assumption is that people right now don't want to see the whole Q&A thing again. I could play it again, but I have a feeling people don't want to see that right now. So, if I'm wrong, you can yell at me in the chat. How long has it been since they started meeting? Let's see. Can I go back and see? No, I don't know. I'd have to go back on this stream. Most people are saying no. Some people are saying yes, and some people are saying no. I don't think there was really big news from it. Put it that way. I don't think there was really big news from it. So why don't we hold off for now? What I'll tell you is that it ended about 38 minutes ago. About 38 minutes ago is when it ended, okay? We could be, I mean, if they stick to schedule, the meetings with Zelensky is going to end soon. I don't know if that's the case. That's true. Shasha Stone said somebody could rewind the stream and watch it. Clive Rodriguez thinks Putin will ask for the impossible from Ukraine. This gives him the time to take more land and continue the destruction. There's some reports that say Putin wants Ukraine to give up land in eastern Ukraine that Ukrainian troops still control, which it is widely believed that Ukraine would never do. Jim Sween thinks the meeting is almost over. Oh, some people mentioned Starlink. According to Down Detector, there is a Starlink outage. Starlink Internet. Have they posted about it yet? I don't think so. Neomonk says, I'm on Starlink right now. Sean Howard says Starlink was down for about 10 minutes. I don't know if it's still down. Let's see here. Hold on a moment. Reuters says in their new updated article that President Trump said today the U.S. would help out in Europe, providing security for Ukraine as part of any deal to end Russia's war in Ukraine. As he and Zelensky began a hastily arranged White House meeting to discuss a path to peace. It looks like Facebook's having a problem again. Yeah, Facebook is having problems with their streaming. Facebook having, is there like a big internet problems? So Starlink had an outage. There's definitely problems with Facebook today. So I'm sorry to our Facebook viewers. One of our viewers said YouTube is having a bunch of issues today as well. Hang on a moment here. Thank you, Sunshine with John. Do I think Ukraine should give up territory to possibly end this? Thanks, Sunshine with John. I mean, that's a very complex question. I don't think it's not for me to say, but Ukraine, I don't think, wants to give up territory. They don't want to give up any territory, but they especially don't want to give up territory they currently control. Also, if you're Ukraine, you need to be sure that if you give up stuff to end this, it's really ending this. If you're Ukraine, you don't want to give stuff to Russia, and then a year or two from now, Russia just attacks you again. So, you know, I don't think Zelensky, if Zelensky and Ukrainians did not want to give up anything, they wouldn't be negotiating. That wouldn't make sense. So clearly they're willing to give up something. But the question is, can there be a deal worked out where they're satisfied with what is given up and the guarantees they're getting that they won't be invaded again? And I don't know, Sunshine with John, if that can happen. I have no idea. But clearly, they would not be negotiating at all if they didn't want to give anything, if they weren't willing to give anything up. Thanks to Tyga Spice, who thinks it's a conflict of interest that the U.S. would not want the war to end now that they're selling weapons to the EU. Well, I think a devil's advocate, somebody would argue that there are other benefits. There are benefits to the war ending to the U.S. that the U.S. might see as outweighing the cost from not selling more weapons. But thank you, Tyga Spice from Australia. Connaughton KA says there's a lot more than real estate at issue. I mean, there's issues like, will Russia insist on having some sort of political control in Ukraine? Or will Russia say that Ukraine has to have certain elections? Will Russia say that Ukraine cannot have a strong military, that Ukraine cannot get military support anymore from the West, that Ukraine, Russia has been saying that Ukraine can't join NATO, but what kind of other demands is Russia making? Oh, I guess the Facebook stream is now back. Reuters says, speaking to reporters in the Oval Office with Zelensky seated beside him, Trump expressed hope that Monday's summit could eventually lead to a trilateral meeting with Russian President Putin. Trump said he believes Putin wants the war to end. Reuters says Trump is pressing for a quick end to Europe's deadliest war in 80 years. And Ukraine and its allies worry that Trump could seek to force an agreement on Russia's terms after the president on Friday rolled out the red carpet for Putin. Reuters says such a high-level gathering at the White House on such short notice appears to be unprecedented in recent times, with all of those European leaders there today as well. Let me read you another little update from Reuters. Reuters says Zelensky has already all but rejected the outline of Putin's proposals from the Alaska meeting. Reportedly, those include handing over the remaining quarter of Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region, which is large. Most of that region has been occupied by Russia, but about a quarter of it Ukraine still controls. And supposedly, Putin wants them to hand that over. Reuters says Ukrainian forces are deeply dug into the region, whose towns and hills serve as a crucial defensive zone to stymie Russian attacks. Any concession of Ukrainian territory would have to be approved by a referendum, says Reuters. Zelensky is also seeking an immediate ceasefire to conduct deeper peace talks, which his European allies want, but Trump does not want that now. Trump wants them to work on a comprehensive deal to end the war, rather than have a ceasefire first. Reuters says Ukraine and its allies have taken heart from some developments, including Trump's apparent willingness to provide post-settlement security guarantees for Ukraine. A German government spokesman said today European leaders would seek more details on that in the talks today in Washington. Hey, thanks, Urs Wiesendanger. Urs Wiesendanger. Who thinks that the meeting with Putin forced Zelensky into a situation of blackmail. That's what Urs thinks. Urs is in Switzerland, by the way. So we're waiting. The meeting is going on now. The meeting is going on now. We're waiting for hold on a second. We're waiting for the next thing after the meeting, which is this photo with European leaders and Trump. On the schedule, the White House schedule says it's called a family photo, but you're looking at it, at the scene. Thanks so much, Chili23, for the membership. So nice of you. Our viewer, one of our viewers just said, was it Bijansu? I think said something like, if Russia can gain from starting a war, they'll just keep doing it. I can't find the original comment. It was something like that. AP says Trump and Zelensky are meeting privately, having closed-door talks. I don't know. I haven't had it confirmed that the European leaders are in the closed-door talks. I'm kind of that has not been confirmed. Are the European leaders sitting with Trump and Zelensky right now, or are they outside waiting? I honestly don't know. Maybe they're in some other room by themselves. I have not seen that confirmed. A group photo of Trump, Zelensky, and the European leaders will follow before everyone meets in the East Room. Oh, so is that how they're doing it? Maybe that's what they're doing. So maybe right now they're doing Trump and Zelensky by themselves, and then after that they all meet with each other? Is that what's going on? Maybe that sounds like maybe it makes sense. I guess. I was wondering if maybe Zelensky was going to leave and then he was going to meet with the Europeans. Nigel Fortune thinks the meetings could go on for hours. It is 2:39 p.m. Yeah, I'm guessing that's what it probably is. Right, so CNN said soon European leaders join Zelensky. So it's just Trump and Zelensky right now, from what I understand. Well, the White House schedule said Trump meets with Zelensky, and then it said Trump participates in a multilateral meeting with European leaders. So I was confused because I didn't know if that meant they were all that Trump would meet with Zelensky and the European leaders, and then Zelensky would leave, and then he'd talk to the European leaders by themselves. I wasn't clear on what exactly it meant, but it would make sense if it was Trump and Zelensky and then all of them. But I guess the European leaders are just waiting around right now for just sitting there with each other, waiting for Zelensky and Trump to finish. You can see there's photographers sitting there on the left, waiting for the European leaders to come out. Let me see if, do we have volume on this? There was music playing there before. I'm not hearing any volume. Is there volume on this camera? There's two different cameras I have here. I'm not hearing volume on the camera. I bet they cut off the volume on the camera. So this is the White House. Lilac Dream says maybe the European leaders are getting a White House tour, or Melania is keeping them entertained. I think the volume just came on. The volume just came on. The volume just came on, guys. We got volume. We got volume. Does that mean they're about to assemble? Thanks to Scott Wilms, who thinks the only way this war should end is Russia leaving Ukraine now and giving them their land back. Scott says Putin started this horrific war for our horrible reasons. So we got volume now, folks. Mr. E says, get a camera at the back door for folks leaving. I haven't heard about anybody leaving it. Thanks, Mr. E. Oh, I have a map that I can show at some point. There it is. Oh, hold on. Oh, look at this. Hold on. Look. We got the door. The camera angle changed. All right, big developments. Maybe the one-on-one meeting is about to end because we now have a camera angle change. We have the doors. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Guys, what is happening? Thanks again to Chili23 for the memberships. We got a new camera angle. That means something's up. Giuseppe says there's people behind the doors. Steve Rolfe thinks all this could have been done over the phone. I do see some people behind the doors. I see somebody moving there. The door's opening. There's Monica Crowley. There's President Trump and Zelensky. And the European leaders. Oh my gosh, they're all walking out. Look at this. Look at this. Now they're turning the corner. They're turning the corner to take their picture. They're taking the picture. They're taking a photo.
Not a good day. That was not a great day. See the picture. Is everything okay? You all set? Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
They took the photo. They just took the photo. The photo is over. That was fast. Are they going back? All right, hold on. Oh, all right, we're waiting for the next feed. Beep. All right, I gotta wait for the next camera angle. I don't even have a headline now. European leaders to join Trump and Zelensky. That's what's happening now. Oh, hold on, we're back. What is going on here? What is happening?
Sorry. Thank you. Are y'all just going to be standing right here? Okay, yeah. Okay.
That's what's supposed to happen. Oh my gosh, it's the big meeting table. It's huge. Wow, look at this. It's a big table, and you got the seats around the table, and the seats next to the table. Wow. So this is the expanded meeting. European leaders are joining Trump and Zelensky for the meeting. There they are. You can see President Stubb, President Macron. J.D. Vance is over there shaking hands. Scott Bessent is there. There's Mark Rutte of NATO. Oh, it's all happening right now.
There's only one, the whole.
Oh, we're hearing Trump. Hey, thanks, Chili23, for the memberships. Thank you. They're talking. See if I can boost the audio some.
I'm here.
Great.
Thank you for being on.
Yeah, I think to set up a trilat, so.
Oh, I hear Trump. He's saying set up a trilat. You can kind of hear Trump.
I think he wants to make a deal for me. You understand? I think as crazy as it sounds. Just sit down. Sit down, everybody.
Okay.
I think we'll let the press come in for a minute.
Waiting for the boss.
Please.
Thank you.
You can sort of hear him privately talking, Trump.
You look fantastic.
He's too tall for me.
He's a tall guy.
Yeah.
Good looking.
I never want him near. I prefer Volodymyr.
This is pretty. This
Well,
is
it's good.
something.
Thank
Isn't
you.
it? This is something.
Isn't it it's such an incredible place. Well, we're building a big a ballroom. Beautiful. Right here. If you go, it would be right through that, right through here.
Well, we saw the ballroom at Flamingo. That was...
It's going to be, I'll tell you about it. It's going to be fantastic, actually.
What's that? Now what's happening? Where did the audio go? Oh, here. Now the audio.
I think we're going to have a successful talk today.
Yeah. Me too.
Please, come on in. Do you guys want to take some questions or anything? You feel ready? Huh? See. Hi, Mark.
Whoa. Audio.
Good.
They're talking. They're hanging out.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to have you here. Special place. White House is special no matter where you're from. Represents so much, and it really is beautiful. And thank you for all of the wonderful things that took place today. We've had a very successful day thus far. And important discussions as we work to end the killing and stop the war in Ukraine. We're all working for the same goal. Very simple goal. We want to stop the killing, get this settled. I've just had the honor of being with President Zelensky and all of the discussions that we've had. We covered a lot of territory, and I spoke indirectly with President Putin today. All of the discussions that we've had. We covered a lot of territory, and I spoke indirectly with President Putin today. We're going to call President Putin right after this meeting. I'm sure we're going to have a solid meeting, good meeting, maybe a great meeting, and we're going to try and work out a trilat after that and see if we can get it finished, put this to sleep, because this is not since the Second World War has there been anything like this. Political leader in Europe, to welcome generally, but NATO Secretary General, and you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Mark. Great political Prime Minister Starmer of the United Kingdom, our friend and my friend, and doing really well. And people like him a lot. We all like him. Everyone knows President Macron of France, who's been with me from the beginning. One of the first people I met as a foreign dignitary, and I liked him from day one. And I like him even more now. That's pretty good. That's unusual. That's a pretty unusual thing. Prime Minister Meloni of Italy, who's a really a great leader and an inspiration over there. She's served now, even though she's a very young person, she's served there for a long period of time relative to others. They don't last very long. You've lasted a long time. You're going to be there a very young person. She's served there for a long period of time relative to others. They don't last very long. You've lasted a long time. You're going to be there a long time. Chancellor Merz of Germany, who is a very strong person and a very strong leader and very highly respected in Germany. And he's my friend, and it's an honor to have him as my friend. Thank you very much. Very good. You look great with your tan. Where did you get that tan? I want to get a tan like that. President Stubb of Finland, and he's somebody that, where are we here? Where? Oh, you look better than I've ever seen you look. But you've done a great job, and we wanted to have you here because you're somebody that we all respect. And you've had a lot to do with the success, I think, and the potential success. And thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. And the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, who is somebody that we just made a big deal with all of those countries. I don't know. I think you might be more powerful than all these guys at this table. I don't know. But we had a great negotiation, and you're respected all over the world. So I want to thank you very much for being here. It's a great honor to have you. The Alaska Summit reinforced my belief that while difficult, peace is within reach, and I believe that in a very significant step, President Putin agreed that Russia would accept security guarantees for Ukraine, and this is one of the key points that we need to consider, and we're going to be considering that at the table also, like who will do what, essentially. I'm optimistic that collectively we can reach an agreement that would deter any future aggression against Ukraine, and I actually think there won't be. I think that's even overrated, largely overrated, but we're going to find out. And I think that the European nations are going to take a lot of the burden. We're going to help them, and we're going to make it very secure. We also need to discuss the possible exchanges of territory, taking into consideration the current line of contact. That means the war zone, the war lines that are pretty obvious, very sad actually to look at them, and negotiating positions. President Putin, also you have President of Ukraine, who is you just met a little while ago, and we're going to try and get a three-party meeting maybe as soon as we can, and I have a feeling you and President Putin are going to work something out. Ultimately, this is a decision that can only be made by President Zelensky and by the people of Ukraine working also together in agreement with President Putin. And I just think that's very good things are going to come of it. So I hope we have a good meeting. And if we can have a good meeting, I'll set up a meeting with President Putin. And if you'd like, I'll go to that meeting. And not that I want to do that, but I will do that because we want to save a lot of people from dying. A lot of people are dying, and we got to save them. We've got to save it. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people sometimes a week. All of us would obviously prefer an immediate ceasefire while we work on a lasting peace, and maybe something like that could happen. As of this moment, it's not happening, but President Zelensky and President Putin can talk a little bit more about that. You know, in the 6 or so wars that we stopped, we haven't had a ceasefire. And so I don't know that it's necessary. You can do it through the war, but it would be, I like the ceasefire from another standpoint. You immediately stop the killing. But I believe a peace agreement at the end of all of this is something that's very attainable, and it can be done in the near future. With all of the wars that I got involved in, we only have this one left. Of course, as I walk out the door, there'll probably be a new one starting, and I'll get that stopped too. But I thought this was going to be one of the easier ones. It's actually one of the most difficult. They're very complex. The next step would be for a trilateral meeting, and that will be worked out. And I just look forward to working and having a great result. We're going to spend a lot of time today talking about, and we're really honored you guys came over. I mean, these are the heads of major countries and respected all over Europe. And they speak for, largely, I think I should say, but pretty much for the other countries of Europe. And we will come to a resolution today, I think, on almost everything, including probably the security. And that's pretty much the story. I'd like to say, Mr. President, would you like to say something? You have the media. If you want, you could come over and you could stand, you could use mine, or you could just turn around, whichever you feel comfortable with.
Thank you so much. I can speak without microphone. Thank you so much. I think that we had very good conversation with President Trump.
Very good.
And it really was the best one. Or sorry, maybe the best one will be in the future. But it was really good. And we spoke about very sensitive points. The first one is security guarantees. And we are very happy with President that all the leaders are here, and the security in Ukraine depends on the United States and on you and on those leaders who are with us in our hearts. They have been online before yesterday, and etc. So a lot of countries on the side of Ukraine, our people, and all of us want to finish this war, stop Russia and stop this war. We spoke about it, and we will speak more about security guarantees. This is very important that the United States gives such strong signal and is ready for security guarantees. The second point, or maybe the first, humanitarian direction, very important to exchange all the prisoners, and I think that President will help. And I was very thankful to your wife again, Mr. President, for the letter about our abducted children, and I hope that really it can be a historic role for the people to bring kids back to the families and be happy at
get
their
the people
families.
back, yeah.
Yes, this is so important, and I'm happy that we discussed it, this track with the President Trump, and I hope that we will find decisions. And then what is very important, that all the sensitive things, territorial, etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during trilateral meeting, and President Trump will try to organize such meeting, and he said that he will come or not come. Ukraine will be happy if you
both
participate.
Want me there, I will be there. Yeah,
yeah, thank you. And I think this is very important. Yes, so security guarantees, bringing kids back, and all our people, not only warriors, first of all warriors, and all the civilians, journalists, a lot of people in prison. So we need them back. And guarantees which will work for the years. We spoke about it, and I showed the President a lot of details on the battlefield, on the map. Thank you so much. Thank you for the map, by the way.
Good map.
It was great. Yeah, I'm thinking how to take it back.
We'll get you.
No. I think that we had constructive, specific meeting, and I'm very thankful to all the leaders who are here, and you help a lot, and so we are happy that we have such big unity today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much,
for hosting us.
Mr. President. I think you'll see that President Putin really would like to do something else. I think when we set that up, when we do, I think it's going to be when, not if. I think you're going to see some very really positive moves. I know there's over 1,000 prisoners, and I know they're going to release them. Maybe they're going to release them very soon, like immediately, which I think is great. But we will, we're going to set that up today after this meeting. So very good and great remarks. I appreciate it. Mark, as head of NATO, maybe you could say a few words, please.
Yes, I will be very brief. I really want to thank you, President of the United States, dear Donald, for the fact that you, as I said before, broke the deadlock basically with President Putin by starting that dialogue. And I think it was in February that you had the first phone call, and from there we are now where we are today. And that is, I think, if we play this well, we could end this. And we have to end this. We have to stop the killing. We have to stop the destruction of Ukraine's infrastructure. It is a terrible war. So I'm really excited. And let's make the best out of today and make sure that from today onwards we get this thing to an end as soon as possible. I really want to thank you for your leadership, what you are doing for Volodymyr, but of course also all the European colleagues. It is really crucial. And the fact that you have said I'm willing to participate in the security guarantees is a big step. It's really a breakthrough, and it makes all the difference. So also thank you for that.
Well, NATO also has agreed from 2% to 5%, which is something that is a massive amount of money. And it's 2% that wasn't always paid to 5% that is paid. That's a big difference. And so we appreciate that. That was a great move. Thank you very much. Ursula, maybe on behalf of the Commission, you could say a couple of words.
Yes. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And it's a very important moment. Indeed, we are here, Europeans, as friends and allies. We had a fantastic NATO summit. Together as the two largest and biggest economies in the world, we had the largest trade deal ever agreed. And now we are here to work together with you on a just and lasting peace for Ukraine. Stop the killing. This is really our common interest, stop the killing. And indeed, it's very good to hear that we're working on the security guarantees, Article 5 lies security guarantees, so important. But I want to thank you also that you mentioned the thousands of Ukrainian children that have been abducted. And as a mother and grandmother, every single child has to go back to its family. This should be one of our main priorities also in these negotiations, to make sure that the children come back to Ukraine, to their families.
Thank you. And we did. I was just thinking we're here for a different reason, but we just a couple of weeks ago made the largest trade deal in history. So that's a big thing, and congratulations. That's great. Thank you very much, Ursula. Mr. Chancellor from Germany, a very great leader.
Mr. President,
Please.
dear Donald, many thanks for having us today. I think this is extremely helpful that we are meeting and hearing that the two of you are having such a good meeting today here in Washington. The next steps ahead are the more complicated ones now. The path is open. You opened it last Friday. But now the way is open for complicated negotiations. And to be honest, we all would like to see a ceasefire, the latest from the next meeting on. I can't imagine that the next meeting would take place without a ceasefire. So let's work on that, and let's try to put pressure on Russia, because the credibility of these efforts we are undertaking today are depending on at least a ceasefire from the beginning of the serious negotiations from next step on. So I would like to emphasize this aspect and would like to see a ceasefire from the next meeting, which should be a trilateral meeting wherever it takes place.
Well, we're going to let the president go over and talk to the president, and we'll see how that works out, and if we can do that. I will say, and again I say it, in the 6 wars that I've settled, I haven't had a ceasefire. We just got into negotiations, and one of the wars was, as you know, in the Congo was 31 years long. Another one that we settled last week with 2 great countries was 35 years going on, and we had no ceasefire. So if we can do the ceasefire, great. And if we don't do a ceasefire, because many other points were given to us, many points were given to us, great points. Please, Georgia, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Donald, Mr. President, for hosting us today in this important meeting. And I think it is an important day. Any kind of sign from the Russian side that there was a willing for dialogue. So something is changing, something has changed, thanks to you, thanks also to the stalling in the battlefield, which was achieved with the bravery of Ukrainians and with the unity that we all provided to Ukraine. And the reason why I mention it is that we also have to remind that if we want to reach peace and if we want to guarantee justice, we have to do it united. So that's why it's a very good day, the one we are in. You can obviously count on Italy as it was from the beginning. We are on the side of Ukraine, and we do absolutely support your efforts towards peace. We will talk about many important topics. The first one is security guarantees, how to be sure that it won't happen again, which is the precondition of every kind of peace. I'm happy that we will discuss about that. I'm happy that we will begin from a proposal, which is the, let's say, Article 5 model, which was Italian at the beginning. So we are always ready to bring our proposals for peace, for dialogue. It's something we have to build together to guarantee peace and to defend the security of our nation. So thank you, Mr. President, for hosting us.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel?
Thank you, Mr. President, for organizing this meeting and for your commitment. And everything was said, but I just have to say here, everybody around this table is in favor of peace. And we work very hard, and we've worked very hard during the past few years to have a peace which is a robust and long-standing peace. This is why the idea of a trilateral meeting is very important, because this is the only way to fix it. And by the way, I think as a follow-up, we would need probably a quadrilateral meeting, because when we speak about security guarantees, we speak about the whole security of the European continent. And this is why we are all united here with Ukraine on this matter. In order to organize such a trilateral meeting, your idea to ask for a truce or a ceasefire, at least to stop the killings, as we discussed, is a necessity. And we all support this idea. And in order to have such a long-standing peace for Ukraine and for the whole continent, we do need these security guarantees. And the first one is clearly a credible Ukrainian army for the years and decades to come. And the second one is our own commitment, all of us. And we worked very hard during the past few months amongst the coalition of the willings, with the support of NATO, to build the different pillars of security guarantees and our commitments. And you can be sure that Europeans are very lucid about the fact that they have their fair share in these security guarantees for Ukraine, but their own security is clearly at stake in this situation. So you can count on us, as we can count on you, in order to deliver this robust peace for both Ukraine and Europe.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Mr. Prime Minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting us here. Can I start where Emmanuel started, which is we all want peace. The war in Ukraine has had a huge impact, particularly on the Ukrainians who've borne the brunt of it, but it's also had an impact on Europe and on the United Kingdom. There's not a family or community that hasn't been affected. And when we talk about security, we're talking about the security not just of Ukraine, we're talking about the security of Europe and the United Kingdom as well, which is why this is such an important issue. I think this is such an important meeting. As a group, I think we've had a discussion on the phone a number of times, Mr. President, but be able now to be around the table to take it forward. And I really feel that we can, I think, with the right approach this afternoon, make real progress, particularly on the security guarantees, and your indication of security guarantees of some sort of Article 5 style guarantees fits with what we've been doing with the Coalition of the Willing, which we started some months ago, bringing countries together and showing that we were prepared to step up to the plate when it came to security. With you coming alongside, the US alongside what we've already developed, I think we could take a really important step forward today. A historic step, actually, could come out of this meeting in terms of security for Ukraine and security in Europe. I also feel that we can make real progress towards a just and lasting outcome obviously that has to involve Ukraine, and a trilateral meeting seems the sensible next step. So thank you for being prepared to take that forward, because I think if we can ensure that that is the progress out of this meeting, both security guarantees and some sort of progress on trilateral meeting of some sort to bring some of the difficult issues to a head, then I think today will be seen as a very important day in recent years in relation to a conflict which has gone on for 3 and a bit years, and so far nobody's been able to bring it to this point. So I thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much. And, you know, it's very interesting because this is the first for the White House. You can't say that very often. It's seen a lot over the years, since 1800, 1799, to be almost exact. But this is the first where we've had so many prime ministers, presidents, the heads of European nations. And by the way, Alex, I'd like you to say a couple of words, too. You're a young, powerful man. Before I finish up, I want you to say a couple of words. Go ahead.
I'll take the notion of youth back to my wife and try to convince her. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think in the past 2 weeks we've probably had more progress in ending this war than we have in the past 3.5 years. And I think the fact that we're around this table today is very much symbolic in the sense that it's Team Europe and Team United States helping Ukraine. And the progress that we're looking out of this meeting is about the security guarantees, which are a big part of this. And then, of course, moving towards a process with a trilateral meeting with you and President Putin and President Zelensky. Some of the international media might wonder, why is the President of Finland here? I think the reason is probably that we might come from a small country, but we have a long border with Russia, over 800 miles. And we, of course, have our own historical experience with Russia from World War II, the Winter War and the War of Continuation. And if I look at the silver lining of where we stand right now, we found a solution in 1944, and I'm sure that we'll be able to find a solution in 2025 to end Russia's war of aggression and find and get a lasting and just peace. The situation is very difficult, but that's why we're here.
Thank you, Alex, very much. Good job. So we're going to be meeting for a while, and we're going to discuss some of the issues. And I don't think there's any issue that's overly complex. It's at a point now where people want to do things. I really do believe. I've known him for a long time. I've always had a great relationship with him. I think that President Putin wants to find an answer too. And we'll see. And in a certain period of time, not very far from now, a week or 2 weeks, we're going to know whether or not we're going to solve this, or is this horrible fighting going to continue. We'll do our best to get it ended. And I believe you have 2 willing parties, and usually that's good news, but 2 willing parties that want to make a deal. And we'll journey together, and we'll go over and we'll see if it can be done. And it's possible it might not be able to be done. On the other hand, it's possible it will, and we're going to save thousands and thousands of lives a week. And so it's something we really have to do. And or at least we have to give it our best. It's all you can do. You can give it your best, but I think we may have a very good outcome. So I want to thank you all, and the media, I want to thank you. We're going to be staying here for a little while. Then we're going to walk over to the Oval Office, and we're going to have another little discussion about similar matters. And then they're going to go home to their great countries and report. And I'm going to remain here and work, and you're going to go and work. We're all going to be working. We may be in a different location, but that's what we know how to do, is work. But I want to thank the media. Has been actually very fair, generally speaking, very fair. I think it's important that they're fair, because this is a very important subject. We have to get it ended, and so that's all we ask for, is fairness with the media. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, hang on now. We still have a camera from there. We still have a camera. We'll stay on this camera.
All the time.
But he loves it. He loves it. For he does it always. I never want to speak with my
He's
friend.
a very good player, golfer, you know.
Yeah, I know.
He went to college.
But he says you
He was-
always win.
Oh, the camera leaving. Camera leaving. Cameras are leaving. All right. Well, that was that press appearance before they meet. Let me put something else on the screen right now. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment. For the moment, I'll put the White House outside up. There's that.
I don't know.
And then we should have a different shot, though, shortly. President Trump said he thought they would know within a week or two whether a deal could get done. That's what President Trump said. Sorry, I'm just making sure I'm getting everything organized here with the cameras and everything. Yeah, what we just saw is them talking before their meeting. President Trump met with Zelensky one-on-one. Zelensky said it was very good conversation. So now, Trump meeting with Zelensky and European leaders. That's what's happening right now. Flynn thinks zero has changed. Look, I mean, I don't know. You know, I have no idea if there can be a deal reached. I have no idea if there's something that Putin and Zelensky will agree to. Now, checking the schedule, I don't think, so that was the last event on the schedule. Now, we could hear more from various people, but that was the last event on the day's official schedule. I mean, they're meeting now, but in terms of like the press appearances and stuff. So we'll have to see. I'm going to take some comments from you guys. What did you think? By the way, a quick thank you to Ebola from Denmark, who says that Putin wants Ukraine to not join NATO, and that was a reason for going to war, but now they're talking about reaching an Article 5-like security guarantee. Yeah, you know, we discussed that yesterday. It's a bit confusing. So, right, Putin does not want Ukraine to join NATO. That's very clear. Article 5 is the part of the NATO charter, I believe it is, where they basically say if somebody attacks one of us, then the others will defend it. So you hear them talking, the various European leaders, about an Article 5-like security guarantee. But I think I said yesterday, well, I can't imagine if whatever the security guarantee is, if it's exactly like NATO, I can't imagine Putin approving that, because Putin's problem is not that something is called NATO. His problem is the actual what NATO is. So, you know, but at the same time, you know, they want to look. This is this issue that hasn't been solved. It's easy to say, yeah, we'll come up with terms and it'll work, but what are the details? We don't have the details. From the summit, we don't know the details, at least publicly. We don't know the details about the security guarantees. So the problem is, you can say you're going to do these, you can come up with these different negotiating points. But is there a some sort of military support that the Allies can give Ukraine, which will make Ukraine feel safe enough to sign a deal with Russia, which will make Ukraine feel they're protected in the case that Russia wants to attack them 6 months or a year from now. Is there some kind of military support and security guarantee, whatever it is, that the Allies give to Ukraine that Putin will accept? And I don't know that that's the case. Because it's got to be strong enough support so that Ukraine feels safe. But if it's too strong, Putin's going to object to it. So I don't know. This is again, it's all fine and good to say security guarantees, but we don't know the specifics. And that's the same with a lot of things. You can say, well, we'll exchange some land, but what are the specifics? We don't know. So we'll have to just see. We don't know it all. I agree with the viewer who said we don't know it all. Yes, we don't know it all. MJ says you don't want to negotiate in this in the press. Oh, I'm not saying they should negotiate in the press. I'm just saying, again, there are very different interests on the two sides. Raphael Lagonde thinks Trump has reached a deal already and that Trump is presenting a plan to the leaders as a matter of courtesy and that Europe is no longer a player. That's what Raphael said. Thanks, Raphael, for your support. Roger Shoemaker thinks Putin doesn't want peace. He wants Ukraine. Look, we don't even know if Putin really wants to make a deal. That's a whole other question. Or if he makes a deal, does he really intend to stick to the deal? That's another question. We don't know. PK thinks Ukraine will not give away land. By the way, the Washington Post had a map they posted today that I want to show you. Here's this map the Washington Post posted today. Source for data, Institute for the Study of War. But what you can see here is, here's Ukraine, and you see Russia on the right, and then this is the Russian-controlled areas of Ukraine. And then see it says Donetsk here, Donetsk and Luhansk. There's some reporting that says, oh, you can't see what, hold on a second. You're not seeing my pointer. Now I think it's going to work. Now can you see my pointer? Oh, here it is. Here's my pointer. There you go. So Donetsk and Luhansk here, see? If you can see here, some of this area, so there's reporting that says, I don't know if it's true, that Putin told Trump that he wants this region, the Donbass region, and he wants the part, including the part that Ukraine forces still control. I don't think there's any world in which Ukraine gives up the part of Donbass that it still controls. The Institute for the Study of War said that this is very important defensively for Ukraine. They said that Russia does not have a good way militarily of taking it right now. And they said that if Ukraine were to give up this area that it still controls in Donbass, that would make Ukraine much more vulnerable to another Russian attack in the future. One of our viewers, Precious Jenna, said, do you think Putin will negotiate to any of this? I don't know. President Trump thinks Putin wants a deal. I do not know if Putin wants a deal. There's differing schools of thought on that. Ankeluxor says Russia never respects agreements. The Bird Abide says that Ukraine cannot give up land without changing their constitution. The people would have to vote on it. That is true. There would have to be a referendum in Ukraine. True. Although I don't know how it works if they're not formally giving up the land, if they're not saying it's Russia's land, and the deal just says we acknowledge that Russia occupies those areas, but we're not giving up our claim to the land. I don't know if that needs to be approved by a referendum. Yeah, so one thing I'm seeing online is that Ukraine's constitution says issues of altering the territory of Ukraine are resolved exclusively by an all-Ukrainian referendum. But if Ukraine makes a deal, if the deal doesn't say, okay, we officially recognize that this land that formerly was Ukraine was Russia's. If instead the deal says something like, we acknowledge that Russia at this point controls this land, I don't know that that needs to be approved by a referendum. That's a Ukrainian constitutional question. Randy Jackson thinks Putin won't give up anything, so why meet? Now, there's talk that maybe Putin has offered to withdraw troops from certain fronts, from certain regions, perhaps, or the front lines of certain regions. I don't know. There's this question of would he just return to attack those regions later? We'll do a poll again like we did yesterday. I'm going to say within the next 3 months. Will there be a peace deal in the next 3 months? Then I'll tell you what you guys said. But I have to post the poll. Okay, I asked you guys, will there be a peace deal in the next 3 months? Here's what you said. Over on YouTube, the current poll number is 57% no, 43% yes. Thanks to Jay Bowden. I have to thank a couple people on YouTube, by the way. I'll thank you after I read the poll results. Over on YouTube, on Facebook right now, it's 57% yes, 43% no. And on Twitch, it is 66% no, 35% yes. Oops, I covered it up. Oh no. Here we go. Miami Vice Fanatic says Ukraine needs Article 5 protection, otherwise Russia will just keep invading again and again. A quick thank you, by the way, to Raphael Lagonde. Thank you, Raphael, for all your support. I really appreciate it, Raphael. Thank you. J-Bo Den PGA. Jay Bowden PGA. Thank you, Jay, for being a member. Jay Bowden PGA. And John, our member. Will Dogs Droid, thank you. Natinya, thank you. The Vladinator. Bookaboom Turbo, thanks for supporting the channel. Bubba Gump over there on Twitch. Anonymous Gifter on Twitch, thanks. Thanks for voting in our poll. So more of you think that no, that there won't be a peace deal in the next 3 months than say yes. But some of you say yes. Oopsie. Hold on. Why did this get stuck? There we go. Why is that there? Ariane7 thinks if there is no deal, then Putin will take all of Ukraine. Michael thinks there will be a deal, but it will be broken. That's another possibility. Thank you, Aaron. So right now, Trump is meeting with Zelensky and European leaders. This is a closed-door meeting. We have our eyes on the White House right now. After that, so Trump said that they were going to meet at that table for a bit. Then they were going to go over to the Oval Office. Ian T. thinks Putin wants to drag this out as long as possible to take more land. Hang on. Ashwari said, our viewer Ashwari said, where is it here? Hold on. I got to find it again. Flew by. Now I can't find it anymore. I was going to read that comment. Oh, Ashwari Chopda says Putin is just buying time. He wants the coast fully. Maybe Ashwari thinks he wants Ukraine fully. Hey, thanks to our moderators who are here. We have Beezy moderating, Roberts May Queen. Thank you, moderators. Sabrina over there on YouTube. Thank you so much. They're all over there modding on YouTube, on Twitch. Bash and Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Papa Bear. Thank you. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley on Facebook. Kristen McConnell Gates, thanks for your support on Facebook. Kristen McConnell Gates, thanks for the stars. Thanks to Aaron Van S for subscribing over there. Thanks. Also, Jesse Hill, our new member. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you. I do wonder if these negotiations might just drag on and on and on. Several of the European leaders I noticed said that this isn't just about Ukraine security, it's about European security, our own security. Some in Europe are worried that if Putin defeated Ukraine, he would then move on to somewhere else in Europe. Oh, thanks. I forgot to thank Robert Real II before for the stars. Thank you, Robert Real II. Ray says, as long as I can remember, Russia has been beefing with someone. I don't know how long it's 3:40 now on the official schedule. Well, the multilateral meeting was supposed to start at 3 according to the official schedule. So that was pretty close to when it started. Will they meet for an hour? Will they meet for hours? I'm not sure. Oh, Ashwari says Ashwari thinks Putin wants Ukraine to be a landlocked country. Just to look at this map again. Here is a map from the Washington Post today, showing current state of things in Ukraine there. JD63 thinks Putin wants Europe. Pathless Cross, our viewer says, if you think Putin will stop here, then you haven't heard the phrase about giving an inch and taking a mile. Jim Miller says Zelensky make the deal or lose Odessa. You know, they did talk about one thing that was interesting when they all just spoke about a half hour ago. Zelensky and Trump both said they were interested in having this three-way meeting. Now, I've read some articles that say that Putin does not want to meet with Zelensky. So we'll see if there's a three-way meeting. Trump said he was going to set that up next. So Trump seemed to think it would happen. John says they're going to call each other liars and yell and walk out if they do a three-way meeting. John thinks Putin will walk out. Melissa Terry says, not in Russia, please. I don't know where it would be. Maybe it'll be in like some quote-unquote neutral country. How about like Switzerland? They have a policy of military neutrality. Wikipedia says Switzerland has the oldest policy of military neutrality in the world. Nadergator thinks it'll be in Saudi Arabia. Thanks QC Goose QC, who thinks Belarus is preparing for a war against Ukraine. Well, Belarus they're allied and strongly under the influence of Russia, Belarus. Gina Pina said, how about Geneva in Switzerland? The New York Times points out that Russia, the Kremlin has not said at this point that it has been silent on the possibility of a three-way meeting. So I don't know that would be agreed to. Maybe it would be. Infinity Entity thinks Vlad's ambitions go past Ukraine. He wants it all. Thanks to Pathless Cross for subscribing on Twitch. Oh, there's a picture of the map. So when Putin and Zelensky, when Trump and Zelensky were speaking, when they were all speaking with a few minutes ago, Zelensky talked about this map that they had and how he liked the map. So here I have a picture of the map. Look, this is from Dan Scavino, who's an assistant in the White House, official assistant to the president, and he said this is from the meeting. Hold on, let me get this on the screen for you. So there's the map. There's the map. Hold on. Let me get it. Let me actually get the. Do it this way. There is the map. It says Russia-Ukraine conflict map. Anyways, that's the map that Zelensky was referring to. Yeah, that was from Dan Scavino, who works in the White House. So I don't, I got to put the headline up. I don't know how long this, I see some movement. People are moving around. Let me get a little volume here.
Trump hala Ukrayna yönetiminin Kırım'ın Rusya tarafından ilhakının kabulü ve NATO'ya üye olmama gibi tavizler vermesini istiyor. Zelensky ise Putin'e güvenmiyor ve Rusya'nın daha somut güvenceler vermesi gerektiğini düşünüyor. Avrupalı liderler de Zelensky'ye destek için aynı gün Beyaz Saray'da
M sent me a picture of the map, but where is the picture from? I got to have the rights to the picture. Maybe Reuters has a picture of the map.
Arap edasının çıkmaması gerektiğini altını çiziyor. Dahası konunun doğrudan Avrupa'nın güvenliğini ilgilendirdiğini söylüyorlar. Trump, Zelensky ve Avrupalı liderleri farklı kapılardan Beyaz Saray'a ayrıldı.
The Kyiv Post had a picture of the map. I can't. I got to have the rights to the picture. I don't know where this picture is coming from. I'll post a link where you can see the map. I'm posting the link right now. You can get another picture of the map. Thanks, Mark Boots, for sending that in. Our viewer Nicola said he thought it was interesting that Trump and Putin did not take questions on Friday, but today they took questions. Nicola is wondering if Putin had a condition on Friday that they would not answer questions because he was worried about the questions. That I don't know.
ABD Devlet Başkanı Donald Trump, Alaska'da Rusya Devlet Başkanı Vladimir Putin'le görüştükten hemen sonra bu sefer de Washington'da Ukrayna Devlet Başkanı ve Avrupalı liderlerle bir araya geldi. 28 Şubat'ta Trump ve Zelensky'nin Oval Ofis'te yaşadığı tarihi tartışmadan sonra planlanan görüşme gerçekleşmemiş, Ukrayna heyeti Beyaz Saray'dan adeta kovulmuştu. O zamandan beri Washington ilk kez Ukrayna liderini ağırlıyor. Aradan geçen 6 ayda Trump, Putin'le bir ateşkes sağlanmasının o kadar da kolay olmadığını gördü. Dahası Kiev'e ek silah yardımlarında bulunma kararı aldı. Yani bir bakıma Zelensky'nin Rusya ile ilgili kuşkularında haklı olduğu da ortaya çıkmış. Trump hala Ukrayna yönetiminin Kırım'ın Rusya tarafından ihlaline kapalı ve NATO'ya olmama gibi tavizler vermesini istiyor.
He's trying to read some more of the comments from you guys.
Ve Rusya'nın daha somut güvenceler vermesi gerektiğini düşünüyor. Avrupalı liderler de Zelensky'ye destek için aynı gün Beyaz Saray'daydı. Başına Almanya, Fransa, İtalya ve İngiltere'nin çektiği Avrupalı liderler Putin'in muhtemel bir ateşkes halinde başına Almanya, Fransa, İtalya ve İngiltere'nin çektiği Avrupalı liderler Putin'in muhtemel bir ateşkesten muzaffer taraf iddiasını gerektiğini altını çiziyor.
Oh, our viewer mentioned that fan of peace Eric mentioned that Zelensky posted a video of him with some of the European leaders at the embassy before. So this is a video that Zelensky posted again from, this is on his social media, from the Ukrainian embassy. This was earlier today of Zelensky with the European leaders, or some of them.
Hi, Ursula.
Good to see you. Again?
How was
Good time in
flight?
Washington. Good. Your flight was good too?
Thank you so much. I said that you felt more.
There you go. Thanks, fan of peace Eric, for sending that in. One of our viewers asked about, hold on a second here. King Shrek, our viewer, did not like when the reporter said to Zelensky earlier, are you going to keep sending people to their deaths or redraw the maps? That was Peter Ducey, he said, asked that. I'd have to go back and rewatch to make sure that that's who asked it. I mean, the way the question is asked is, Are you going to send people to their deaths or redraw the maps? But send people to their deaths is that is one way of describing something. Another way of describing something is preventing Russia from taking over the country and allowing everybody who lives here to be dominated by Putin and subject to Putin's rule. So there's different ways you can describe things, the same thing. Our viewer King Shrek did not like that question. Oh, I think I just saw something here. Hold on a second here. I saw something about possibly something the Kremlin said, but I want to make sure. Where is this? Or there's some sort of Russian foreign ministry statement out? Let's see. See if I can find it. This is what I want. I'm not seeing this statement. I saw a report about supposedly something the Russian Foreign Ministry said, but I don't see the statement myself. Let me see if I can find it here. All right, hold on.
Take a look and see what that's only what for everybody. It's almost what holiday travel around us.
I can't find it. I saw a report claiming that the Russian Foreign Ministry said something about the possibility of U.S. or European troops in Ukraine, but I can't find the original statement. Germany's Chancellor Merz is supposed to have a news conference after the meeting, by the way. I don't know if any of it's going to be in English. We might have comments coming up from the different participants. Possibly. Thanks to Jonathan Morris, our member. Replay the Duthie question. I think maybe at the end I'll replay all the questions. What I might do is I might try to take a minute and grab a quick snack if I can. You know, I need a minute anyway. Give me about 2 minutes. I'm going to take 2 minutes myself, and then I'll come back in 2 minutes. As we wait for the European leaders to leave and maybe people to say more. Give me about 2 minutes. Now I'm coming back, and we'll continue. I'll leave the camera up for you. Give me 2 minutes. I'm coming back.
Dobra, to ja lecę do niego, tu Michała włączę. A Michał ma być jak to? Ja dostałem SMS od Michała. Michała nie ma? Michał. Zgadzasz. Jest włączone. Wkręcam ci wszystko. Używasz tego, prawda? Mogę bo my tam na przykład gdzie ma
Thanks for your patience. What I'm going to do in a couple minutes, I'm just heating up some food, is I'm going to take about, in a couple minutes, if they're not done, I'll take about 5 minutes and have a little snack, because I haven't eaten anything. But for now, we're waiting for the meeting to end. And then if we hear anything from the participants after. Checking for other updates as well. Thanks to PZ Papa Zulu for your support. I'm supposed to have video of the press conference by Chancellor Merz after. Thanks Social Corruption for your support on Twitch. So, hold on a second. Oh, Merz, I guess it is. Pronounced Merz, one of the viewers says. Wikipedia says that too. Thank you. Merz. I don't know that there's been any huge developments today. Like, I don't know that I can say, I mean, nothing seems to have gone that badly. The participants have been talking in a positive fashion. I don't know that there's been any kind of huge update. I'll say that President Trump said he wants to have a trilateral meeting with Putin and Zelensky. He wants to schedule that after this. Evelyn in Maine says, so far so good. I don't know of anything that's super bad that happened. iPod says very cordial but nothing specific. I agree with that. We have not gotten details of specifics really that they've discussed. Oh, thanks. Dawn Adair messaged me about the Kremlin statement. Where is this? But where? See, I was looking. I see that post about the Kremlin statement, but I went to RIA Novosti, where it's supposedly from, and I didn't see it there. So yeah, I'm not sure about that statement. I have to find the original source. Oh, I have it. I got it right here. Yes, the Kremlin said... Oh, on their website. I checked their website.
Oh, yes.
One moment. One moment. Is it in Russian? Oh, maybe it's in the Russian language version of their stuff. I bet that's it. I'm really confused. Supposedly, the Russian Foreign Ministry said something about them not wanting NATO troops in Ukraine. I can't find the statement. Is it here? I have no idea where it is. Yeah, that's my problem. I can't find the actual. I see reports about the statement, but I don't see the statement itself. Well, anyways, if I find it, I'll let you know. I'm not going to spend endless time looking for it. Yeah, I saw some different outlets post about the statement, but I can't find the original statement. So I want to see it for myself. One outlet said it was on the Russian Foreign Ministry website, but I went there and I couldn't find it anywhere. Oh, so I'm seeing it. Okay, I'm seeing it again. Another article talks about it. Where is it? So I'm gonna a bunch of publications are reporting on this at this point. So at this point, I'm going to report it. Okay. So the statement that Russia supposedly said, that I'm seeing a lot of different outlets say they said, is you can see on the Institute for the Study of War post here. We reaffirm our repeatedly voiced position on our categorical rejection of any scenarios that envisage the appearance in Ukraine of a military contingent with the participation of NATO countries. So that is something that is being discussed by the US and Europe and allies. Russia's saying they won't go for it. Will they ultimately go for it? I have no idea. But the New York Times reported the same statement. I couldn't find the original version, but I'm pretty confident it's real. The Times reported it, and also Turkish state media reported it as well. Oh, I don't know if this is true. Yeah, what is this here? I would be careful about this story. Is this? Where is it? I don't even want to mention it. I saw some rumor online that I haven't seen any kind of reliable reporting on. All right, we're waiting for them to finish up and then see what happens. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to rapidly eat a snack. I'm going to run in the other room and eat a snack. That's what I'm going to do because I haven't eaten anything. And we're going to keep covering this. I'll be better once I've eaten something. So I need about 5 minutes, okay? I need about 5 minutes. All right, guys? Give me that. And I'll leave this footage up, but then I'll be better because I'll have eaten something. All right, so hang on a moment. I'm coming right back in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, we get to play with everybody's face every day. Like just pull someone's face out. I know that. Pretty good national, too bad. Look happy. That's it, right there. She's like, come back to gym class. I want one time. Water in a way. Because they were little, they were like that big. Yeah.
Top story.
intanto Zelensky non ha ancora lasciato la Casa Bianca, sono qui in attesa e sarebbe il segnale che il meeting, il summit è terminato. Sopra, per quanto riguarda il prossimo step, il prossimo passo, difficile capire quando avverrà questo bilaterale, perché Trump, quando ha menzionato la questione di una settimana, 2 settimane, parlava proprio della fine della guerra, del cessate della cessazione delle ostilità, quindi non soltanto un bilaterale. Poi è arrivato Emmanuel Macron parlando di un quadrilaterale con gli europei dopo il bilaterale, quindi difficile capire se questo venerdì, come voleva Zelensky, come vorrebbe Trump, si avrà il trilaterale oppure bisognerà attendere, perché quando ha detto Trump sarebbe proprio la fine della guerra in 1 settimana o 2, in particolare un punto, una notizia soprattutto qui per gli americani, il fatto che Trump voglia inviare truppe americane dentro l'Ucraina per garantire la sicurezza di tutti.
I tried halfway. Yeah.
Yeah. There's not a way to happen.
There really is. What? So I just get them all. Get them both in. Thanks. If they're voluntary, they're there for 6 hours. If they go there, that's good because it's going to come out. Like when there's 5 minutes off, it came out. But yeah, so come out, lunch, go back in, and then leave the house. My eyes.
Solo c'è il meeting che lascia il meno alla percia. Vai grande, il posto c'è dentro il meeting room, c'è tutto lo spazio di sto mondo. Te lo dico, tanto c'è un computerino lì appoggiato su un desk, ci sta il mio che tuo. È una storia lunga, però lo capirai. Adesso piove, quindi, però è tipo un bancone dove appoggiano i giornalisti e i fotografi e l'ho fatto un po'. Dai, ciao, ciao.
All right, I know that was longer than 5 minutes. I apologize, but I did eat. So we're now back. Hang on one sec here. It took longer than I thought. I was hungry. I hadn't eaten really all day, so I ate, and now I'm good to go. Now I'm definitely good to go. So thanks for your patience. One second. Now, the European leaders and Zelensky are still meeting with Trump. I don't know how long that's going to go. Yeah, you know, there's this... Oh, hold on a second here. You know, I'm seeing this story go around online, and I don't have a lot of confidence in it. I don't know if it's one of these things where everybody starts quoting everybody else, and you're like, well, who has the real story? There's this rumor floating around online that Trump wanted to call Putin while the other representatives were there. I don't know that that's true. And who's, you know what I'm saying? I've been seeing, so Sky News said it was according to a new report in Germany. Oh, and then, okay. Oh, no, this is a different report. I'm sorry. This is a different report. Bild Germany is claiming that Trump interrupted talks with Europeans for a phone call with Putin. No joke. That is what Bild is reporting right now. AZ Intel mentioned that as well. Thanks, AZ Intel, for posting that. So, Bild Germany is claiming, they say their reporter says that Trump interrupted the meeting to call Putin. Yeah, some of our viewers have said in the past they didn't think Bild was reliable. So we'll see if anybody else is reporting it. Again, I would need to hear from a bunch more sources to think that happened. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but at this point, I haven't seen any other report of this. I don't know why they would be the only ones reporting it. I mean, if it happened, you'll find out it happened. The original thing I had seen floating around was this claim that Trump wanted to call him. Now there's this report in Germany claiming that Trump did call him. Anyways, I'll let you know. I'm looking for more, but that's the one outlet I see reporting it. Some of our viewers are saying that Build has a good track record. We have some viewers with different record, with different thoughts on Build. Anyways, though, I'm not going to believe that just based on one publication saying it. So. Hold on a second here. Trump had said in the meeting to the press that he was going to call Putin after. Now, one of our viewers said Sky News is also reporting it. No, this is what happens. Sky News said Build reported it. You need to be careful. You have to read the story. Just because it's on Sky News page doesn't mean Sky News is also reporting it. Literally, the Sky News report said, according to Build. This is how these things get spread. Thank you. One does not simply. I'm not aware that that Trump said on the microphone before the Europe meeting that he was going to call Putin during the meeting. I didn't hear him say that. Maybe later we'll go back and listen to it, but I didn't hear that when I heard him. Again, I am sure if this happens, it will get reported by other outlets. I'm guessing the White House would eventually say it happened. But let's just cool it a little bit on assuming it definitely happened. This happens all the time here, where people are all saying this thing happened and it's poorly sourced and it turns out that it didn't happen. So let's just wait before we start jumping to conclusions. Yeah, as David Gray says, only time will tell. I am checking for updates myself, various sources.
Wiesz, trochę przydałby się operator jeszcze chyba stała, bo ja generalnie stałem z koroną, ale no jest co jest. Biegam teraz z Michałem, będę robił następne wejście, no to zrobimy to wejście, tak? Razem. Właśnie musimy się przenieść tam, bo zawsze badać...
Marius says this is taking so long. Well, I don't. They could meet for hours for all I know. I don't know how long it's going to go. I was saying earlier today, I was surprised with the schedule because I thought that maybe they would talk for a long time. Again, the Reuters report, you can see, look at you might say Reuters is reporting it. No, they're not reporting it. Reuters says Trump interrupts talks with European leaders to call Putin, reports Germany's Bild. This is still the only outlet that is reporting it. Germany's Bild. That's it. Everybody else I've seen reporting it is getting it from Germany's Bild. So I'm going to wait on this one before one source is before concluding it's true, when we just have one outlet claiming it's true and nobody else. Why is one source enough? Because first of all, the story sounds a little weird. It sounds weird to me that Trump would do that. I'm not saying it's definitely not true. It sounds weird. Also, there's all kinds of outlets who are covering this. And this would be a huge development. And the fact that somehow only Bild knows this and nobody else knows it seems kind of strange to me. It all feels kind of strange. So I'm going to hold off. Again, maybe it turns out to be true. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying it feels weird to me. When, how long ago did did they say they were? We watched all of them at the table. So I think this meeting has been going on for about an hour and a half, if I have that right. For about an hour and a half, they've been having their closed-door meeting. Zelensky and the European leaders and Trump. That's after earlier today, Zelensky and Trump met by themselves. Hey, thanks to Sean Ryder. I appreciate that, Sean, and thanks for your note. Sean Ryder, thank you. Is there going to be a statement after the meeting? That I don't know. I mean, I'm supposed to have video of a press conference by Chancellor Merz, for whatever that's worth. So maybe various leaders will give statements. Maybe Trump will say something. We'll have to wait and see. One Ukrainian account, a Ukrainian news account I follow, Truka Ukraine, is claiming that a different Ukrainian source is saying that the meeting ended, if I have that right. Oh, is it the national? Oh, is it the national broadcaster of Ukraine reporting that? Hang on. Let's see. I am seeing reporting in Ukrainian media saying that the meeting has ended. I am seeing this new reporting in Ukrainian media saying that the meeting has ended. Yeah, the meeting has ended. This is from Suspilne, which is a... Suspilne is... that's Ukraine. Is that Ukrainian state news? Hold on. Hang on. National Public Broadcasting Company of Ukraine. National Public Broadcaster of Ukraine says that the meeting has ended. So again, they say the meeting between Trump, Zelensky, and European leaders at the White House has ended, sources told us. We'll see if that turns out to be true. Oh, thank you so much, Leon Yoder. Leon Yoder thinks some people are prioritizing their feelings of hatred for Putin and Trump over any desire for peace they might have. Thank you, Leon, for your support. Again, Ukraine's national public broadcaster Suspilny is reporting that the meeting between Zelensky, Trump, and European leaders has ended. I don't know if that's true. DW, I think, might be reporting it too. Is that what's happening? I see a report claiming that DW reported it. Oh. DW is also reporting the story about Trump calling Putin. Okay, we have a second source for the Trump calling Putin. Michaela Kufner, who's the chief political editor of DW News, which is a major German news outlet, says Trump interrupted Ukraine talks with European leaders to call Putin. So that's two outlets reporting that now. That's DW and Bild. That's two outlets. They say it was their sources. Michaela Kufner says it was a source close to negotiations. So DW is not getting it from Bild. They're getting it from their old source. Now, it could be the same source as Bild, but they both have confidence in it. So maybe there's somebody on the inside from Germany who went to those German outlets. Oh, Kelly Meyer with News Nation says the meeting is over. Kelly Meyer with News Nation, thanks Tyler for mentioning this, Tyler Vasquez. Kelly Meyer with News Nation also says the meeting with European leaders and Zelensky and Trump has ended. So I'm going to say reports. Trump meeting with Zelensky and European leaders ends. So multiple reports saying that now. One of our viewers mentioned BBC. BBC says that they have sources saying that the meeting has ended as well. So multiple sources saying the meeting is over. Also, as we mentioned, multiple outlets in Germany, two outlets that I know of, DW and Bild, are claiming that Trump interrupted the meeting to call Putin. I don't know what we're going to hear now from different people. We're just waiting to see what we hear at this point. We'll see what everybody says if they talk to the press. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what we're going to hear. I'm waiting with you guys. I'm checking a lot of different outlets here. Yeah, Ukraine state media, Ukrinform, says the meeting has ended. They report it too. Rachel Scott, who is with ABC News, she says the meeting is reportedly wrapping up, according to a White House official. Hey, thanks to Delta Sin, who says Putin is the aggressor. This morning's attack on Ukraine proves he's not interested in peace. That's what Delta Sin thinks. Delta Sin thinks Putin wants something he can't have. Thanks, Delta Sin, for your support. So again, multiple reports say the meeting, the closed-door meeting, has wrapped up. Jackie Heinrich from Fox says the White House does not confirm the report from German media that Trump paused the meeting to talk to Putin. Okay? So that is what Jackie Heinrich from Fox News says, that the White House does not confirm it. Doesn't mean they deny it. So we'll have to see. Two German outlets that I saw reported it. Two different ones. TSN, which is a Ukrainian news outlet, says Zelensky's press secretary says the meeting has ended, but the leaders remain at the White House to continue negotiations, possibly in a different format. I'm not sure what that means. But again, TSN Ukraine says that Zelensky's press secretary says the meeting has ended, but the leaders remain in the White House to continue negotiations, possibly in a different format. President Trump had said earlier that they were going to end up in the Oval Office. I'm not sure what that meant, though. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me to say the meeting ended and then we moved to another room to talk. Because then all that's happened then is that the meeting just moved rooms. So that wouldn't mean it ended if they just switched rooms. So something must have happened. Jen Xer says, are they doing a Zoom with Putin? I don't know what to make of it. David Davis says, at least they are not in the war room. A lot of unclarity about what exactly is happening at the moment. So CNN has the same report as TSN. They say that Zelensky's spokesperson says that the meeting has ended, but leaders are staying at the White House to continue negotiations, possibly in a different format. So again, I'm kind of confused as to what that all means. What does it mean that their meeting ended, but they're staying at the White House to continue negotiations, possibly in a different format? One of our viewers thought they were going to get on a call with Putin. I don't know about that. Ooga Booga says, with Putin on Zoom. That I don't know. Explorer says negotiations over drinks. Penguin thinks it means they will continue over supper. Eamon Javers reports, Eamon Javers of CNBC says, a White House official confirms to me that today's multilateral leaders meeting is over. Again, that is from Eamon Javers of CNBC, who says a White House official confirms to me that today's multilateral leaders meeting is over. Oh, Barak Ravid also says Trump calls Putin during Ukraine summit. Axios Barak Ravid reports President Trump called Putin while Zelensky and European leaders were gathered at the White House. Trump took a break from the meeting to place the call, says Axios. So that's another outlet reporting it. A third outlet. No, he said he would call after the meeting. He did not say he would call during the meeting. Before the meeting, he said he would call after. But these reports say he called during the meeting. He interrupted the meeting. There's a new article in the military news site The War Zone about the new missile that Ukraine claims it has. Tyler Rogaway, who founded the War Zone site, he's a military expert. He says a weapon of such prodigious range and warhead size would be a major threat to targets across huge swaths of Russia. But in the article it says that it's unclear how many Ukraine can make of these, how well the technology works. But we can talk about that after more. So again, multiple outlets reporting that the meeting is over. Multiple outlets reporting that Trump actually called Putin during the meeting. A spokesperson for Zelensky said that leaders are staying at the White House to continue negotiations, possibly in a different format, which I'm not sure exactly what that means. So we're waiting to hear more. Nobody's come out yet. Fred Withrow said he left the meeting and phoned Putin. I don't know if he left, but the reports are that he interrupted the meeting to phone Putin. I guess in theory he could have been in the room if that happened. Oh, NBC News is claiming Zelensky is going to stay in Washington. Is that what's going to happen? Sky News claims that NBC News is claiming that Putin's going to stay in Washington for more talks. Let's see. I don't see that report myself. Oh, what NBC said is Zelensky. Okay, this is not a new report. This is not a new report. What NBC News said is it's the same report of the other reports. They quote the spokesman for Zelensky saying that Zelensky and the Europeans are staying in Washington for now to continue talks, which could take another format. The report was that they're staying at the White House. I thought it meant that somehow Zelensky had extended his trip. That is not the report that's out right now. That's an example of quoting another report and not doing a great job of quoting it, and quoting it to make it sound like it said something it didn't actually say. Yes, thank you too. One does not simply, thank you. Yes, Trump on a hot mic said today, I think he wants to make a deal. He said to Macron in the East Room. He said, I think he wants to make a deal for me. You understand that, as crazy as it sounds. Thank you so much to One Does Not Simply. Hey, thanks to Steve Middleton. I appreciate that, Steve. Steve says Europeans have wealth and weapons. Why don't they fight? It suggests a mindset of submission. That is what Steve Middleton says. Steve, thank you for your support. I have not heard that any of the leaders are extending their trip additional days. Maybe some of them were supposed to be there additional days anyway. That I don't know. I'll let you know if I do. Yeah, this whole thing about the meeting ending, but them possibly negotiating in a different format sounds kind of odd. So trying to get some more updates. Multiple reports say the meeting ended. Not sure exactly what's going on right now. There's not supposed to be another press conference tonight. CNN is also reporting now that Trump paused the meeting with Zelensky and the European leaders to speak with Putin. That's being reported by multiple outlets now. Axios, CNN, 2 German outlets, they're all reporting that Trump, in the middle of the meeting, talked to Putin. What is this? BBC reports that... Oh, no, that's not a new report. That is not a new report. Same report. Malmo Shagras thinks obviously something is happening. I don't know. Maybe they're all kind of standing around talking. Missile Hatch thinks Putin will know the results of the meeting before the public. County, no, it's not an NSFW report from BBC. They just reported something that I think was similar to something else I saw. Thank you, County KWNY Upstate. Thank you. Now I'm seeing a report that TSN News, Ukraine, reports that Zelensky's secretary says negotiations in the Oval Office resumed after the break in a leaders-only format. So are there more people? Is the idea is that there's people in the Oval Office who weren't in the meeting with just the leaders, and now they're all talking in the Oval Office? The Air Force of Ukraine posted the takeoff of 2 Russian Tu-95 MS planes was recorded. So I think they're concerned. They say we will inform you about any changes in the situation. So I guess they're concerned about maybe some kind of missile launch from the planes. Yeah, strategic bomber and missile platform, Tu-95. So again, will we see airstrikes while this meeting is going on? We might. Some reports say meeting ends, but others say talks continue. How's that? That's where we're at right now. Some reports say there was a break after, so a little unclear what's going on. Quite unclear what's going on. BBC says talks between Trump, Zelensky, and leaders have resumed in the Oval Office. The thing is, though, Trump said during the start of the meeting with the European leaders that was open to the press, he actually said, we'll do something here, then we'll go over to the Oval Office. He said that then. So if that's what they did, that's not a surprise, because he said that 2 hours ago. No, that wasn't on the schedule. The schedule just said meeting at 3. The schedule didn't have the different locations. Our viewer Zane Saya thinks something big is brewing. CNN, in their report, CNN is one of a number of outlets saying that Trump interrupted the meeting to call Putin. CNN says, their source says the Europeans were not present for Trump's conversation with Putin. Callie Raven thinks something is coming up. Christopher Miller of Financial Times says, Financial Times is reporting that Ukraine will promise to buy $100 billion of American weapons financed by Europe as part of a deal to obtain U.S. security guarantees for its security after a peace settlement with Russia. I don't know if that's new. I don't even know what the security guarantees would be. So again, the Financial Times is claiming that Ukraine will promise to buy $100 billion of American weapons financed by Europe. So is Europe really buying them? As part of a deal to obtain U.S. guarantees for its security after a peace settlement with Russia. For its security after a peace settlement with Russia. That's what FT is saying. I don't know if that's something new from today, or, I mean, the report is new, but I don't know if they're saying that got discussed today or not. The New York Times is also reporting that Trump paused the proceedings, the meeting with European leaders and Zelensky to call Putin. Just trying to get you the latest updates here. Maybe President Trump will say something to the press. Maybe he'll give a statement to the press, guys. Bobby C., our viewer, says, do not expect an agreement today. Thanks so much to Vlack Magic, who says the official schedule is not what they do. This is heads of state. Shout out to our Twitch subscribers who support the channel by subscribing, like Shells80 and Wall Street and Shaggy, Social Corruption, Zycheon, Douthis, thank you, Jazzy Renee, Fate64, all of our other Twitch subscribers, thanks. Oops. Thanks also Gino Vanelli for subscribing. Also, our subscribers on Facebook like LT and Robert Rial II, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, all of our other subscribers there, thank you. Thanks also so much to Faustina from Norway, who thinks negotiations with Putin are not going to happen. He's a dictator and will not listen to anyone. That's what Faustina thinks. Thank you. Again, a bunch of reports say that the meeting ended with Trump and the European leaders and Zelensky, but some reports say that they're still talking. Not exactly clear what's going on. Thanks to the weather buff, who says after consulting they agree that there's no onions on tonight's pizza. That's what Weather Buff said. Thank you, Weather Buff, for your support. Zelensky spokesperson says they are talking in the Oval Office. Haven't heard that from anybody else, though. BBC, oh, that's not new. That is not new. This is interesting. Is this really being reported? Let's see. Hey, thanks to One Does Not Simply, who says, everyone who understands how history works knew this ends today. That's what our viewer One Does Not Simply say. Thank you for your support. Okay, so the White House press pool, all right, so it is confirmed. It is confirmed from the White House that the East Room meeting ends. So the meeting ended, but some reports say talks continue. So how can I say this? Trump, Zelensky, Euro meeting ends, but reports say talks continue. So again, the White House confirms now that the meeting in the East Room ended, the multilateral meeting. I have that from the White House press pool. So you might say, how can talks continue if after the meeting ends? Well, maybe they're hanging out in a different room talking with different people. Maybe some more people are in there. That I don't know. Thanks so much, Matthew Perry. Who says the security guarantees will look like the Finno-Soviet Treaty of 1948, aka YYA in reverse. I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Turning Ukraine neutral if it wishes, just a hunch with Finland being there. Do you think, Matthew Perry, that Ukraine would agree to a deal that turned it neutral? That doesn't sound like much of a security guarantee. I think the guarantees that Ukraine wants are to protect it if Russia keeps attacking it. But I might be misinterpreting what Matthew is saying. Matthew Perry from Canada. But I do think Matthew raises a good issue, which is we don't know what those security guarantees are going to look like. Thank you, Matthew Perry. I really appreciate that, Matthew. Thank you. I think certainly Russia would be happy if Ukraine made itself neutral. I don't know that that's going to happen, though. This is the West Wing you're looking at right here of the White House. Oh, the building on the right, is that one of the office buildings? The Eisenhower Executive Office Building is the building on the right. Oh, thanks to Gen Xer for the memberships. Thank you, Gen Xer. The YYA treaty that Matthew mentioned, by the way, is the Finno-Soviet Treaty of 1948. I'll have to read more about that treaty later, Matthew. We're waiting to find out more about what's going on. There's a lot of questions about what's going on at the White House right now. Michael D. says, no deal that allows Russia to go for round 3. Huh? There was originally a news conference from Chancellor Merz of Germany scheduled for around 4 p.m. I think 4:10 p.m. It hasn't happened yet. It's 5:47 p.m. Oh, Matthew Perry thinks that the treaty will give them that the deal will give Ukraine Article 5 protection without being in NATO. Thanks, Matthew Perry. I appreciate that. Yeah, we talked about that before. Somebody said, why are these... Somebody said, I'm confused. Russia doesn't want Ukraine in NATO, but all these European countries are talking about an Article 5-like security guarantee. Article 5 is the part of the NATO treaty where they say they will defend each other if attacked. So, yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me either. I just... Again... If they literally have the same type of agreement as NATO, but it just doesn't have the title NATO, is Putin going to be like, oh, that's fine. As long as you don't call it NATO, I'm fine with whatever you do. Clearly, that's not going to be something he accepts. So whatever kind of security guarantees there are, it would have to be something significantly different than NATO and something other than calling it NATO or not. Now, I don't know what that'll look like. BBC says the ongoing Oval Office talks are reportedly for leaders only. So I don't understand. The White House confirmed, well, the White House said the East Room meeting ends, but maybe they're just doing, did they just switch rooms? Is that all that happened, is that they switched rooms? I don't know. I just don't know. President Trump had already said they were going to go to the Oval Office later. I'm confused. I'm just confused. Cindy says, I don't either. Yeah, it's confusing what's happening. Jay Lewiston thinks they kicked the aides out and it's now just leaders only. Oh, well, maybe there's people who were in the East Room who aren't there anymore. That's an interesting proposal. That would be a different format. I don't know if they did that. Oh, thanks so much to Petko Petkov, who thinks Ukraine lost and has to sign peace with Russia if they don't want to lose more land. And the peace will be to the Russian terms, Ukraine will be neutral. That's what Petko thinks. The thing is, Ukraine is worried about signing a deal with Russia and giving stuff up, and then Russia just invades them. If Ukraine isn't getting any security guarantees from the West, then what's to stop Russia from, in 6 months or a year, just invading them and taking more land? That's going to be something that Ukraine's concerned about. I don't think Ukraine's going to trust Russia to just not invade, based on Putin's word. Thank you so much, Petko Petkov. I appreciate that, Petko. But I mean, look, I think what a lot of people are pointing out is it would seem that Russia and Ukraine have very different demands. I don't know if they can come to an agreement. The things they both want seem quite different. Peggy Sue thinks it's hard to talk with 8 people, probably split up into different rooms to talk. One of our viewers thinks it's intractable, the problem. Douthis. Yeah, maybe one of our viewers is right. Maybe in the East Room there were aides there, and now there are no aides in the Oval Office. Maybe they said, let's go to the Oval Office and just talk amongst ourselves, and we're not going to tell anybody what we talked about here. Although I can't imagine that the different leaders wouldn't want to talk about it with their aides. Yes, multiple outlets reported that Trump paused the meeting earlier to call Putin. That is true. Many outlets say that. Thanks, Rivka Vossman. Thanks so much, Rivka. I appreciate that. I am looking for more updates here, guys. Now, there's a new report. No, that's not. There's a new report from, is this a public broadcaster? From Ukraine's public broadcaster saying that the meeting has ended? A new report the meeting has ended? it's confusing because I don't know if these reports are about the second meeting, about the Oval Office meeting or the East Room meeting. It's all confused. Yeah, see, what's happening now is these different, like the New York Times just said, the White House said the meeting in the East Room has ended. Right, but that meeting ended like 45 minutes ago. So that's not really new news. Supposedly there's a meeting in the Oval Office now. Thank you, Matthew Perry, who thinks if Ukraine said they'd be neutral, basically, it would meet Russia's concerns, meaning NATO isn't allowed to invade through Ukraine. It also allows Ukraine to get military assistance if Russia does the same. Well, Matthew, it depends on what you think Russia's concerns are. Some believe what Russia wants is to fully incorporate Ukraine back into Russia, to take full control of Ukraine. Some believe that President Putin feels threatened by any kind of independent democratic Ukraine. So, again, you think that Russia's concerns would be addressed just by Ukraine, like saying they're neutral, I guess. And you think Russia's big concern is that NATO invades Russia through Ukraine. But there are other theories on what Russia's concerns are. There are many out there who think Russia basically just wants to, one, reconstitute their empire by taking back Ukraine and completely controlling it, and two, that Putin feels threatened by having a successful Western-leading democracy on his doorstep. So again, it just depends on different conclusions about what Russia's priorities are. It might lead you to different conclusions about what they'd be willing to accept in a deal. So your assessment of a deal may be correct if that Russia would accept if you're right in what Russia's goals are. But there's different theories about what Russia's goals are. Thank you, Matthew Perry, though I very much appreciate it. I appreciate your support, and I appreciate the line of discussion. Oh, the camera is zooming in. The camera is zooming in. Anderson Oliveira thinks this has never been about Ukraine joining NATO. That's what Anderson, our viewer, thinks. I have an update for you. I have an update for you, I think. Hold on a moment here. Russia's ambassador to the U.S. says, hold on, Yuri Ushakov. Oh no, former Russian diplomat Yuri Ushakov, who was the ambassador to the U.S., he says, according to TASS is Russian state media, that the phone call between Putin and Trump was 40 minutes long. Russian state media TASS has a report that the Trump-Putin phone call today was 40 minutes long. So, did that 40 minutes, I mean, that would be, I mean, because I think that the whole meeting in the East Room with Zelensky and Trump and the European leaders was what, like 2 hours? That would be a significant amount of that time would have been Trump talking to Putin. Again, TASS is quoting a Russian diplomat as saying that the Putin-Trump conversation today was 40 minutes long and that the conversation was frank and very constructive. Oh, Ushakov is Putin's aide. Putin's aide said this. Okay, Russian state media says Putin's aide Ushakov says Putin and Trump expressed support for direct negotiations between the delegations of Russia and Ukraine. The leaders discussed the idea of exploring the possibility of raising the level of representatives of Moscow and Kyiv in the negotiations. So, in their call, according to an aide to Ukraine, an aide to Putin said, Putin and Trump expressed support for direct negotiations between the delegations of Russia and Ukraine. But that doesn't mean saying they support the delegations of Russia and Ukraine talking doesn't mean they support Putin talking directly to Zelensky, right? Because Trump wanted Zelensky to talk directly to Putin. So now we have Putin's aide saying that Trump and Putin expressed support for direct negotiations between the delegations of Russia and Ukraine, which doesn't seem like it's saying it's supporting Zelensky talking directly to Putin. So I wonder about that. It sounds like maybe they didn't agree on trilateral conversation. Here is a summary from Russian state media of an aide to Putin's summary about what they talked about. Trump informed Putin about the just concluded negotiations with Zelensky and the leaders of European countries. Putin, it says the president, I think that means Putin. Putin spoke in favor of continuing direct negotiations between the delegations of the Russian Federation and Ukraine. Putin and Trump discussed the idea of raising the level of direct Russian-Ukrainian negotiations, which it sounds like they discussed the idea of a trilateral meeting. The presidents of the Russian Federation and the U.S. agreed to continue to maintain close contact with each other on the Ukrainian crisis and other pressing issues. Putin noted the importance of Trump's efforts to resolve the Ukrainian situation. The Russian president warmly thanked Trump for the hospitality and good organization of the meeting in Alaska, as well as the progress achieved during it. Oh, hold on a minute. Oh, Trump posted on True Social. Breaking news. Here is Trump's True Social post. Thanks, Ty Smith, for mentioning this. Guys, Trump posted on True Social about the meeting. I'm going to read this to you right now. Give me a second here. You can see it right there. He said, make it a little bigger for you. Oopsie. Hold on a second. That didn't work the way I wanted it to. Oh, I see what happened. Here. Hang on. Here it is. I had a very good meeting with distinguished guests: President Zelensky of Ukraine, President Macron of France, President Stubb of Finland, Prime Minister Meloni of Italy, Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the United Kingdom, Chancellor of Germany Merz, President of the European Commission, and Secretary General of NATO, blah, blah, blah, blah, in the White House, which ended in a further meeting in the Oval Office. During the meeting, we discussed security guarantees for Ukraine, which guarantees would be provided by the various European countries with a coordination with the United States of America. Everyone is very happy about the possibility of peace for Russia, Ukraine at the conclusion of the meetings. So he said he did not interrupt the meeting. He said he called at the end of the meeting. He said he called President Putin and began the arrangements for a meeting at a location to be determined between President Putin and President Zelensky. Now, the Russian account is not that they're preparing that meeting. After that meeting takes place, we will have a trilat, which would be the two presidents plus myself. Again, this was a very good early step for a war that has been going on for almost 4 years. Vice President Vance, Secretary of State Rubio, and Special Envoy Witkoff are coordinating with Russia and Ukraine. Thank you for your attention to this matter. All right, let me get this on the screen, but I want to... Again, it sounds to me, he says that he began the arrangements for a meeting between Putin and Zelensky. The Russian account of the meeting didn't seem to me to... Hold on a second here. That didn't seem to me to be really the Russian account of the meeting. So that's a bit of a difference that I'm seeing in the accounts of what happened. There, putting it up there for you. So we'll have to see if a Zelensky-Putin meeting actually happens. Trump says that meeting would happen, and then there would be a trilateral meeting. Will the Zelensky-Putin meeting happen? I don't know. So I'll be interested in seeing what Russia says about that. Hey, thanks so much to Victories from Canada, who thinks that Russia never wanted all of Ukraine. It would be suicidal. That's what, because west of Ukraine was anti-Russian for decades. That's what Victories think. Some of you don't think Russia wants all of Ukraine. Some of you do. Thanks so much, Victories, for your support. I appreciate that. I guess that means the meeting is over. Right? Trump meeting with Zelensky and European leaders ends. Because he said he had. So it's over. So the big question now is, will there be a meeting between Zelensky and Putin? Because Trump says he began the arrangements for such a meeting, and then after that there will be a trilateral meeting. Shelley thinks Putin will never. I don't know. Maybe we'll do a poll about it later. The weather buff says, great news, we have argued everyone to an agreement on another meeting. Duffy Fluffy thinks this is not going to go anywhere. Thanks to EL Gamer for subscribing. ZZCH thinks nothing happened, only buys Putin more time. Sam, our viewer, thinks there should be a ceasefire while all this goes down. Matthew says, don't be a panicking. Yeah, BNO News Live posted what I was talking about. They talked about how the Kremlin says Putin agreed to another meeting with delegations and only discussed the idea of raising the level of representatives. Right, I mean, that's just what we were talking about. So again, Trump says that he's begun preparations. He began arrangements for a meeting between Zelensky and Putin. But Putin's advisor said that the presidents spoke in favor of continuing direct negotiations between the delegations of Ukraine and the Russian Federation, and Putin and Trump discussed the idea of raising the level of direct Russian-Ukrainian negotiations. Doesn't say they agreed on it. This is just what I was talking about before. All right, it's poll time. The poll is, will there be a meeting between Putin and Zelensky? I'm posting it right now. Hang on, folks. I gotta post this. Okay, let's see what you guys said. Oh, did the poll post? Oh, maybe I didn't. Did I not post the poll on YouTube? I thought I did. Where is the poll? Why don't I see it on YouTube? What's happening? Hold on, let me do this. Posted it on the other platforms. Oh, it's there. Okay, I got the poll on YouTube. Hold on. It was acting funky. Okay, I said to you guys, will there actually be a Putin-Zelensky meeting? Ooh, YouTube is split. Now, why did that happen? There you go. 54% say no on YouTube, but 46% say yes. On Facebook, 63% say yes, 38% say no. And on Twitch, let's see on Twitch, 73% say no and 27% say yes. You know, I do remember during the press appearance today, Zelensky and Trump were talking, and Trump said he would go to the meeting if they both wanted him there, and Zelensky said, I would like you to be there. Well, now the plan, according to Trump, is to have Zelensky and Putin meet by themselves, and then Trump will go to the next one. Mr. Bob Trish says, no meeting, too much blood spilled. Roland thinks such a meeting will not happen in a reasonable time scale. I do not know. Now, also, I see the word early. President Trump said this was a very good early step for a war that has been going on for almost 4 years. Macro Geek says Trump to the rescue at the Trilateral. Thanks for voting in our poll. So it doesn't seem like you guys are convinced there will be a meeting. A lot of you. Clickbaited thinks if there's no ceasefire, there'll be no peace deal. Breaking news. Hold on. There's a whole other story going on. Louisiana is now going to send National Guard troops to D.C. Governor Landry of Louisiana has approved the deployment of 135 National Guard soldiers to D.C. to assist in President Trump's mission of restoring safety and peace in our nation's capital. Earlier today, Mississippi had approved. The Mississippi governor, Tate Reeves, said he had approved 200 Mississippi National Guard troops. So now 5 states, all with Republican governors, have approved sending National Guard troops to Washington, D.C. South Carolina, can I remember them all? I can't remember them all. I was posting about it yesterday. Ohio, that's right. What were the 3 yesterday? South Carolina, Ohio, and what was the other one? Somebody will tell me in the chat. I posted about it. But now there's 5 of them. Now there's 5. 5 states sending National Guard to Washington, D.C. In West Virginia. Thanks, Dinar. West Virginia. 5 states sending National Guard troops to Washington, D.C. in addition to the D.C. National Guard. Alex Fearnoth says they're going to be in Hummers. What kind of stuff will they be in? Maybe we'll do a story on that, a stream on that story at some point. Andrew says, do you think Ukraine's Flamingo missiles might embolden their negotiating power? This new long-range missile that Ukraine announced, it's unclear how good is the technology, how many of them can they make. It's just not clear right now. They say they have this new missile that they're serial producing, but there's a lot unclear about it at the moment. I think they announced it today. Oh, I'm seeing Chancellor Merz is supposed to give a news conference at some point, which I have video of, but I don't think he's left the White House yet. I don't think anyone's left the White House yet. I might be wrong, though. It seems like the press is getting ready for Germany's chancellor to give his news conference, which is in Washington, D.C. So it seems, I don't know if he already left by maybe he left up through a different door. Maybe only Zelensky came in through this door. The others came in through another door. So maybe only Zelensky would go out through this door. By the way, a lid has been called at the White House, according to Christian Datok, White House pool reporter. That means I don't think we're going to see Trump anymore tonight. A lid has been called. A lid has been called. Thank you, Sven Hoke, for your support. Sven thinks the moment security agreement with troops is mentioned, Putin box, Putin not serious. Hey, hold on a second. Let me get this press conference up for you. Hold on. Let me get the press conference up for you. Hold on. Chancellor Merz is giving a... It's going to work. Press conference. Let me get rid of this Trump thing. Ha! Okay. So this is going to be the Chancellor Merz press conference. Oops. Now, I think some of it's supposedly going to be in English, some of it. New report from Fox News' Brooke Sigman that the Missouri Attorney General, Andrew Bailey, has been tapped as co-deputy director of the FBI to work alongside Dan Bongino. We're waiting for Chancellor Merz of Germany to say something. Michelle Lauzon, our viewer, thinks there will be no meeting between Putin and Zelensky. There is some reporting I'm seeing on some Ukrainian Telegram channels I follow that claim that that the city of Lubny in Ukraine is under a drone attack. Again, 5 U.S. states are now sending National Guard troops to D.C. to supplement the D.C. National Guard troops that President Trump has already called up. We're waiting to hear from German Chancellor Merz. Maybe he'll tell us some more about what was discussed today. I think there were around 800 DC troops called up, and I want to say if you add up the others, it's somewhere around, what is it, 800, 1,000 or something like that. I'd have to add up all the numbers. Up, the door is opening. The door is opening, and the guard is going in. The guard just went in. Does that mean nobody's in the Oval Office if there's no guard outside? Is that what's happening? The guard went in, but no guard came out. What does that mean? Oh, the guard, no, the guard is out there. Okay, guard's back out there. Yes, if there is a Oval Office, if the president's in the Oval Office, there would be a guard outside the West Wing. Yeah, maybe a shift changed. I don't know. Now, is Zelensky still there? I mean, I haven't seen him leave, so I assume he's still there. I don't know if the European leaders are still there. It's not even clear what's going on. Trump posted that the meeting was over. Fernando Rodriguez says, did he sneak out? Oh, CNN says Keir Starmer, as he was leaving the Oval Office, said quite a lot was agreed to. And then CNN said around 6 p.m. a half hour ago, some European leaders were seen heading toward the exit. So it sounds like a bunch of them left. Maybe everybody left. I don't know. It looks like Merz is going to speak in a shortly, guys. I'm seeing people take their seats here. Right here, see? People are taking their seats. We're going to hear from the German Chancellor in a second. I'm going to make this full screen. I'll keep an eye on. This is not the White House. This is live, though. All right, this is Chancellor Merz speaking. There he is.
So, meine Damen und Herren, der Bundeskanzler gibt ein Statement ab. Wir haben Zeit für vielleicht 2 Fragen. Wir sind ja leider kurz.
Hang on.
Wir haben eine sehr intensive
Some of this is supposed to be in English.
Im Weißen Haus hinter uns. Sie alle haben das Gefühl, das sind in der Tat schicksalhafte Tage für die Ukraine und für Europa. 3 Tage nach dem Treffen in Anchorage in Alaska zwischen Präsident Trump und dem russischen Präsidenten ist der ukrainische Präsident Volodymyr Zelensky heute nach Washington gekommen, um die nächsten Schritte zu besprechen. Ich bin dankbar, dass Emmanuel Macron, Keir Starmer und andere europäische Partner zusammen mit mir heute hier sein konnten. Wir sind gekommen, um Volodymyr Zelensky zu unterstützen und auch gemeinsame europäische Interessen zu bewahren. Wir haben uns in einem sehr offenen Gespräch mit Präsident Trump beraten. Die Abstimmungen haben in den letzten Tagen ja intensiv schon begonnen. Heute haben wir sie fortgesetzt und es sind im Wesentlichen 4 Botschaften. Erstens, eine echte Verhandlung kann es nur auf einem Gipfel geben, an dem die Ukraine selbst auch teilnimmt. Ein solcher Gipfel ist nur denkbar, wenn die Waffen schweigen. Ich habe diese Forderung heute noch einmal erneuert. Zweitens, ein solcher Gipfel muss gründlich vorbereitet sein. Ob der russische Präsident den Mut haben wird, zu einem solchen Gipfel zu kommen, das wissen wir nicht. Deswegen braucht es Überzeugungsarbeit. Wir haben diese Themen heute besprochen und Sie haben das mitbekommen. Es hat eine Unterbrechung gegeben. In der Zeit hat der amerikanische Präsident mit dem russischen Präsidenten telefoniert und verabredet, dass es ein Treffen zwischen dem russischen Präsidenten und dem ukrainischen Präsidenten innerhalb der nächsten 2 Wochen geben wird. Dieses Treffen soll an einem Ort stattfinden, der noch vereinbart werden muss. Präsident Trump hat sich bereit erklärt, danach erneut zu einem Dreiertreffen einzuladen, sodass die Verhandlungen jetzt wirklich aufgenommen werden können. Den dritten Aspekt, den ich ansprechen möchte, der Ukraine, und darüber ist auch heute nicht gesprochen worden, dürfen keine Gebietsabtretungen aufgezwungen werden. Die russische Forderung, Kiew möge die freien Teile des Donbass aufgeben, entspricht nur, um es einmal von den Dimensionen deutlich zu machen, in der Dimension dem Vorschlag, als wenn die USA auf Florida verzichten müssten. Ein souveräner Staat kann sowas nicht so einfach einmal entscheiden. Das ist eine Entscheidung, die muss die Ukraine im Laufe der Verhandlungen selbst treffen. Viertens, wir haben sehr nachdrücklich die Ankündigung von Präsident Trump begrüßt, der Ukraine Sicherheitsgarantien zu geben. Diese Sicherheitsgarantien haben eine sehr lange und intensive Diskussion erfordert. Am Ende steht, dass die Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika bereit sind, Sicherheitsgarantien zu geben, dies auch mit den Europäern zusammen zu koordinieren. Es wird also im Falle eines Friedensabkommens entsprechende Sicherheitsgarantien für die Ukraine geben. Das ist der Stand der Diskussion des heutigen Tages. Ich will noch einmal sagen, das hat alles in einer sehr guten, sehr konzentrierten Atmosphäre stattgefunden. Sie haben die Bilder ja auch gesehen. Das Vorgespräch zwischen Präsident Trump und Präsident Zelensky war ausgesprochen gut. Es hat auch wirklich in einer sehr gelösten Stimmung stattgefunden und wir haben verabredet, dass wir auch in den nächsten Tagen und Wochen weiter eng zusammenarbeiten und auch weitere Treffen miteinander verabreden. Morgen wird es zunächst eine Videokonferenz der Koalition der Willigen geben. Das sind insgesamt 32 Staaten auf der Welt, die bereit sind, der Ukraine weiter zu helfen. Es wird dann um 13 Uhr deutscher Zeit einen Sonderrat der Europäischen Union geben, also einen Europäischen Rat, bei dem diejenigen, die heute aus Europa, aus der Europäischen Union an diesem Treffen teilgenommen haben, berichten werden über den Verlauf der Gespräche, die wir heute geführt haben. Ich will mich noch einmal ausdrücklich bedanken bei den Kolleginnen und Kollegen, die aus Europa teilgenommen haben. Ich sage bewusst nicht der Europäischen Union, sondern auch Keir Starmer als Ministerpräsident des Vereinigten Königreichs. Wir waren gut vorbereitet, gut abgestimmt. Wir haben auch dieselben Standpunkte vertreten. Das, glaube ich, hat dem amerikanischen Präsidenten auch durchaus zugesagt, in dem Sinne, dass er es bemerkt hat, dass wir Europäer hier mit einer Stimme sprechen. Das war mir, wie Sie alle wissen, besonders wichtig. Deswegen war es auch gut, dass wir uns in den letzten Tagen so viele Stunden Zeit genommen haben, dieses Treffen hier heute in Washington vorzubereiten. Ich will nicht verhehlen, dass ich nicht sicher war, dass es heute so verläuft. Das hätte auch anders verlaufen können, aber meine Erwartungen sind eigentlich nicht nur getroffen, sondern übertroffen worden, was dieses Treffen heute betrifft. Der Präsident war sehr offen auch für humanitäre Fragen. Wir haben zum Beispiel die Frage der über 19.000 entführten Kinder aus der Ukraine sehr intensiv diskutiert. Der Präsident Zelensky hat ihm nochmal einen Beispiel
I thought he was
gezeigt,
going to speak some
wie diese
English.
Familien
Hey,
da
what are we looking at
auseinandergerissen
here, by
werden.
the way?
Das war auch unmittelbar vor
What
dem
are we
Telefonat
looking at on the
mit,
screen
Putin.
here? I don't know what
Insofern
that's
war das
footage
auch,
of.
glaube ich, emotional für den amerikanischen Präsidenten wichtig, einmal auch persönliches, menschliches Schicksal zu sehen, das dort in der Ukraine jetzt seit 3,5 Jahren jeden Tag zu sehen ist. Also von daher auch nicht nur rein sachlich und sehr faktenorientiert, sondern auch
No English
mit
yet.
einem sehr hohen Maß auch an emotionaler Zuwendung, gerade was die Menschen in der Ukraine und ihr persönliches Schicksal betrifft. Ich will mich bei Präsident Trump bedanken für die Gastfreundschaft heute im Weißen Haus. Wir waren fast über 5 Stunden da. Es war eine gute Abfolge von Treffen und wir haben verabredet, dass wir in sehr engem Kontakt bleiben in den nächsten Tagen und Wochen, um jetzt diese Initiative, die begonnen hat, auch zu einem guten Ende zu führen. Es liegt aber auch noch eine Menge Arbeit vor uns in den nächsten Tagen und Wochen, aber wir sind entschlossen, sie auch zu leisten.
Vielen Dank. Ines Pohl.
Mr. Chancellor, would you be willing to send
Oh,
German
English. Hold on,
peacekeeping troops to Ukraine?
Die Frage, wer sich an den Sicherheitsgarantien in welchem Umfang
No
beteiligt, müssen wir zwischen den europäischen Partnern und mit der amerikanischen Regierung natürlich besprechen. Völlig klar ist, dass ganz Europa sich daran beteiligen sollte. Es geht ja hier nicht nur um das Territorium der Ukraine, es geht um die politische Ordnung Europas. Und dass wir daran auch als Bundesrepublik Deutschland ein hohes Interesse und eine hohe Verantwortung haben, uns zu beteiligen, ist für mich klar. In welchem Umfang, das müssen wir in Europa besprechen. Und das werde ich natürlich auch mit der Koalition in Berlin zu besprechen haben, bis hin zu der Frage, ob wir hier möglicherweise mandatspflichtige Beschlüsse zu fassen haben, die also der Deutsche Bundestag fassen muss. Das ist aber heute zu früh, um darauf eine endgültige Antwort zu geben.
Maybe one of our viewers will tell us
Herr
what he said.
Bundeskanzler, was kann ein Treffen von Putin mit Zelensky bringen? Also was wären realistische Erwartungen und ist Ihr Appell, Ihrer Meinung nach, Ihr Appell für eine Waffenruhe durchgedrungen, weil Herr Trump sich ja doch eher zögerlich geäußert hat dazu?
Dieses Treffen muss wie alle Treffen gut vorbereitet werden. Das werden wir auch mit Präsident Zelensky tun. Ich habe heute noch keine Vorstellung, was dieses Treffen auslösen kann. Aus meiner Sicht wäre es wünschenswert und mehr als das, dass es nun spätestens mit diesem Treffen auch einen Waffenstillstand in der Ukraine gibt. Präsident Zelensky hat das auch seinerseits zum Ausdruck gebracht, dass er sich kaum vorstellen kann, zu einem solchen Treffen mit Putin zusammen zu treffen, ohne dass es eine Feuerpause gibt. Aber das ist eine Frage jetzt der Verhandlungen, die auch geführt werden müssen. Wie das in den nächsten Tagen und Wochen weitergeht, kann ich Ihnen ebenfalls noch nicht mit Sicherheit sagen. Wichtig ist nur, dass wir jetzt wirklich zusammenstehen, dass wir zusammenbleiben, auch in Europa, und dass es hier auch aus der Europäischen Union heraus keine abweichenden Stimmen gibt, sondern dass wir gemeinsam an diesem Projekt arbeiten, den Frieden in der Ukraine wiederherzustellen.
Vielen Dank. Es tut mir leid.
So, wir müssen leider los. Bis zum nächsten Mal. Sehr gerne. Vielen Dank, dass Sie uns begleitet haben.
Okay. Well, I thought some of it was going to be in English. Any of our German-speaking viewers want to fill us in? One of our German-speaking viewers said it wasn't really much new. Let's see what people say in the chat. Nutty Meeps says, our viewer Nutty Meeps claims he said Germany, along with Europe, prepared to offer security guarantees to Ukraine, including its state of security, shared security forces. He said they plan to meet in the next week to discuss. DS Mitty claimed that a translator that he ran it through said he didn't come with high expectations, but it ended up exceeding his expectations. KC Veteran says he hopes for a ceasefire but welcomes peace soon. Bayer says the Chancellor is happy with the results of the meeting. Some people are saying different things that he said. Hang on a moment. I'm going to check. I bet I can find something. Give me 1 second, because I follow some German accounts. Let me just see if they're saying anything about what he said. Give me a moment here. I don't have it. I don't have it. Well, I don't speak German, so I'm not much of a help there. Let me just check one other thing, see if they have anything about it. AFP, hold on a second here. I'm seeing a supposed report from AFP. Where did that? I haven't seen that myself. There are some outlets that are claiming that AFP says that Putin told Trump he's ready to meet with Zelensky. I haven't seen that report from AFP myself, but I haven't seen it reported anywhere else. It'd be a big deal if Zelensky and Putin met by themselves, but I don't know that that was said. The Watcher said that's what Mertz said. Did Mertz say that? Did Mertz say that Putin says he'll meet with Zelensky? How does Mertz know that? Did Trump say that? I don't know. Hey, thanks to Sega for your support. I think I'm wearing out here, guys. I think I'm... thanks, Lucia Rizzo. She claimed that Trump was speaking on ABC. Maybe he is. I can't steal their footage, so... I can't show it. I wasn't aware that he was speaking on ABC, although maybe he's doing interviews. Maybe he did an interview earlier and they're running the interview. Oh, well, I just checked out ABC World tonight and they're in a commercial, so maybe I missed it. Thank you, Lucia. Yeah, Trump said he had called Putin and that they started to arrange a meeting between Putin and Zelensky. Oh, Zelensky left the White House. BBC reports Zelensky has left the White House, okay? That is from BBC. Zelensky has left the White House, just in case you were wondering. Just in case you were wondering. Yeah, so just a reminder that Trump said that he talked to Putin today and that he began the arrangements for a meeting at a location to be determined between President Putin and President Zelensky. After that meeting takes place, we will have a trilateral meeting, the two presidents plus myself. Now, I haven't heard directly from the Russian side that this meeting between Putin and Zelensky is going to happen. So that's going to be, we'll have to see if that happens. All right. Well, Zelensky's left the White House. Yeah, I think I'm kind of wearing out here. I'm all meetinged out. I'm all meetinged out right now. Well, I appreciate you guys joining our coverage. Surely there will be further developments in this. We'll have to see if Zelensky and Putin meet. I really appreciate people being here for the stream and all of your comments that you've been posting and the updates you've been giving me. Nathan Peterson says that was interesting. Yeah, I mean, we don't know everything they talked about, obviously. We don't know the vast majority of what they talked about. Maybe there'll be more reports coming out about that. But again, very much appreciate people being here. That was interesting. So if you want, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda here, Agenda Free TV. I'm interested to see if this meeting happens between Zelensky and Putin. I don't know. I don't know. But again, subscribe, follow. I would suggest you turn the notifications on. I mean, big news could happen at any time. There could be another big story tonight that we cover. So I can't tell you in advance when big news is going to happen. But you can turn on the notifications. We have a free notification system. It works awesome. You get sent a notification whenever we go live. You sign up one time. The mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat. You can find the notifications link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook too. But I would sign up for those so you know when we're going live. And I'll post updates on my X account. I cover breaking news on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. See, @Lookner. You can follow me there. The Watcher says the Discord is interesting. But again, I do really appreciate you guys being with us today. It was interesting. Hey, I'm sure there'll be more developments with this story that we will cover. Hey, let's shout out our moderators too. Our moderators are awesome. Thank you so much, moderators. They've been here the whole time. A lot of people chatting today about this interesting topic. And the reason that we can even have chats is because of our moderators. Huge thank you. Did he post again on True Social? No, we already read his True Social post. Beth Mythical over there on YouTube there now, and all of our other YouTube moderators who've been there, thank you so much. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley on Facebook. Huge thanks. Paul Anderson too. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev. All on Twitch. And our other Twitch moderators, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you so much, all of our mods. And thank you to everybody who donated. It's so nice of you. I owe a couple thanks. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks, FLP5S, for giving out a community sub on Twitch. Did I get everybody on YouTube? I hope so. Probably. I missed a couple people. Sega, Sven Hoke, Ship Clock. Oh, I didn't thank Ship Clock 5. Ship Clock 5, thank you. Accedi, thank you. Accedi claims there's a law that outlaws negotiations with Russia and Putin. Is that true? I don't know. Accedi claims that about Ukraine? You mean direct negotiations? I'm not sure, Accedi. But thank you, Accedi. Thank you also, NMCT. Thanks, NMCT and Dodger Blue. Sorry, I'm behind on a couple thank yous. And Inked Patriot. And everybody else, that's really nice of you guys. That's how we can do the channel and be here full-time covering news and buy news footage like today. So thank you so much. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks for all your support for the channel and letting the channel exist. That's thanks to you, so thank you. Also, by the way, President Stubb is doing a presser with Finnish media at the Finnish embassy in a few minutes. I don't even think I have video of that. Oh, you know what? Hey, guys. You know, I'm saying goodbye, but it's possible that I'll have Keir Starmer remarks in the next few minutes. So if it comes on while I'm on the air, I'll put the Keir Starmer presser up or the Keir Starmer news conference. That might happen while I'm talking. For now, let me just say thanks to everybody, and then if it pops up, I'll put it on the air. I didn't even realize it was going to happen, but anyways, for right now, let me just say a couple more things. By the way, another good way to find out when we're live is follow us on X at AgendaFreeTV. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there at AgendaFreeTV. You know, we have a chat where you can chat in our Discord chat room. It's free. Check out our Discord chat room. It's the same link as the notifications link. You can check out the chat at that link. So check out our chat. And thanks so much to our Discord mods for all you do. Thank you, Discord mods. And also, for those who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. Doing that is a little tricky. It's a little tricky to turn those on. What you got to do is you need to subscribe to the channel, and then you click on the notifications bell, and then you choose all notifications. So again, subscribe, click on the bell, choose all notifications. I want to shout out our Facebook subscribers who subscribe and support over there, like Robert Real II and Sharon Klassen Goslin and LT and Erin Van S and Lou Knight and Diane Allworth and Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Thanks so much. Our viewer Paula Thompson says, I'm interested to hear all the leaders' accounts of what happened. Also our Twitch subscribers, EL Gamer, Gino Vanelli, Social Corruption, Wee, Artful Nothing, Matthew Kohai 3, Wall Street Shaggy, CC, Chi-Town Bear, Devil Doc, Matthew Kohai 3, all of our other subscribers on Twitch, our YouTube members. I don't see the presser yet from Keir Starmer, by the way. I don't know if we'll cover it. Depends on if it comes on soon. Our members: J.K. Sinar on YouTube, Eric Johnson, Vader, Cherry Cola, UV Lightning, Evelyn in Maine, Marsha Braga, PZ Wheats, Ethereal Planet, Cruella, J.K. Sinar, CAC 813, Cherry Cola, Gary Baines, Michael Michaels, Donna Smith, HPM, Cruella, Ethereal Planet. Sorry if I'm repeating some of these. Wickedest Witch, Cat 1125, CAC 813. Did I say J.K. Sinar? John Flick, Dean R., Austin Batman. I think I said Michael Michaels. PZ Wheats, Mukeo, Kiki, Red Girl, Crispy, Asta, Bjorn's Daughter. All of our members. Arcus Spud, Jen's Crunchy Vax, Marsha Braga. Thanks The Watcher for watching. Thanks Donna Smith, our member. Oh, I should have checked Build. That's a good idea. Bernd Keller mentioned Build. That's who I should have checked about what Mertz said. It's a good idea. I forgot. My brain wasn't working very well. So according to Build, All right. Yes, according to the German Chancellor, a meeting between Putin and Zelensky is scheduled to take place within the next 2 weeks. Now, where is he getting that from? Is he getting that from the White House? I don't know. Because we haven't heard that from Russia. But again, Merz said that a meeting between Putin and Zelensky is scheduled to take place within the next 2 weeks. Our viewer, Wak Reedy, says still lots of delusions the war will continue. Bild says he said it. Dennis says he didn't say it. Well, I'm just reading Bild as a German paper, a German news outlet. We'll just have to see if that meeting happens. We'll see if that meeting happens, you know. It'll happen or not. Yes, AFP is reporting, AFP reports that President Putin told Trump he is willing to meet Zelensky. A person familiar with the call said. Now, I don't know if there's some specifics about the meeting he said. Maybe he said, I'm willing to meet him under certain circumstances. I don't know if this is true, but AFP is reporting that President Putin told President Trump that President Putin is willing to meet Zelensky. A person familiar with the call said. Who's the person familiar with the call? Is it somebody on the White House side? Is Russia going to agree with that assessment? All right, it's time. It's time, guys. It is time. I don't see the Starmer thing yet. If I thought the Starmer thing was going to be huge news, I'd stay on for it. But I don't anticipate huge news at the Starmer thing. And I don't even know when it's starting. I mean, it hasn't started yet, so I think it might be time. I think it might be time. Let me do one last check on something. I'll do one last check here. Oh, is Zelensky speaking? I think Zelensky's speaking right now. It just popped up. It just popped up right now. Wait, hold on. This is strange. What is this? What is this? Where is this coming from? I don't even know what's happening. What's happening here? Look at this. It's Zelensky. Is he speaking in English? It's not in English. Barely hear. It's not in English.
Ми проговорили багато питань, але передусім я хотів би подякувати нашим європейським лідерам. Я думаю, що це важливий був крок, демонстрація сильної європейської підтримки країн, як Євросоюзу, так і інших країн, країн Європи, Британії, Франція, Німеччина, Італія, Фінляндія, президент Урсула фон дер Ляєн і секретар Генсек НАТО Марк Рюте. Вони особисто приїхали підтримати Україну і проговорити дуже важливе питання, що далі, як підтримувати державу, що треба робити для сталого справедливого миру, ну і гарантії безпеки, які так нам всім потрібні, щоб після закінчення війни, ми впевнені, що війна закінчиться. Для нас дуже важливо, щоб це була не пауза в боях, а реальний мир, який можна захистити гарантіями безпеки наших партнерів. Напередодні у нас не було можливості поспілкуватись. Команда наша багато всього зробила, попрацювала, і мені здається важливо, що 30 країн у нас були, вся коаліція of Williams на зв'язку. У нас було кілька сесій розмов, побачення. Важливо, що всі 30 таких важливих партнерів, що ми попрацювали, всі були на одному боці, однаково бачення наступних кроків. Тут були не тільки країни Європи, і Канада, і Австралія, і Японія, і інші представники коаліції охочих. Що стосується тематик, про які ми говорили сьогодні з президентом Сполучених Штатів Америки і потім з колегами вже в об'єднаній зустрічі, про деталі, напевно, ви самі запитаєте. А що стосується тематик, ми говорили про гарантії безпеки. Це ключове питання, як старт до закінчення війни. Тобто, що повинно бути в кінці, а саме захист, ми починаємо з нього і починаємо працювати. Важливо, що Сполучені Штати Америки роблять чіткий сигнал, що вони будуть серед країн, які будуть допомагати, координувати, а також будуть учасниками гарантій безпеки для України. Я вважаю, що це великий крок вперед. Я не можу поки що сказати, як буде, всіх деталей, але це вже важливо, що є політична воля і є політичне рішення. Принаймні так звучить. Це пункт номер 1. А пункт номер 2 – це повернення дітей. І перша леді Сполучених Штатів Америки, і команда Сполучених Штатів Америки розуміє, що будуть підключатись до такого важливого, болючого і дуже складного питання, як повернути українських дітей. Різні ситуації, різні кейси, і тому різні підходи. Ми проговорили з президентом Сполучених Штатів Америки, він погоджується, що непроста система, але буде допомагати мені щодо обміну всіх на всіх, саме не тільки військових полонених, передусім наших військових, але не тільки, і цивільних, журналістів, політиків. Ми домовилися над цим працювати. Далі президент Сполучених Штатів Америки підтримав трьохсторонню зустріч на рівні лідерів Україна, Америка, Росія. І Сполучені Штати Америки пропонують її провести якомога швидше. Але для цього потрібно погодження усіх сторін. Після нашої зустрічі всіх разом і координації, як ми будемо працювати над гарантіями безпеки, президент Сполучених Штатів Америки зв'язався з російською стороною, і вони проговорили, які можуть бути дипломатичні кроки. Росія запропонувала спочатку двосторонню зустріч Україна-Росія, а потім трьохсторонню. Так, ну як я і говорив, ми готові до будь-яких форматів на рівні лідерів, тому що тільки на рівні лідерів ми можемо вирішити всі ті складні, болючі питання, принаймні для нас вони важливі і болючі. Тому я підтвердив і мене підтримали всі європейські, що ми готові до двосторонньої зустрічі з Путіним, і після цього розраховував на трьохсторонню зустріч. Ну, питання буде, напевно, як пройде двосторонньо. В принципі, ось такий результат. Вважаю, що результат хороший. Нормально. Дякую. Можемо...
Володимир, будь ласка.
Дмитро Анопченко, Інтер, дякую. Хотів запитати щодо цієї двосторонньої зустрічі і потім тристоронньої. Чи є вже ясність, чи це зустріч без будь-яких умов з боку Росії, чи вони знову почнуть висувати вимоги там щодо Донбасу, щодо чого завгодно, лише щоб досягнути?
Ми не знаємо ніяких деталей щодо двосторонньої зустрічі. Ми з президентом Сполучених Штатів Америки проговорювали питання, що всі сторони повинні продемонструвати бажання закінчення війни. І бажання закінчення війни – це дипломатична зустріч на рівні лідерів. Якщо одна чи інша сторона не буде демонструвати бажання зустрітись, то ми будемо просити Сполучені Штати Америки відповідно діяти. Відповідні дії є тиск Сполучених Штатів Америки. Я поки що ми розуміємо, які формати можуть бути, тому напевно є можливість, що все ж таки наша зустріч відбудеться.
Ну, коли ви говорили, що спочатку ceasefire, потім зустріч, ви готові тут зробити поки виняток? Чи ми чекаємо ceasefire?
Ми готові, як я казав, до будь-яких форматів зустрічі на рівні лідерів. І якщо Україна буде починати ставити умови щодо зустрічі, якісь глобальні, безумовно, справедливі щодо ceasefire тощо, але то у русських з'явиться 100 умов з їх умов. Тому я вважаю так, що без будь-яких умов ми повинні зустрітися і подумати, який далі є розвиток цього шляху до закінчення війни.
Пане президенте, які саме...
Володимире Олександровичу, бачили фотографію з кабінету, з овального кабінету, карта України з окупованими територіями, відсоток, скільки окуповано. Що вам по цій карті показує?
Трішки я сперечався навіть з відсотком, який був на мапі. Тому що я дуже добре орієнтуюсь у відсотках, які тимчасово окуповані. Але, тим не менш, у нас не було сперечань. У нас була дійсно тепла, хороша, предметна розмова.
Яка позиція Сполучених Штатів? Вони продовжують наполягати на цьому обміні території, так званому. Чи є якась прийнятна для України формула, коли може бути щось визнано російським чи окупованим?
Питання території, і у мене була про це розмова достатньо довга з мапою Сполучених Штатів Америки. Вони також підготувалися, я їм дуже вдячний. Хоча у нас була така сама. Так, але тим не менш, у нас була довга бесіда про це. Дуже важливо розуміти, що деякі частини нашої держави, частина, наприклад, Сходу і Крим, були окуповані не через те, що одна армія тисне на іншу, і інша крокує назад. А через те, що не було бойових дій, наприклад, в Криму, масових якихось бойових дій, і такого не було. Тому не можна казати, що за такий-то термін окупована така велика частина через те, що у русських сильна армія. Такі моменти, вони дуже важливі. Не для того, щоб когось звинуватити, а для того, щоб реально президент Сполучених Штатів Америки розумів, які є реальні просування армії і яка є сила у української армії. Наприклад, чіткі цифри, яких не було, наприклад, що за 1000 днів до 1% нашої території було окуповано русських. Люди думають 20% чи 18%, а до 1%. Це трішки змінює фокус. Для нас фокус на правду і на реальність, але це трішки змінює баланс того, яка сила у руської армії, яка сила у української армії. Такі речі, в мене вперше була можливість, по різних причинах. У мене була вперше можливість говорити про такі речі з президентом Сполучених Штатів Америки, з його командою, не читаючи на папірцях, а дуже добре розбираючи не картки, а дуже добре розбираючись в кожному нашому квадратному кілометрі, залитому, вибачте, кров'ю наших бійців. І для мене це дуже чутливий момент. Я хотів про це. Мені здається, що президент почув і бачив це, і ми були різні моменти, але це важлива інформація. І тому питання території це питання, яке ми залишимо між мною і Путіним.
Суспільне, будь ласка.
Financial Times повідомляє про те, що Україна пропонує Трампу угоду про закупівлю зброї на $100 мільярдів. Чи могли б деталізувати, про що йдеться в цій угоді?
Гарантії безпеки, напевно, будуть розшиватись нашими партнерами, і буде все більше і більше деталей, і так як все це буде на папері, якимось чином формалізовано найближчі тижні, 10 днів, як я вам сказав. Частина гарантій безпеки, наша частина, так? Просто фізично не буде, я маю на увазі в нашому бюджеті. І для цього повинно бути розуміння у наших партнерів європейських, що нам потрібно знаходити джерело фінансування цього. На якийсь термін, більш довгий, щоб це була частина гарантій безпеки. Окрім заробітної плати, фінансової підтримки, можна так сказати, у нас може вистачати свого бюджету на всі зарплати. Тоді у нас не буде вистачати, наприклад, грошей відповідно на наше внутрішнє виробництво. Так, як це було зараз. На заробітну плату воїну наші партнери нічого не давали, зрозуміло, не можуть, але вони давали тоді на наше виробництво. Тому, якщо ми будемо самі фінансувати заробітні плати високі нашим воїнам і на таку кількість, нам потрібно буде сильне фінансування виробництва. Пакет, який, це другий пункт, пакет зброї, американської зброї, якої немає у нас, куди входить передусім літаки, системи протиповітряної оборони тощо. Залишимо поки тощо. Там дійсно є пакет нашими пропозиціями на $90 мільярдів. Це друга частина гарантій безпеки. Третя частина – це наше виробництво дронів. І у нас є домовленість з президентом Сполучених Штатів Америки про те, що вони, коли у нас відкривається експорт, будуть купувати українські дрони. Для нас це важливо. Це буде фінансування нашого внутрішнього виробництва дронів. Наші компанії будуть мати гроші на виробництво і на збільшення виробництва. Важливо. Також co-production з партнерами. А друга частина гарантій безпеки – це те, що можемо ми, так і ми. А друга частина – це те, що партнери зможуть для нас зробити. Як будуть працювати гарантії безпеки, які сили будуть працювати на захист України у разі повторення агресії. Скажу поки що.
Будь ласка.
Командовський Deutsche Welle, дякую пане президенте за брифінг. Власне, чи прозвучало щось під час цих перемовин мультисторонніх чи двосторонніх, що є неприйнятним для вас, і що це?
Це діалог з партнерами. У кожного з нас є свої аргументи. Неприйнятних рішень не відбулося. Я думаю, що кожен з нас зробив своє.
І уточнення, чи ми говоримо про координацію гарантій безпеки Сполученими Штатами, чи президент Трамп запропонував...
Це буде в деталях, буде зрозуміло. Але важливо, що ми будемо працювати разом над гарантіями безпеки. Для нас дуже важливо гарантії безпеки і від Сполучених Штатів.
Уляна Бойчук, дякую за те, що ви тут. Питання щодо американських миротворців, про це говорив Дональд Трамп перед тим, як мали бути зустріч. До чого дійшли і що розкажете про це? І можливо це не тільки американські миротворці, але можливо це і країни НАТО?
Дивіться, ми говоримо про коаліцію охочих. Ми будемо говорити про 30 країн. Ми будемо розуміти, хто з цих країн реально по факту може запропонувати. Хтось, напевно, буде готовий говорити про присутність, хтось буде говорити про розвідку, хтось про море, хтось про безпеку неба, різні формати. Хтось готовий, не має права конституційного і має можливість фінансувати вітчизняне українське виробництво. Це глибоке питання, широке питання. То давайте почекаємо, коли все буде в деталях.
Олег, останнє запитання, будь ласка. Давайте мікрофон.
Пане президенте, сьогодні Дональд Трамп повідомив, що телефонував Володимиру Путіну в перерві між основною зустрічю у розширеному форматі і неформальною частиною. Чи можете ви сказати, на якому етапі це сталося, які питання, можливо, обговорювалися, і що він відповів після цього?
У нас був двосторонній трек, а потім ми поговорили на широкому форматі про що ми домовилися на двосторонньому треку. І потім в розширеному форматі більш детально перейшли на наші кроки щодо гарантій безпеки і можливих зустрічей. І після цього президент Трамп сказав, що я зараз тоді піду і буду обговорювати це з Росією, з Путіним, щоб, чесно кажучи, повернутися до вас з фідбеком. І ми проговорили фідбек. Ми були готові до цього. Він поговорив. Ми обговорювали свої питання з колегами, як ми працюємо технічно, коли будуть зустрічі вже по VTC, по відео наших НСАів щодо гарантій безпеки. Після цього повернулися в овальний кабінет з президентом. Президент сказав, що пропонується двосторонній формат, а потім перейдемо до трьох сторон.
Найостанніше запитання, Мирослава.
Мирослава Пець, BBC. Я хочу поставити своє питання, а також передати слово моєму колезі Віталію Шевченку, якого ви, може, не бачили, ще він з Лондона готує питання. Моє питання, пане президенте, до вас таке. Скажіть, будь ласка, наскільки важливою була участь європейських партнерів сьогодні? Наскільки це вплинуло на результат цієї зустрічі? І був генсек НАТО, була президентка Єврокомісії. І як вам вдалося так швидко їх зібрати сюди?
Перше, вони поважають Україну, поважають наших людей. Думаю, у нас з ними ще особисті відносини дуже хороші. Думаю, дуже. І це дійсно момент такий, що хтось не був сім'єю, не буду зараз уточнювати, якщо можна. У когось був перший день сім'єю. І дійсно, я з великою вдячністю, великою повагою, так швидко, як ми змогли це організувати, їх об'єднати, і ми всі разом сюди приїхали. Я дуже вдячний. Я думаю, що це мало вплив.
Importante et elle marquera
І важливо, що у нас така сильна підтримка. Є ще якісь, напевно, тактичні кроки, я думаю, що все буде.
Дякую, колеги. Дякую, колеги. Дякую. It's a briefing for Ukrainian journalists only. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Is there a date for you to meet with President Putin of Russia?
Sorry, what?
Is there a date for you to meet with President Putin?
Date?
Yes.
No, we don't have any date.
No date.
We don't have any date. We just confirmed after this productive meeting with the President and then with all our colleagues, partners, we informed that we are ready for a trilateral meeting, and if Russia proposed to the President of the United States bilateral, and then we will see that the result of bilateral, and then it can be the trilateral. So I said always, so Ukraine will never stop on the way to peace, and we are ready for any kind of formats, but on the level of leaders. Thank you so much. Ви ж з Лондона. Дуже просили.
Пане президенте, дуже дякую. Я хотів спитати про гарантії безпеки. Окрім фінансування української армії і виробництва дронів, чи обговорювалися можливості надання нових видів зброї, більше зброї, а конкретно від США, якісь нові пакети допомоги військової, чи це обговорювалося?
Те, що ми бачимо, і те, що нам потрібно від Сполучених Штатів Америки, є в цьому великому пакеті, який ми передали. Те, що ми розуміємо, ми хотіли би мати. Це початок цього. Ми не можемо розраховувати абсолютно на все. Це початок. Важливо, що всі підтвердили, що беруть участь. Мені здається, що це важливо. Поки що нема що додати. Тут не тільки про фінансування. Є багато роботи і багато обмін розвідданими. та чи інша присутність і підключення захисту нашої держави, про це просто дуже рано ще говорити. Дякую.
Mr. President, what kind of security guarantees have you got?
Дякую, Мирослава.
I didn't know we were gonna have that, by the way. So I got a translation of some of what he said. The Ukrainian public broadcaster said that Russia proposed a bilateral meeting between Putin and Zelensky first, and then a trilateral one, and Zelensky has agreed, and the details of the meeting are currently unknown. Barak Ravid of Axios is reporting that a source with knowledge says the hope is to do the Putin-Zelensky meeting by the end of the month, by the end of August, in the next 2 weeks. That was similar to what Chancellor Merz said, next 2 weeks. Also, Zelensky said the issue of territories is an issue that we will leave between me and Putin. So at least we haven't heard this from Russia yet, but Zelensky and Merz and other reports out there say that this meeting is going to happen soon between Zelensky and Putin. We'll have to see if Russia confirms that. Macron is speaking right now, but I think it's not in English, so I don't think I'm going to stay on for that. But I will just check and make sure that it's not in English right here. Tell you in 2 seconds.
Est-ce qu'elle n'est pas risquée cette réunion? Vous redisiez à Brégançon hier que vous considériez que le président Poutine veut la guerre. Qu'est-ce qui fait que cette réunion elle peut déboucher de manière positive aujourd'hui?
Sounds like it's not in
Lorsque vous
English.
nous dites une réunion à 2 puis une réunion à 3, où sont les Européens dans ces formats-là? Parce que vous vouliez un format.
Oui, mais on le fait en séquence, et c'est tout à fait logique. On part d'une situation où ni l'Ukraine ni l'Europe ne sont autour de la table. Le rendez-vous, le sommet d'Anchorage, en Alaska. Là, maintenant, on dit il y a une volonté de
I'll leave it on for a minute.
Réunion russo-ukrainienne. Il n'y en a pas eu véritablement depuis la série de réunions qui s'étaient tenues au printemps 2022 à Istanbul. Donc c'est une avancée, et je ne peux pas préempter ces résultats. Est-ce que je pense qu'ils pourront être conclusifs? Je reste très prudent. Ensuite, que ça soit suivi par une réunion avec les Américains, c'est ce principe-là que nous avions acté avant l'Alaska, c'est une bonne chose. Et j'ai dit, ça a été acté par tous, qu'il puisse ensuite élargir. Pourquoi? Parce que nous, Européens, nous avons besoin d'abord d'être autour de la table parce que nous sommes des fournisseurs de garanties de sécurité pour l'Ukraine, demain. Et c'est comme ça qu'on l'a conçu. C'est d'ailleurs 2 pays européens qui ont porté cette initiative, le Royaume-Uni et la France, depuis février. Et deuxièmement, c'est la sécurité des Européens qui est en jeu. Parce que si nous ne savons pas bien contenir l'armée russe, la puissance russe, sa capacité balistique, nucléaire, mais la masse de son armée aujourd'hui, qui, je le rappelle, est une armée d'1 300 000 hommes, c'est notre sécurité directement qui sera concernée. Et ce que je veux faire depuis maintenant plusieurs années, c'est remettre l'Europe autour de la table. L'Europe qui, pendant toute la guerre froide, était un sujet de discussion, mais n'a jamais construit sa propre architecture de sécurité. Cette architecture de sécurité a volé en éclats ces dernières années. Pas simplement avec la guerre en Ukraine et la guerre d'agression russe, elle a volé en éclats parce qu'aussi le traité, les différents traités qui structuraient notre sécurité, qui contenaient l'escalade des armements, eh bien, ou n'ont pas été respectés par les uns, ont été déchirés par les autres. Donc il faut rebâtir tout cela, ce sera tout le travail au-delà du conflit ukrainien, c'est pourquoi les Européens doivent être autour de la table.
Du compte rendu. Après la rencontre en Alaska, Donald Trump a semblé cesser de faire du cessez-le-feu un préalable à un accord de paix et a insisté dorénavant sur un accord de paix. Avez-vous le sentiment, au terme de vos échanges aujourd'hui, de l'avoir ramené vers votre lecture sur ce sujet?
Non, enfin, nous on a toujours, on ne va pas inverser les rôles, nous Européens on a toujours dit on veut un accord de paix robuste et durable. Ce sont les États-Unis d'Amérique qui ont demandé en février un cessez-le-feu. Notre crainte était qu'il ne soit pas suivi d'une paix durable et donc c'est pour ça qu'on a dit sécurité, garantie de sécurité. L'Ukraine a accepté le principe d'un cessez-le-feu. Depuis le mois de mars, c'est la Russie qui le refuse. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé en Anchorage? La Russie a à nouveau dit on refuse un cessez-le-feu. Mais le président Trump a eu la conviction qu'il pouvait rapidement conclure un traité de paix avec le président Poutine. les événements vont nous le montrer. Simplement, je crois qu'il est convaincu maintenant, et le président Poutine le lui a redit, nous lui avons tous redit, qu'on ne peut pas discuter un traité de paix qui prend quand même plusieurs jours, voire plusieurs semaines, sous les bombes. Et qu'il a plusieurs fois lui-même exprimé une volonté aussi humanitaire d'arrêter les tueries et d'arrêter ce qui se passe contre les civils. Et donc, à cet égard, qui avait besoin d'avoir justement aussi une trêve.
Donc, le journal Financial Times, cet après-midi, a publié un article selon lequel les Ukrainiens proposaient d'acheter pour 100 milliards de dollars d'équipements militaires américains comme condition, en quelque sorte, aux garanties de sécurité américaines. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose qui a été évoqué aujourd'hui?
Non, pas du tout. Non, ça n'a pas du tout été évoqué, on est très loin de ça. De toute façon, les choses sont simples. Le jour où il y a des garanties de sécurité à bâtir, il faudra des gens pour les assurer, d'abord les armées, des capacités de formation. Et puis sur les équipements, tout le monde aura une contribution à avoir. Il y aura aussi la contribution, ça fait partie d'un traité de paix de la Russie à la reconstruction de l'Ukraine et de son armée. Donc tout ça sont des paramètres qui ne sont pas encore discutés.
Vous parliez des sanctions, Monsieur le Président. Est-ce que Donald Trump vous a confirmé qu'il y était favorable si toutefois Vladimir Poutine refusait de s'engager dans un processus de paix?
Sa volonté, vous l'avez compris, c'est de ne pas forcément le faire, même s'il a mis ce qu'on appelle des sanctions secondaires sur l'Inde et ce qui est en particulier pratiqué par l'Inde sur le rachat et le raffinement du pétrole russe. Et on considère que ça a eu beaucoup d'effets. Donc je crois que là, sa volonté, c'est d'engager. Il pense très sincèrement qu'on peut y avoir un résultat. Mais la discussion, justement, a abordé l'hypothèse où un résultat ne serait pas obtenu, l'hypothèse où la Russie ne voudrait pas sincèrement s'engager dans un tel processus. Et il a à ce moment-là marqué sa volonté et sa disponibilité à mettre ce qu'il appelle, lui, des tarifs primaires et secondaires, mais ce qui sont en effet ce qu'on appelle, nous, des sanctions.
Vous aviez fait des garanties de sécurité une priorité.
Ce soir, pardon.
Oui.
Si la réponse à ce qui s'est passé aujourd'hui de Vladimir Poutine, c'est une nouvelle pluie de drones et de missiles sur l'Ukraine, qu'est-ce qu'il faut lui répondre?
Mais je l'ai dit tout à l'heure dans le bureau ovale au président Trump, quand on s'est reparlé après, et nous sommes plusieurs à lui avoir dit, vous parliez au président Poutine, il était en train de bombarder l'Ukraine. Donc ça montre d'abord la nécessité d'arrêter les massacres, la nécessité d'une trêve. Et ça montre aussi, à un moment donné, les faits disent les intentions. C'est tout. Aujourd'hui, la Russie, dans les faits, elle continue la guerre, elle l'intensifie, elle mène une guerre contre les civils ukrainiens aussi, et elle ne donne aucun signal de vouloir sincèrement la paix. Et l'expérience que nous avons sur les 15 dernières années de M. Poutine, président Poutine dans son approche, c'est qu'à chaque fois qu'il peut gagner par la guerre, ou qu'il pense qu'il peut gagner par la guerre, il ne négocie pas la paix. C'est ça la réalité. C'est pour ça que je dis, et j'ai redit hier, vous avez un président américain, des présidents européens, un président ukrainien qui veulent la paix. J'ai, pour ma part, les plus grands doutes quant à la réalité d'une volonté de paix de la part du président russe. Parce que aussi longtemps qu'il pense qu'il peut gagner par la guerre, il le fera. Et que son objectif final, c'est de prendre le maximum de territoire, c'est d'affaiblir l'Ukraine et d'avoir une Ukraine qui n'est ou pas viable seule ou dans le giron russe. C'est à peu près évident pour tout le monde. Et donc nous, notre objectif, c'est simple, d'avoir la paix le plus vite possible, de faire respecter le droit international de la souveraineté ukrainienne, donc d'avoir le moins de pertes territoriales pour l'Ukraine possible, et surtout d'aider l'Ukraine à résister à toute nouvelle agression, d'avoir une Ukraine qui a choisi l'Europe, de pouvoir continuer à choisir l'Europe librement, et de garantir la sécurité des Européens. Et c'est ça, ces fameuses garanties de sécurité dont nous avons besoin. Pour l'Ukraine aujourd'hui, demain, et pour nous, Européens, parce que c'est notre sécurité qui se joue là-bas.
Vous aviez fait des garanties de sécurité une priorité avant de venir. Le président Trump a dit qu'il était prêt à s'y engager, et ce soir, il dit même qu'il est prêt à les coordonner. Très concrètement, qu'est-ce que cela veut dire? Qu'est-ce que vous attendez comme engagement concret de la part des États-Unis pour ces garanties de sécurité?
D'abord, je le dis, on a progressé, mais je serai encore très prudent. Parce que tout ça est éminemment complexe, plein de détails, et il faut travailler sur la matérialité des choses. Je vous le dis, les garanties de sécurité, ce que je disais tout à l'heure, nous les avons travaillées. Il y a eu un travail depuis le mois de février coordonné par les chefs d'état-major britanniques et français. C'est le format d'une armée ukrainienne qui puisse résister et même dissuader toute agression russe, c'est-à-dire une armée de plusieurs centaines de milliers d'hommes, que nous allons devoir équiper, former, maintenir dans la durée. C'est ensuite des forces de réassurance que les alliés sont prêts à fournir mer, terre et air, et qui, sur certaines zones, garantissent justement qu'il n'y ait pas d'intrusion, qui ne sont pas des zones chaudes. L'objectif de ces forces de réassurance, c'est pas d'être des garants d'opérations de maintien de paix, ce ne sont pas des forces qui tiendront la frontière, mais elles signent un soutien stratégique et elles préserveront dans la durée cela. Donc tout ça, on l'a travaillé, on a le contenu. Je sais dire ce que...
Ça veut dire pour la contribution américaine.
Mais ça, je ne sais pas y répondre puisqu'on commence le travail demain. Ce que je savais, que les États-Unis fassent le plus possible, parce que c'est ce qui nous permettra d'alléger le fardeau européen, et que les États-Unis apportent aussi leurs garanties, parce que c'était ça le vrai point d'interrogation. Et pour beaucoup de collègues européens, parce que cette discussion, en fait, on l'a commencée en février 2024 à Paris, lorsque j'ai dit qu'on devait justement recréer de l'incertitude stratégique. Donc on l'a commencé bien avant la coalition des volontaires. Et le point d'achoppement pour beaucoup de partenaires, c'était de savoir ce que feraient les Américains. Parce que c'était la nécessité de savoir si les Américains étaient engagés dans une telle opération. Ces derniers jours, les Américains ont marqué leur disponibilité et leur volonté de rentrer dans cette coalition. En tout cas, de travailler avec la coalition des volontaires et de travailler sur les garanties de sécurité. D'abord, je pense qu'il faut faire attention. L'article 5, il est propre à l'OTAN, qui est une organisation. On sait que les États-Unis eux-mêmes ont dit qu'ils ne souhaitaient pas que les Ukrainiens rentrent dans l'OTAN. Ensuite, il n'y a pas d'automaticité. Le même président américain l'a rappelé sur l'article 5. Je pense qu'il faut être très prudent. Et il faut être très prudent parce que c'est ce qu'on doit aux Ukrainiens et ce que nous nous devons à nous-mêmes. Vous savez, tout le monde a oublié. Mais l'Ukraine était une grande puissance nucléaire. La communauté internationale l'a convaincu de se dessaisir de ses armes nucléaires en 1994 dans un accord de Budapest où la Russie, je l'ai rappelé tout à l'heure au président Trump, la Russie s'est engagée par écrit à ne jamais agresser l'Ukraine. Donc ça pour dire que les engagements de non-agression de la Russie ne valent rien. Elle l'a écrit, elle l'a signé, elle l'a ratifié en 2004, elle a fait le contraire 10 ans plus tard. Mais la deuxième chose, où les premiers signataires, Royaume-Uni, États-Unis d'Amérique, puis après nous l'avons agréé, même si nous n'étions pas dans les premiers signataires de cet accord, disaient qu'en cas d'agression, on lancerait des mécanismes de sécurité, de solidarité au Conseil de sécurité. Je crois que tout le monde a constaté en 2014 qu'il n'y avait pas tellement de réalité. Donc là, les Ukrainiens, ils ont besoin, pas de déclaration de principe, ils ont besoin de substance. Et nous, c'est ce que nous leur devons si nous voulons que ces garanties de sécurité soient une réalité. C'est pour ça que je ne ferai pas de juridisme. Je crois que c'est un sujet qui est très militaire, c'est un sujet qui nécessite du sérieux et de la robustesse, et c'est ce qui a été préparé par nos chefs d'état-major.
Merci à tous, on doit s'arrêter là. Merci, je vous remercie.
En tout cas, c'est un engagement de travailler, c'est une volonté de participer à ces accords de ces garanties de sécurité, ce n'était pas le cas avant, d'y travailler. On commence dès demain, je vous dirai à la fin de la partie.
Sur la cession des territoires ukrainiens, que vous a dit Donald Trump sur ce point?
On ne peut pas parler de ce sujet du tout aujourd'hui. Et pour deux raisons. D'abord parce qu'on a dit la priorité c'est les garanties de sécurité. Ensuite on a dit c'est ce qui doit être discuté en bilatéral, en trilatéral. Voilà.
Merci à vous.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, un bon courage, on continue. C'est loin d'être fini comme vous l'avez compris.
I said I found a couple things. I found a couple translations of a couple of the things he said that I found were interesting. BFM TV said that Macron said that the meeting between Putin and Zelensky was decided and it will take place in the coming days. Also, Macron said that Russia is escalating the war. He thinks there's no signal from Moscow that they want peace. And he believes Putin's ultimate objective is to take as much territory as possible and weaken Ukraine. So that's two things that he said. But I don't speak French. Anyways, and right now I'm actually not supposed to have any kind of Starmer press conference. So I don't know what they were, for the most part, I don't know what they were saying, but some of our viewers could understand the language, so I figured we would play it. But now we're really wrapping this up. We were just about to wrap it up, and then suddenly Zelensky feed popped on, which I didn't know was going to happen. So we played that, and we played Macron as well. All right, I'm really getting off the air now. So we already did all our thank yous. Thank you again to all of our moderators, everybody for watching, all of our subscribers, all of our supporters. And we're wrapping this up. We don't know if this meeting is going to happen, but but a number of people have suggested it's going to happen. German Chancellor said it was going to happen. Zelensky said Russia had asked for it. We haven't heard a definitive yes from Russia yet, so we'll see. We'll cover it if it happens. All right, guys, I'm getting off. Again, thank you so much to all of you for watching. I did all the thank yous before. All of our moderators again. The one last thing I'm going to do is just shout out our moderators again. Thanks, Beth Mythical. Thank you so much. LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev, Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, and Linda Velk, Larry, Misha. Thank you, moderators. All right, I'm getting off now, but if there is more big news tonight, we'll do another stream, and we'll certainly keep covering this story. So thank you so much for watching our coverage today of the meeting, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.